tee, we have the world #1, Scotty Scheffler. He plays with Chile's Joaquin Niemann and with the two-time Alfred Dunhill Links champion Tyrrell Hatton.
This is game number 37. On the tee from the USA, Scotty Scheffler.
Got here a little earlier than anticipated. Missed the cut last week at the Genesis Scottish Open. But very much enjoying being a little bit under the radar this week. The attention has been elsewhere, on Tiger, on Jack Nicklaus, on Rory McIlroy.
On the tee from Chile, Joaquin Niemann.
Really like his chances this week. Much the same as Justin Thomas. He has the ability to move the trajectory around, work the ball both ways. Solid putter. I think he'll do well in this style of course. Look at that right there. Great example. Run, he says. Don't worry, Joaquin. It'll run.
On the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
Missed the cut in his first 4 Opens, including his debut here in 2010. Also missed out on weekend play here in 2015, so maybe a chance for Hatton to make amends.
Yeah, but he does like this place. He's won a couple of Dunhill Links championships, so he can play the type of golf that's needed. You sometimes feel like the only thing that gets in the way of Tyrrell is himself.
Played nicely last week though at Renaissance, so he's come here in decent nick. Dustin Johnson for an early birdie. No problem at all. So he and Mark Leishman off to the perfect start. On to the 18th, and Cameron Young, our leader.
Gosh, flew the fairway wood almost to the front there.
Amazing rise in the game. He was outside the top 500 in the world in April last year. McIlroy at 12, driver.
This is a nice line here.
Here it comes, here it comes. So he'll have that for an eagle 2 at 12. Back one to Matsuyama.
Just let it ride on the wind a little bit and get a little bit of a harder bounce up that hill. Excellent shot.
Well, he made the birdie at 8, Dylan Fratelli. Just about makes the birdie at 9 as well. Good front 9.
Oh, having to go out sideways here. 12. If you've played here long enough, you've been caught in that bunker, Thomas.
You have. It tends to be the one you're aiming for, and then
That's
just
right.
hope you don't hit in it.
Gives you an idea of the contours. One of the many shared greens here. Generally speaking, if you add up to 18, you'll get the right number. So 12 here, it'll be 6 on the other half of this screen. Not sure whether Colin Morikawa's lost his turn.
Lee Westwood for birdie. After being 2 over par after 2 holes, this is to go for 4 under. Positive stroke there.
Well, Jamie Spence has trotted out to the 12th, and he's watching McIlroy and co. Jamie.
Yeah, afternoon everybody. Great little link shot coming up here for Morikawa. Little bounce and spin. Played it beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic technique there. Not much wrist break on the backswing. Trying to catch it nice and clean off of the firm turf.
To the first, and the world number 1, Scheffler.
That didn't clear by much, did it? Living dangerously at the opening hole.
Off the birdie at 1, Dustin Johnson, driver in hand at 2.
Yeah, you see the target there. There's a bunker out on the left-hand side. You really want to miss. With this flag position today, you're better off down the right-hand side of the fairway. And that's going to go into the rough. This is going to be difficult to control.
Cameron Young from the back of the green at 18. Good for pace. That for a closing birdie in a round of 64. Meantime, Lowry at 12. Kick coming.
Almost a carbon copy of McIlroy's, wasn't it?
Well, it's a foot from his marker. You can see his marker there.
Justin Thomas next up.
Be interesting to see what kind of shape he goes for here. Wind out of the right mainly, touch of help. See if he tries to ride the wind or hold up a fade. Looks like he's aimed down the right a little bit more. Maybe trying to ride it.
Somehow miss it. Come on.
Oh my, that is fortunate.
Pretty sure it went in it.
He thinks it went in it, but it's perfect.
You'll like it when you get up there, Justin. Hovland last to go.
Oh boy, that's worse than Morikawa's lie.
That one's going to be difficult to get out, I think.
Just right up against that face.
Saw the tee shot of Hideki Matsuyama at the par 3 11, so uphill for birdie. Even from that distance, we're seeing players struggle to get it to the hole there. From 11 up to 18, where Cameron Young has a putt for birdie and an opening round of 64 in the 150th Open.
It sounds good. He's missed a couple over the last few holes. He really was. He was 7 under through 12 and had chances. He's 3-putted 14. It's one positive stroke.
On the tee from England, Richard Brown.
He's doing the right thing, isn't he? Just backing off here, waiting for the announcements on the first tee.
Just a touch of break from his right-hand side.
And on his Open debut, it is a dream start for Cameron Young. It's a bogey-free 64. As he takes a 3-shot lead in the 150th Open. Wonderful stuff. I can tell you that Robert McIntyre, having dropped a shot at 17, birdied the 18th for a round of 70. Another member of that group, Kyung Hoon Lee, 3 under par 69. Well done them.
Neiman on the first. There you go. We need some of those in September, whenever it is, Trevor.
Would be good. It's a part of his game that has really improved over the last 18 months or so.
12, Chauffolet. This is for Eagle. Well, a birdie there will move him to 3 under. 5 back of the lead. Scheffler at 1. Back to 12 and McIlroy with the eagle putt.
Yeah, up and over. Just goes away from you a little bit. Oh! Such a good putt, just too much pace.
I think that caught a bit of the flag stick there, bumped it onto the edge.
It's always a little bit tricky when you're coming up and over here because once it gets over the hill, it goes away from you, it gets really fast. Look at these crowds behind.
Thought he had it.
And he did, and they live every moment with him.
Well, it should be a nice up and down, wouldn't it? Morikawa for his par. He seems to be working a little bit harder than either Schauffele or McIlroy out there today. So 20-2 local time. Remember, we're about an hour and 20 minutes away from Tiger Woods getting underway here at St Andrews in the 150th Open. McIlroy with a putt to go 5 under and climb alongside Ernie Els. Lee Westwood is on a bit of a charge out there. Nice play from the Frenchman Victor Perez. Schauffele at 12. Spends a long time, doesn't he, sometimes standing over the ball, Xander Schauffele. It's slightly disconcerting.
Yeah, at times he does it with the full game as well. He re-grips the club with his right hand. But a good birdie there.
From Schauffele to Scheffler at 2.
He's heading towards that bunker on the left. He's asking it to sit. Oh, that's okay. Now it's actually perfect.
Well judged.
You can't judge anything well on this golf course off the tee.
Immediately looking into the book to try and see exactly where that bunker is. Good 2-putt birdie for McIlroy at 12.
Toughest hole on the course next up, 13.
Well, I think 13 has been made really difficult this year because it's difficult to go left. You know, normally from the tee you can make a choice. You can go right or you can go left. You can't go left.
And try and hit it to here.
Just got to listen in here.
Yeah, well, then I'm not in a good spot either. It's not great.
Yeah.
He's having the full St Andrews experience, isn't he? He was in an awkward spot a little earlier in the round in a bunker.
Along the club, standing up here. Okay. You can try it.
Yeah, I'm just not going to be able to.
Because I'm looking at it here, and at least then you can get some. But it's just going to go, around here. At least the lip is a little bit better. I just don't want you to hit it and then hit it here.
Yeah, because that's very possible.
That's very possible.
There, I just don't have. I mean, it's like.
I think.
What's I mean, what if I just take like it's kind of a kamikaze shot? I mean, just take a 7 or something, hit it into the slope here or into the lip.
But the problem
bounce
is,
it
Javi,
out.
is this is so soft in the sand, and my concern is if it does that and it's going to stop here,
It's just going to stop right
and then
there.
we're screwed as well.
Yeah.
So my only thought is to either go that way, where you're going, and try and get it to where your foot is,
Yeah.
or do the putter like you were talking, like literally you don't even take a backswing and just try and
Yeah.
follow through. I think that's the only option.
Yeah.
'Cause we
Well,
can't-
what if I? Honestly, what if I just take an unplayable?
Yeah,
Because then I have to drop it in the bunker,
yeah,
and I can just drop it right here.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna fly. So that's
no, that's.
honestly not a good or not a bad idea for that pin.
I don't have a problem with that either.
I
Yeah.
agree with him.
I think I'll just do that.
Okay. So we're just going to take it unplayable. Got to drop it in the bunker, obviously.
Yes.
Back on the line or 2 plus ones.
Yeah, I think this is a good decision. He's going to drop it into a plug lie, but having a plug lie is just going to come out without any spin, so it's just going to roll forward and actually gives you a chance of rolling it up the hill. This is a good decision.
Okay. Thanks.
What I liked about that is the maturity he showed. Wasn't getting all emotional, blaming how bad the lie was. Took it all in his stride, went through his options.
Yeah, yours truly would have hated golf in that moment.
So now playing his 3rd Hovland. Will it hold? Will it hold?
Run up there, Victor.
It deserved to hold, to be fair. It's a good example, this hole, of what golf is like. Justin Thomas was almost in the same position. He's got an eagle putt. Victor Hovland is struggling to make par.
This is for a birdie start for Dustin Johnson. (13) McIlroy.
Iron for McIlroy. Should be playing up the right-hand side here. I like that play.
I like that swing.
Yeah, you can't go down the left-hand side. A few guys in practice was going that way, and it just rolled through into gorse bushes and all sorts. And that's normally would be the choice for this flag position on 13.
Yeah, you hit driver down the left, Thomas, or to carry those coffin bunkers. It's only one way it's going, really, up the rough or in the bushes. So they're all playing up the right, and it's a lot of room up the right-hand side here, really. Down off the right, the breeze.
But with this hole location, when you're back on the tee, you pretty much realize you're going to have 35, 40, 45 feet for your birdie putt anyway. Just so tough to get it close to that right hole location.
Looks like a fairway wood from here, back to the tee for Morikawa. Still aiming up the right. He should get right through the end of the fairway here with this club.
Exactly right, Jamie.
So 4 fours on that hole at the start of the week. That'll do you absolutely fine.
Oh, you would buy that right now.
I'll even throw a 5 in there.
Joaquin Niemann has found the fairway at the second, his second to this par 4. Just 23 years of age still. Two-time PGA Tour winner.
Throwing that right up in the air, trying to stop it, land it up there and stop it. It's always difficult. This is a tough hole location on the first.
Ernie Els at the par 5, 14th. This is to go within 2. Oh.
Kind of jumped off a little to the right there on him.
Playing with Niemann, Scheffler into the second. From the second to the 16th, and Lee Westwood for another birdie.
It's amazing. We've seen everybody coming up short there at 16 from that side. Nick Faldo was in here earlier. He always thought that 16th green was a little slower than the rest.
Wonderful, wonderful start to the week for Cameron Young, I should say, this most special of weeks at the Open. Certainly plenty of experience up there, isn't there? Els 53, Lee Westwood is 49, Ian Poulter in his 40s, and then you got the young brigade as well. From not too far away from where Rory McIlroy was putting, Shane Lowry for an eagle 2 at 12.
Well, I think the facial expression says it all.
Third tee, Dustin Johnson. Back to 12, Justin Thomas for the 2. Also has to factor in this ridge. It's steep as well, steeper than it looks there.
Maybe getting scared off a little bit after watching Lowry's ball take off right before. Doesn't seem like... He's just doing a little gardening work there.
Till Hatton from the back of the second. This is very slow. Beautifully judged.
One of the keys to being successful playing links golf, Thomas, is how good of a touch you can have from a long distance on the greens.
Yeah, and especially around St Andrews, you're going to end up so far away from the hole at times. Quick putt for Victor Hovland here down to the hole on 12.
Some say this would be after taking the unplayable. Yeah, well done. Brilliant stuff there.
Scotty Scheffler at the second. Just under 20 feet. And it's for a 3. Now you get the feeling this is quite an important part for Shane Lowry.
He got an awful start and then he's fought back. Oh, never. Never, never.
Well, and having found the green off the tee there, a 3-putt par, you can sense the frustration. Golden opportunity has gone begging for the 2019 Open champion. Back to 3, second here for Johnson. Sensible play, not messing with the little dip just past the pin. So back to 12. Let's see if Justin Thomas can move it to 3 under.
Oh, he was going to get it. That was rather rude, wasn't it?
Shares the frustration of Shane Lowry. Off they go to the 13th tee. We will go up the 13th hole. Morikawa and McIlroy on the bank there. Schauffele in a better spot. A little bit of a wait here, Jamie.
Yeah, so just panning out on the green on the 13th. You're saying this is the hardest hole on the course?
Yep, not a
I'm
single
not
birdie.
surprised. Not a single. I don't know how you get it within 20 feet. We shall find out. Schauffele's got the best chance. But yeah, what a pin position this is here on 13.
Yeah,
front right, just over the mound.
Now we've got a good look at it right now. You see that deep bunker there, and then the severe downslope down to where the hole is.
Trevor, this is just where you've got to be disciplined and keep your patience, haven't you? That you can't go all these flags here at St Andrews.
Exactly right. Leave yourself anything under 40 feet. See if you can get lucky with the putt. Otherwise, move on to the par 5.
Well, Schauffele's lease is on the fairway, 132.
Like I said, we're holding this, that's fine.
Can't see a thing. Got the big bank in front of him, so he's trying to get a line, but there is a bank. If you were having a bit of a fun, you could play right at the pin. There's a bank there, but he's not going to do that. He should be able to get some spin from here, pitch it on the front. If he gets it within 30 feet, really good shot here for Schauffele. The two out of the rough have got no chance.
Trying to launch it way up into there. And look at that bounce. My goodness.
Absolutely took off, didn't it?
I think he might be further away.
I think he's closer to the 5th hole than what he is the 13th.
I think they should swap the flags round.
How's this life for McIlroy?
Not great. It's going to jump as well.
Oh no, the one mistake he couldn't make. Oh, it came out of the bunker, but still.
Wow, what a break for McIlroy.
Still going to be extremely difficult from there, though.
Well, at least Morikawa can see the pin, but out of this lies, just don't know how he stops it. You have to pitch it short and try and conjure up a bit of magic.
Yeah, really all he could do there. Look at it go.
It's all about acceptance, isn't it? It's like you just got to trust and hit it somewhere and then accept where it goes. So tough to control anything out of this rough.
13, Scheffler.
Wind in and out of the left. Okay, just fine.
13th tee, and Shane Lowry out with the driver.
Where is he going with this? You saw McIlroy go through that right side with the iron. Is he going to go to the left? He's looking down that left-hand side. Needs to take it at that middle crane.
Come on, people!
Now trying to cut it up against the wind. Surely this is going to go through the fairway.
Well, it's probably not Rory to play, but he's going to have a go. He's looking straight at it. He's going to try and bump it into the bank in the top of the bunker, but I think he should go right here. It's the first shot I saw, but I mean, this is bold. This is brave. Oh, you need some nerve to play this one. You're going to try and bump it into the big bank at the top of the bunker and just hope it pops up. Strap yourselves in. Yeah.
Caught the other side of it.
Better than the other option though, Trevor, eh?
Yeah, but if he had done what you had thought, gone to the right, he probably would have been able to get it inside of 15 feet, correct?
I think so. That's what I saw straight away.
So went for the riskier option and it didn't pay off. We'll take another look here. As Jamie said, he was trying to land it into the upslope, but carried it on to the other side of the hill. Strike was too good.
Back to the tee, and a 3-wood here for Justin Thomas.
That's one of the reasons why I love links golf there. You see before Lowry going with the driver, trying to cut the ball up against the breeze. Thomas going with the 5-wood, trying to ride the wind. So many ways to do it.
Back one to Matsuyama at 12. Running it up the bank. Nearly. Back to 13, McIlroy.
Yeah, what club's he got here?
Not enough.
No, it's about 100 feet. At least 30 yards there. He strided out. Won't do much actually. Turn a bit right to left and maybe come back the other way. Big swing of the putter.
It's pretty good.
Yes, excellent from McIlroy. But the damage done, well, maybe with a tee shot, certainly with a second. Then he got the break. It's going to be a bogey 5. First drop shot today. McIlroy back to 4 under with 5 holes of his opening round to complete.
It'll annoy him for a little while, and then he'll snap back into it and realize that if he hits a good drive down the next, he can reach the par 5 and 2.
Have a little change up in the commentary box now, because as we watch Mark Leishman, it's time to say good afternoon to Jay Townsend. There you go, opening up with a birdie, Jay, and then Alison Whittaker is going to take over as well.
Thank you, Dom, and what a great way to come in on a nice birdie putt from Leishman. Gets to a couple under par. Great stuff, Trevor. I'm a little bit surprised, even though just coming on for the first time today, I'm surprised that scoring is not better besides Cameron Young.
I think the hole locations are to blame for that. Really are tucked. Tough to get close to some of them.
You think it's because of the modern day distance and the lack of wind forecast, so they might have tucked them a little bit more than normal?
Yeah, I think the rules committee knew that with the winds staying 10 miles an hour or less for the most part throughout the day, they could go ahead and push the envelope a little bit.
Love to see that Hovland tee shot at 13. Els for birdie at 15 to get within a couple.
And great to see him playing so well. 52 years old.
Good 40-footer. Maybe 50 feet for Morikawa across the slope into the wind. Tester.
Yeah, he sure is. He's got a little more left there than what he wanted.
Matsuyama has his putt uphill left to right at 12. Ooh, the early walk. Love that.
Beautiful roll on that ball, wasn't it? It's pretty good up and down from well over the back there.
Scheffler, second shot, right off the top of a little knob.
Take a big skip and then check near the cup. There you go. That's great control. Only 2 or 3 paces behind that hole. It falls way off the back of the green. Finau at the drivable 12th for birdie. See how low he's got the hands. Toe of the putter way up in the air. Well done. He gets to 2 under.
So the approach putt to this position at 13 for Morikawa, and this is for par. And it just slides by. That is really, in my mind, the result of, I'm not sure about the tee shot, how well thought out that was. I heard you before I came on. You kind of like that play up the right. But with this right hole location, are you okay with that tee shot up the right and kind of through the fairway?
Yeah, I would rather have it up the right and hanging in the fairway the way Schauffele's did. But really no way to get inside of 30 or 35 feet at 13 anyway today. You're going to have to make a good 2-putt and get out of there with a par.
I was listening to you before I came on. I heard that. I like going left down 6.
Ooh, it's tough for this firm is what it's playing right now.
So there is the current state of play in the 150th Open at St Andrews. It's Cameron Young who continues to lead the way. It's great to have you with us wherever you're joining from around the world. Kurt Kitayama continuing his hot streak after contending last week at the Renaissance Club. Australia's Brad Kennedy with just the 3 holes left to play. 3 under par, coming in with 4 top 10s on the tour over in Japan. One of those that has a tendency to sneak under the radar. Same could be said of Scott Vincent. 2 wins in his last 3 months in Asia. Up to the 3rd with Joaquin Niemann.
Oh, he made a nice putt at the first. Get off to a good start. And keep that putter hot early in the round here. Had the line dialed in.
Danny Willett drove it on the green at 18. They left to righter here for an eagle 2 to get to 69 on the day, and right in the middle. Wow, what a way to finish for the former Masters champion. Anything under 70 is a good score.
So many players miss this putt. Low to the right. It just had enough speed for it to hold its line.
Tyrrell Hatton's in for par already, so no birdie for him. Got about 5 feet left for Scotty Scheffler. So a chance to pick up one here.
Taking a little extra time trying to get that ball lined up exactly the way he wants. Not quite at the point yet to where you got to start counting for the wind regarding the break on putts. Although, saying that big gust comes through. All of a sudden out of nowhere, Jay.
I know. That wind heard you and said, here I am, Trevor, I'm here. And the golf course really does need some wind.
Sure.
There's no protection. Very well hold there for Scheffler. I think the wind forecast over the weekend and even up until Monday, when it was supposed to be in the high teens, gusting up to near 30 all 4 days, I think we were all going, okay, this is going to be fun. And then the wind forecast dropped down there. You can see the wind as it is all around the golf course. Primarily out of the west-northwest. It's amazing how it gusts. The one right in the middle of your screen went from 4 to 20, 14, 8. It is amazing how it changes. Not consistent.
Schauffele driver out at 14.
Take it right between those two tents. This is headed way too far left here. That could be awkward there. The ball above his feet now.
Reasonable lie here. Second shot blind for Justin Thomas at 13. Terrible angle here. He's getting closer to the 5th hole than he is the 13th.
He is. There's the amateur champion on 5.
Wonder if he stopped. We'll find out. Back to 14 tee. McIlroy on the way.
This is perfect.
I followed Rory the second day at the JP McManus Pro-Am early last week. I've never seen a driving exhibition. He hit it up into some bottlenecks. Maybe there's water on one side, a fairway bunker on the other. He wasn't near one or the other. It was equidistant between the two. Driving it, so he was like he was hitting at 340, but picking which tabletop he wanted it to end on. It was amazing.
Yeah, when he gets in full flight with the driver, it is spectacular. Morikawa might be able to hold the fade up.
Let's go, Colin. Let's go. We love you, Colin. Let's go, Colin.
Well, they're going round the old, as they say in this part of the world. Great to see bumper crowds back. There would have been more if they'd been let in. Over 1.3 million applications for tickets, and that's just the ones that they counted. So great to have the crowds back. This is down 4, 2:05 left for Dustin Johnson.
Mostly left to right, a little bit hurting wind here for DJ.
Catching that front bunker there, you can just see it up against the lip. So hopefully he's got enough room to be able to get it out of there.
Looks like he can only go left.
Doesn't look very good right now, does it?
No. Leishman, similar shot. From this position, 20, 30 feet right of the hole is pretty good, taking that bunker that Dustin Johnson is in out of play.
Should be far enough away from the lip. In theory. In theory is something we say often around St Andrews. So Shane Lowry a little further away, but Hovland's going to come on.
Got to come up and over that shoulder off of the bunker there. Right here. That whole location at 13 is causing all sorts of problems today.
There we go, why it's playing closer to a par 5 at the moment than a par 4.
Yeah, that's right. More than half a stroke over par so far today.
They're pretty evenly matched, in theory, in terms of how many holes are in the red and the black on each of the 9s. The front 9 does play about half a shot easier, maybe even 0.7 at the moment. Some good spots to watch up on those grandstands, Trevor.
Yeah, sure are. Isn't it interesting that that front 9 is playing a touch easier, even though it is into the wind?
Yeah.
Gives the players more of a chance to slow that ball down, playing back into the wind.
So they're just waiting for the other green to clear. In the meantime, we find Ernie Els second on 16.
Home location on the right side here. Trying to bounce it up and over the ridge. Cruel game at times, isn't it?
It really is, but yeah, you can't miss it right. Tee shot for the world number 1 at the 4th.
Wow, how's that footwork?
And so much of it happens after impact, doesn't it?
All right, Scotty, let's go.
Gosh, he almost fell over there.
He very nearly fell over the other day, actually. He nearly got hit on that tee there by Tyrrell Hatton. Had some good fun with the crowd. Hid underneath his golf bag when the second one came along. It's good shouts of 4, of course. This is long range for Shane Lowry. Talk about shoulder turn.
139 feet. There's very few, if any, practice greens you can ever even practice a putt of that length.
It's something that John Rahm talked about coming into the week, the lag putts from range that are so unique to the double greens here at St Andrews, something that he certainly honed in on. Any drills, Trevor, that spring to mind from that far away?
Go putt down the main street would be the only way to practice it.
So Leishman's ball was further back in the bunker. But it's the next to come that's going to be really interesting from the sand.
So closer than Lowry, but not by much. Thomas just outside 123 feet. You went hip height to hip height on the backswing and follow through. This is pretty good.
I think it was David Toms, wasn't it, when he was playing with Tiger Woods in the 2000 Open, that actually aimed for the wrong pin as well on the way in. And he thought he'd hit a great shot, and his caddy's looking at him going, what are you doing? And obviously with the two colours, he couldn't see the other one. Nice little 8-iron, but a long way away, so it can happen. No one's doing that these days, though, are they? We've all learnt from each other's mistakes.
Yeah, yellow flags on the way out, red on the way in.
As expected, Dustin Johnson having to play away from the hole. Only shot direction that he had to play.
Mentally, are you thinking that you're going to have one of those per round? Do you kind of build that into your patience of your psyche when you're playing St Andrews?
Well, you hope not. You're hoping to try and avoid them all, but I think you have to deal with the fact that when it happens, you're just going to have to move on, try and get out of there with as little damage as possible.
Shane Lowry's just creeping up on it. Taylor Gooch is having a nice start to his day. 3 under to here, courtesy of birdies at 1, 2 and 5. This for another. Really pumps the brakes towards the end of that putt. So he'll stay in at 3 under par, share of 7th place inside the top 10. But plenty more holes left to come for Gooch.
Hovland for par at 13, breaking left to right. hammered that putt through the break.
Westwood after a nice drive at 18. This for eagle. Should make a right turn about here. Very good.
203 wedge to the 14th, 600 yards. This is his tee shot, 410.
Wow. Actually got a little unlucky that ball went through the fairway there, Jamie.
Yeah, but what's this one? Needs a, oh, slow down. Through the green with a wedge. How about that, Trevor?
Incredible. 616 yards today. Well over the back with the wedge.
Is it time to put my old curmudgeon hat on and say the ball's going too far?
No, not yet.
It's too early? Okay.
Wait a few more minutes. It's only Thursday. Nice look at the swing here. Hitting down on it with the wedge. Problem is, as you see there, getting too much grass caught between the face and the ball, and it came out screaming.
So there's for a birdie at the last for Lee Westwood. That's a round of 68 for him today. The man that came runner-up back in 2010. So a nice start to his championship, despite the double thrown in there at 2.
We saw Els go through the green at 16, putting back uphill and into the wind.
It's kind of awkward coming through the bowl there, isn't it?
Had to deal with so many different slopes. It's always difficult to get the pace correct there.
And look at this. Now found another bowl on the other side.
It's a good idea not to comment until the ball stops. I think we're going to learn that even more as the week goes on as well. As Barclay Brown, the amateur, there's more people from Sheffield, in fact, from England playing this week than there are Scots. A great round of 68 for the amateur today. Trying to follow in the footsteps of another Sheffield man in Danny Willett. Two most recent English major winners coming from that part of the world. So this is what's in front of Dustin Johnson, Jay.
It is not only a long par putt, but he's coming off the shoulder of the bunker about a third of the way there. Then it's going to go through a little shallow bowl, and the last third is downhill right to left. And just to add insult to injury, it's a little bit down breeze as well. That's a fantastic putt. Really good. Got it. He's around about 3 feet, so far from finished. But a good putt is relative to what's between you and the hole here at St. Andrews, and distances in there as well.
It's fair to say that ideal outcome isn't always holing it necessarily, depending on what's ahead of you. Up and over for Ernie Els.
It's going to be an untidy bogey there for him at 16, making his 31st start at the Open. 13 top 10s, 2 wins. Just incredible. Legend of the game.
It's a name everyone knows. Here's the ball placements down at 14. McIlroy through it. Schauffele and Morikawa short right.
Yeah, just waiting on the 4th green here, Allison. Rory goes through the green with a wedge. I'm not sure what club he should have hit. Unbelievable.
Wedge. How's the lie looking now?
It's all right, actually. It's a good spot because he's back into the wind. They're just waiting for the group to putt out on the 4th.
So what are you thinking? Trying to fly it over the first mound and see if you can get it to run up that second ridge?
Yeah, that's what I see, Trevor. I think when it's his turn, I think he's going to carry that mound. There's a little flat bit there. It's not a bad spot, this, and then run up that little bank. I'd rather have his than the other two. Although it's a bit of a 50-50, if I'm honest. Never an easy chip around this 14th green.
You can see there in the left corner, I believe that's Adam Scott. 4, but this is McIlroy at 14.
Well, Morikawa's got the putter out. He's just going to wait for DJ to putt on 4. And that's the trouble with St Andrews. You just have to have eyes in the back of your head, what's going on around you. And also he doesn't want to be put off as well.
So this for the bogey for Dustin Johnson.
Just keep an eye on the backstroke here. Does pull it a little inside at times. Well hold.
So the green light turns in your direction now, Jamie.
Yeah, I'd rather have Rory's looking at this again. This is difficult to get the speed. This would be so easy to put it off the green. He's got to hit it pretty firm to get up the bank, but then it's all downhill. Where the pin's cut, there's a slope just behind that, a couple of paces, so needs his best touch here, Morikawa with the putter.
Settle. Oh, there it goes. Off the other side.
Well, I think Schauffele's a little bit easier because the slope he's coming over isn't as steep. So he shouldn't have so much pace on the ball, this one. So definitely easier for Schauffele.
That's better.
Scheffler, second to the 4th. We know that bunker is there guarding anything short and left of the hole. Gonna play a draw in there against the wind. This whole location, this wind direction today, 20 feet right, is a good shot. Scheffler decided not to take the bunker on, but now it's feeding off of a slope. Really wanted to drive it down the right side at 4 today with this whole location. McIlroy, what can he do? Pitching back into the bank, into the wind. As Jamie thought that was the easier shot, and McIlroy made it look easy. Fantastic shot.
So that should be good enough to get back the one that he dropped on the previous hole.
Really impressive still though from that lie to judge how fast that ball was going to come out, what kind of bounce it was going to take once it got to the green.
He's done so much work on his wedge game this year. Really, everyone started talking about it at the Canadian Open where he won, well, around about a month and a half ago. But he's always been a good chipper and a good sand player.
Yeah, sure has.
His putting is streaky, but he's always has a good short game. I don't think Rory's gotten the credit he deserves over the years for his great touch around the greens. Morikawa. It's going to be 3 from just short of the green with the putter, but the difficulty of going up that steep slope, putting downwind that Morikawa had for his 3rd made for difficult going.
Kind of want to get one there at the par 5 though, because 15, 16, 17 are playing quite difficult today before you get to the easy 18th.
This for eagle at the 9th for Sam Bairstow. Runner-up in the recent amateur championship over here. Drops it in. What a thrill. And he's back to level par through 9.
That'll settle the nerves nicely for him. Heading to the second 9. Now, Leishman. At 5, a nice low ball flight to get as much run as he can down that fast fairway.
Such a product of his environment, Warrnambool by the sea. It didn't have much of a chipping area where he was. And didn't have that many kind of practice facilities, and so he just played loads and loads of golf. And there's the man, Tiger Woods, who's off in around about half an hour's time, 28 minutes or so. Didn't play the course yesterday, just stayed out on the range much like this, and was throwing out all sorts of ball flights, highs, lows. Really was so invested in his practice, Trevor.
Yeah, I did get in here early though and spent a bunch of time on the golf course in prep. Probably more and better preparation than each of the other 2 majors that he's played this season.
Yeah, which is something he says he's going to have to do as well, because he might not be able to have the health to play his way into each of the majors. Louis Oosthuizen has the company of Harris English and the world #1 ranked amateur in Kita Nakajima. Out at 2:48 local time, I should say, so about 15 minutes or so. Porrig Harrington, Thomas Peters and Keith Mitchell. That's a game of all sorts, isn't it? And here we have Tiger Woods alongside the newly minted US Open champion in Matt Fitzpatrick. And twice a winner this season, Max Homa gets the company of his idol today here in the opening round of the Open. Following them is Jordan Spieth, John Rahm and Harold Varner III. And a couple more young guns coming through. And the likes of Sam Burns and Mito Pereira. They're out with Patrick Cantley today. So that's all coming your way this afternoon.
Play driving at 15. Left hole location, so the further up the right you can go, the better.
Yeah, really narrows up right around 300 yards, but he's done a great job keeping it in that tiny piece of fairway down there.
Long iron for McIlroy, 300 to the gap. This club should get it there easily. I thought he might be tempted off this tee with the driver. Just a 330 iron. A few guys are having to go at this in practice. But those 3 bunkers 60 yards short, little pop bunkers. Yeah, smart play just to lay up here for Morikawa. He's got the fairway metal out. There's some rough down the left-hand side to be avoided, and a bank.
He couldn't quite do that. So he's in the longer stuff up that left-hand side.
Down in the rough, Hovland.
Oh my God. How'd it go?
Blind shot. Clearly he didn't like how it came off. And well, we can see why.
Oh, he's going to be on one of the 15th tees, looks like. If you were being positive, you'd say he's got a good angle.
That is a good angle, no question about it. A lot of green to work with. L's off the tee at 17.
What was your letter you chose, Trevor, over 17?
Not that one right there.
That wasn't on the letters. Oh. That's on someone's balcony.
But I thought anywhere over the sign and you were going to be just fine.
What does that mean?
But unfortunately, that's hit the wall and kicked into the hotel.
Taylor Gooch at 7. This is a wicked putt up and over a big mound. Such unique golf course, green complexes. There's nothing you can prepare for, nowhere you can prepare for this test.
Huge tee shot down here at the par 5 for Thomas. Can he keep it on the right level? Doesn't look like it. It's just going to creep over. Will it stay out of the bunker? No, it won't. My goodness. That was rather harsh, wasn't it?
That was. I mean, I didn't see that left turn coming at the very end. You could, but when it was going by the hole, you thought it's going to go back there in McIlroy territory.
So there's the aforementioned group of Nakajima, Oosthuizen and English.
This is game number 43. On the tee, from South Africa, Louis Oosthuizen.
Champion golfer of the year here in 2010. And runner-up the next time round in 2015 as well. You could say he has a little course form, Louis Oosthuizen.
On the tee, from the USA, Harris English.
The world number 30. Good to see him back stitching together some competition after his hip surgery earlier this season. Took nearly, I think it was about 4 or 5 months off competitive golf.
Been working really hard with his coach, Justin Parsons, back in Sea Island, trying to get things back, get that swing back in sync.
On the tee, from Japan, Keita Nakajima.
The head of coaching for Golf Japan calls Keita a Rolls Royce of a golfer. He says it's not if, it's when this guy finds his feet on tour. He's already won on tour as an amateur back in Japan.
Trying to follow in the footsteps of Matsuyama. Kind of familiar swing with a little pause at the top, kind of similar to a Hideki.
Yeah, they've been clever, the Japanese, the young Japanese contingent, in that they've got a lot of Scots scratch players on their bags as well that know St Andrews. On the bag of Keita this week is Ryan Lumsden. That's not him, he's further back in picture. He's a biomechanist who works with Minji Lee and Hannah Green, Minwoo Lee as well, part of the Golf Australia program. Back down to Morikawa, Jamie.
Yeah, he's got nothing from this side. As you shouldn't if you miss the fairways here, really. He's got to have some defence. 148. I don't think he can go at the pin. He's got to play down the right-hand side here, Morikawa, and try and get it pin high. Similar sort of shot to the 13th out of the rough.
Quite come out the way he thought it would there. That's going to be a tricky putt over the shoulder of the bunker.
Oh, I don't like that one, Trevor. Rory from a great lie. 133. Oh, he's hit that into orbit.
Just a terrible bounce off of the downslope.
Yeah, those were the shots that he was kind of criticised for at Royal St George's in terms of how high he was hitting a lot of his wedges. He's been honing in so much on the lower types of wedges coming into this week, the last couple of months. But the high ones can come in handy when you're downwind looking for those high softers.
Yeah, that needed to pitch another couple of yards, didn't it? And that's what Schauffele would be looking at. There's a little bank just short of this pin, little mound. Being pitched into that from 129.
Going left.
Should be good.
Well, bringing it in right to left on the wind, and he didn't hit the down slope. He hit the side slope. It was working in towards the hole, and oops, I think I'll go over to the right.
It was out of bounds for Ernie Els, so unfortunately this is his 4th at the 17th. I don't think that's going to stick there either, is it? Wind was trying to hold it up.
Very similar shot for a fellow Irishman, Shane Lowry, to what McIlroy had. He took it a little bit lower. Good result, though.
This for the par for Taylor Gooch. Not to be, so first drop shot of the day comes his way.
Looks like he's got enough room to make a backswing there. Chop down on it.
Back into the little collection area it rolls. Such fine margins on these greens.
And he got a mouthful of sand to add insult to injury.
Thought sandwich was last time round.
A lot of club. Second shot on the par 5, 5th for Dustin Johnson. Lands it into the slope and just took all the momentum out. It's going to roll back down to the bottom.
Yeah, it's going to get a big workout down there today. Call it 50 feet plus for Scotty Scheffler at 4. Oh, gone. 2 in a row for the world number 1. From the most unlikeliest of places. That going in, it almost feels like it saves you 1.5 from range on some of these greens here this week. Back to the opening hole. It's just a slight uphill lie for Oosthuizen.
You see the flags at the back. Wind in and out of the right. Got to make a decision here if you're going to try and ride the wind or hold it up. Don't want to be short. And consequently, we see a lot of players just give it that little bit extra down at the bottom. Make sure they get it over the burn.
How much of the opening hole is laying back to a number, depending on the pin?
I think with that front hole location, it's extremely important.
Yeah.
But still, so tough to judge how much run out you're going to get on that tee shot.
Tricky to work out the run out on the greens as well. This is Colin Morikawa all the way back there, Jamie.
Yeah, he's on the green, but he's changing clubs.
He actually is, isn't he? I thought you were kidding, but he's just put his glove on.
He had no putt. If he'd have got a putt within 15 feet, he had no chance with the putter here. Just coming over this first ridge, and he goes all over the place. There's a little depression as well between him and the pin. So he's going to chip it.
Oh, this is fantastic. Do you like this play?
I wouldn't like it.
You wouldn't like to be playing it, but you don't mind him playing it.
This is his best chance of getting within 5 feet. Probably he can carry the mound. He has to get some grab on it. Then it'll just go down into the hollow and up the other side. But boy, oh boy, this is tough.
All about the second bounce. Needs it to check on that second bounce. There you go. Not too bad. Just a tough spot to be in.
So from the sand to here, Justin Thomas down in just that little knoll. collection area. Up, over, gave it every chance. You can see it's almost knee high. So it's going to be a par for Justin Thomas, up to 17. Par a distant memory at the road hole for Ernie Els after carving it into the hotel on the right. They did actually install rubber tiles after the last Open here. They were sick of replacing them as the balls were carved in there. Back to Rory.
Yeah, and that wind's picking up into Rory's face here on 15, and he's uphill as well. 60 feet. Bit of right to left at the end.
No harm, no foul from long range. So at least relatively stress-free with the next. This for birdie. Try and get back to level par for Shane Lowry. There he goes. 156 players, top 70 in ties make it through to the weekend. He's just outside the top 40, but plenty more golf to come. So this is for the double for Ernie Els. Well holed in the end, but it's 3 drop shots in the last 2 holes for the Big Easy, back to 2 under par. So let's go back to the first tee. The next group's ready to play.
This is game number 44. On the tee, from Ireland, Pottering Harrington.
Champion Golf of the Year 2007-2008, coming off a wonderful victory, US Seniors Open in the States.
Quite incredible to think that was his first ever USGA title. He's happy to have one in the house now.
On the tee, from Belgium, Thomas Pieters.
Winner in Abu Dhabi in the Rolex Series on the DP World Tour earlier this season. Wildly talented Belgian. I like the look at that little stinger as well.
On the tee, from the USA, Keith Mitchell.
The 30-year-old, he's the world number 54, posted a couple of top 10s at the Travellers and in Canada. That's how he got his appearance here this time round. His sister actually went up to St Andrews University just up the road. It's a little local knowledge in the Mitchell camp, perhaps. That might be some of them in the crowd. I think they're yelling for Paddy. The Irishman, a fan favourite wherever he goes. Likes his chances as well this week, understandably so, in form. Up and over for birdie for Xander Schauffele. Can he? Oh, very nearly. Just shies by for Dustin Johnson. So it's a birdie, par, par, bogey, par start for the American.
There's another one right for Ernie Els, but this one's okay. And yes, it sneaks just onto the green. That's okay.
It's going to stay there as well. First time I saw the 18th, couldn't believe how high the back right corner was. It's got so much slope up there. The camera angles always have a tendency of flattening things out.
Defending champion Colin Morikawa, this is for par. Lovely par. It's not been a great day so far.
Putting back towards it for his birdie, Oosthuizen. Little change up in the commentary box. Ali Whitaker, Thomas Bjorn, and we'll hear from Tony Johnson when he stops faffing around with his headset.
There's more buttons in this comms box than there are in an airline cockpit.
You can imagine him with a mobile phone, can't you? Gosh, send us strength. It was a good day. An opening round of 64 for Cameron Young. Golf runs in that family. His father, David, a PGA Tour pro, perhaps a little knowledge in that camp. So of the players out on course, Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele, best placed at 5 under, 4 under respectively. Thomas, what was your mind frame going into the majors on day one?
Now you're all about just getting out there and enjoying the environment and trying and shoot numbers, red numbers. Red numbers always keeps you in championship, especially in the Open Championship. Certainly, some of the others it's more difficult to have that mindset. But I always felt in Open Championships, get something red numbers the first day, and then just kind of set you up for the week.
Yeah, I've heard of a couple of people that when they're early out as well, pretending like the leader's already at, say, 6 or 7 under and they're trying to chase. With that chasing mindset works better for them.
Morikawa just trying to cut a little 3-wood down there as well.
Almost just rolled back into a little depression. See what the lie's like for the next.
Scheffler on the 5th. Long way back here, going to wood. Spinning up a bit. And a tricky one coming up from short of the 5th green.
There's the great man. Not one single person out here that's not looking forward to watching Tiger Woods. Would you bet against him? I wouldn't.
Well, not around here. This is a golf course where you feel like he could go. He knows what to do, where to hit it. It's not about perfection. It's about a mindset. It's about working.
Hang on, Tiger. You all right? Yeah.
So you wouldn't bet against him here.
There's down the last, Ernie Els. Just a hair over 63 feet left. See the ball placements of the birdies. Couple of eagles as well today. This to join them from long range.
Yeah, that never really looked like it. I mean, even the stroke just looks so weak.
Justin Thomas on the upslope. Very quiet with the legs, giving it the hands and arms. It's going to come out high and it's going to come out pretty soft too. And even then with the firmness of these greens, look at it run on.
Up and over the slope for eagle for Brad Kennedy as well. Not one you're expecting to make that often, so that next one coming for a final birdie for Kennedy.
Tricky one for Shane Lowry here. Ball below his feet in the rough. Oh, he's hit a wonderful one here. Absolutely beautiful shot out there. To get that kind of understanding of what the ball is going to do takes a lot of imagination.
Ernie Els, can he finish with a birdie? Sadly, the answer is no.
A little bit of a painful finish in the end. 3 over for the last 3, and an opportunity missed there with a 3-putt par for Ernie Els. Round of 70 still for Ernie Els today, but he's given a couple back to the field.
Go out to the 6-hole, Paul Casey for birdie. Oh, we couldn't see it, but it went right in the middle. It disappeared anyway.
Kennedy, we know there's a bit of right to left in it. We've seen it so many times over the years, and that's beautifully holed.
Opening round of 4 under par for the Australian in a share of 4th place as it is. But there's the view you've been waiting for. St Andrews, yes, but the man standing back there on the tee in Tiger Woods. He's got a photo in his office of him as an amateur sitting on the Swilcan Bridge. It was his first ever Open, came at St Andrews. Been a lot of highs, couple of lows since then, but he's made his way back here in 2022.
This is game number 45. On the tee from the USA, Tiger Woods.
One of the finest shot shapers ever to play the game. Won here in 2000 for his first career Grand Slam. Backed it up again in 2005. 2 of his 3 Opens have come on this very turf.
On the tee from England, Matt Fitzpatrick.
He too came here as a young boy. He won the St Andrews Boys Open in 2008, but he's returned here this time as a major champion. After his US Open victory, believes he's got more to come.
On the tee from the USA, Max Homa.
Not sure anyone was more thrilled by their pairing this week than Max Homa. He said, "Hey, golf gods, we're even. Can't believe this is real. Yes, it's corny, but who cares? I'm playing with the GOAT." But he too, twice a winner on the PGA Tour this season. Great player, great sense of humour in his own right.
Well, they talk about Tiger Stinger. That thing never got above head height. That bodes well if the wind is, if it gets up. Love seeing that shot, Thomas.
There's nothing better to see somebody that's got that control. Nobody did it better than Tiger Woods, but they all seem to learn to do it on the back of what he did.
He made that shot cool. You could say he made the game cool as well. He is a sporting icon and a name synonymous with the best in the world.
This is a little bit tricky for Xander Schauffele. He's got to try and land it over that bunker and at the bottom and then kind of roll it up to that flag. Got more spin than he wanted. Good shot though.
Justin Thomas. Second shot was pretty good, but it just trickled on and on and on. Get 2 putts from there and hit the next tee.
Well, Rory McIlroy on 16 out of the rough as well. He's a bit closer than Xander Schauffele was. So they set out a bit right. They're just going fast. It's a bit tricky from there. It's up, all the way up to the green. Not the easiest.
Chance to get into red numbers on the board for Shane Lowry for this birdie putt. Yeah, just lacking in pace.
It's not too bad this for McIlroy. Might jump around a little bit, but putting up the slope, bit of right to left for him.
Yes, beautifully judged.
Back on the front nine, look at that ball coming in, and Scottish Scheffler behind him there. This is for birdie. That's come on the 13th. That's a lovely putt. That came from the 13th. Whoever has that putt on 13's got a long putt coming out.
I thought he hadn't noticed it, but he certainly had. He gave it a quick glimpse, did not let it break his concentration, and nicely holed.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool customer, so is this guy, Dustin Johnson.
Well, these greens definitely speeded up as the day's gone on. The wind's drying them out, getting progressively quicker.
Yeah, they definitely are, Tony. No doubt about that. Left to right for Morikawa for a much needed birdie.
Three bogeys, 3 birdies on the card for Morikawa today. Just 2 chances left coming home. One of them's easier than the other. And it goes for Dustin Johnson.
Good chance here for Schauffele. Just a bit of left to right, up the green.
So just the 4 at 16 for Xander Schauffele, but still a very nice day's work. There he is in a share of 4th with the 2 left towards the walk home here at St Andrews. He trails Cameron Young by 4. Not a bad day's work as well, given he started with that bogey. So there's the ball placements down the first. Woods with the shortest of the approaches. 183 still left in for Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. 183, long way back for Fitzpatrick, as you mentioned. This is a difficult shot. He'll be playing centre of the green here.
The voice of Anthony Wall out following this group today. What are conditions like out there at the moment by your standards, Wally?
Yeah, it's pretty benign for links. Tiger's got 114 from quite a meaty divot, not ideal. With the front pins here, he'll be looking one place, and that's the fat part of this green. But yeah, it's reasonably cool. I'd say there's probably nearly a clubber breeze, and the wind has definitely changed direction a little. So I think this front nine is playing harder than it did this morning. Gonna have to really push this down. This has got to go.
In the divot, in the drink for Tiger Woods.
Well, certainly not what we've all been looking forward to watching down the first. So been looking forward to watching them get out and play, and what a bad break. Deep divot. A lot of these divots out here too are very shallow because of the firmness of the ground.
Max Homer sending it behind the flag. That's always what you tend to do when you see somebody dunk it in the water. You just, I'll just give it a little bit extra here. Be on the safe side. Yeah, it's unfortunate, wasn't it? You know, you kind of hit a nice shot down, and you come down and find yourself in a divot. Really got to get it back in the stands and make sure you get the ball. You can just see there's too much dirt and dust going up there. He's not caught it clean.
Thomas, we've all visited the Silken Burn over the years on occasion, but when it's that front flag and you've got to drop short of it, it's a nasty little chip, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not easy, the one he's got coming up. You know, I'd say he would drop it very, very close to the burn and just try and chip it over. With his short game, it shouldn't be that big of a problem.
Morikawa to tidy up his par. Oh dear. Didn't scare the hole unusually.
Just struggling to find some momentum today, Morikawa.
Yeah, y'all too.
Next out, another all-star cast in Jordan Spieth, John Rahm and Harold Varner III. It's going to be Jordan Spieth to play away, the world number 12.
This is game number 46. On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
The game's better for it when he's in the hunt. Champion back in 2017, one of the most electric players in golf.
On the tee from Spain, John Rahm.
He doesn't think it gets any better than playing an Open Championship at St Andrews. It's a sentiment shared by many in the field and off it this week. Came so close just 12 months ago at Royal St George's.
Swing there.
On the tee from the USA, Harold Viner III.
Another young man that came over early in the lead-up, went and played a lot of golf around Ireland last week, Port Marnock amongst others. And his effort to prepare for this.
Well, he's worked out that low chaser, hasn't he, while he was in Ireland? Such a good thing to do if you haven't played a lot of links golf. Got to get the experience of playing that variety of shots.
Up at the green. This is the 4th for Tiger Woods. Straightforward for some. Not for you, Tony. You'll be dropping again.
Have palpitations on that chip, wouldn't you? Man, he made that look so simple.
On the 17th tee. It's a great view, isn't it? Of what's ahead.
Look at that ball go. Just look at it. Stop. Never stops.
Must have been 100 yards of run on that. Easily.
Rory's launched it. High little fade down 17. That's what you buy tickets for. Seems to have a decent lie there as well. Let's go back to one with Fitzpatrick and his birdie opportunity.
Yeah, just down the hill, downwind. You really want to get a good one off on the first green when you got a pace pop, and that's excellent. Tough one for Scotty Scheffler. Can't really land it up on the top, I don't think, and stop it. Dear, he didn't get the strike on this one. Long and left, a little bit ugly from the world number 1.
See what Max Homa learnt from Fitzpatrick. Not a dissimilar line. A decent roll for the man who's now inside the top 20. Sneaky Max Homa.
Well, here's someone that's going well. He's 3 under after 6 holes, and there's another birdie. Not quite.
The others have all finished up in this group, so pars for Fitzpatrick and Homa. This for bogey for Tiger Woods, and that goes in the category of things you didn't see you'd think you'd see this week.
All the practice, all the preparation. It's a bit of a body blow, but there's nobody tougher. Never has been in the world of golf than Tiger Woods.
Good bit back here for Dustin Johnson on the upslope. He's playing into the wind now, and that's why they get the stop.
So he enters the loop. We drift back down to the second tee, just on the other side of the Swilkenburn.
Yeah, look, sort of going back towards the meat of the wind. So driver really is the play, and Fitzpatrick wants to get up the right if you can. That gives you more of a chance to attack this pin. This is a tight one also. Always quite a demanding tee shot.
Yeah, that's better. He had those, that looper left that he hit off the first. He hit a lot of those last week, and hopefully he's finding a way to work it out of the system.
Yeah, he did leave himself a long way back, really struggled at the first. That was not the tee shot you're looking for, but that was nice. I watched Max Homer on the range. Wow, he swings it good. Very rarely did he hit any low shots, because he does like to penetrate it naturally. Nice, smooth takeaway.
This is heading down the right-hand side. There's a bunker. This misses that. It's in the rough. It's going to be tough to this flag position.
Just a note, Tiger Woods on the putting green was putting some deep heat on his back on the putting green in between putts. So maybe he's just feeling one or two issues out there. So maybe just try and take it easy, play into the day. He'll be looking to cut this one, I would have thought, into this breeze, aiming down the left.
Oh, goat! Come on, Tiger.
It's heading towards that bunker. Oh, it misses this nicely. That's okay.
Rahm. Relishes these wedge shots. Normally got great control. Oh, oh, oh. Would be very disappointed with that, I think.
.382 yards from the tee, Rory McIlroy, only to be trumped by Xander Schauffele, who's 404 down there. Goodness gracious me. Good 150 if that was roll.
Yeah, you'd definitely rather have McIlroy's out of the fairway. We're still trying to bounce it up. Oh, Rory, there's this danger. There's this danger. And that's not good. At all.
I was waiting for a little addition on the end of it. That is just horrendous.
Sixth green, Scheffler. Now it's like chance for birdie.
Oh my. That's got away from him.
Well, there you go, a couple of top players in the world playing like you and me, Tony.
I think both of you did all right. Just going to throw that out there. So perhaps buoyed by a little confidence after 3 consecutive birdies from 3 to 5. Scotty Scheffler, there he is, with a tester to come. A little bit of a mix in terms of the names on the front page of the leaderboard, but we were somewhat expecting that. He's more of a strategist than a bomber's golf course, but don't tell Schauffele that. He's only got about 100 yards left.
Uh-oh. Oh. From what looked like an absolutely fantastic second, he now has all sorts of issues.
Spieth on the first. Good part of his game there's. That's okay.
Said last week at the Scottish Open was the most unprepared he'd felt for an event. Got in the Tuesday night. Still managed to contend nonetheless. Jordan Spieth. So this is for the par for Scheffler. Good 4 or 5 feet of it. Nicely holed.
I'll leave this to you, Thomas. I'm bailing out now. Uh-oh.
He's actually short of the bunker, so this is pretty good. And I thought he had the bunker in between him and the flag, but he didn't. So he could take the putter, but you still have to execute. He executed it fantastically.
Back to the first, Rahm. The only sensible club. Got the pin out, so he had intentions.
Well, the one thing it's always going to do when you putt it from here is it's going to bounce straight away. And they've all been on it in practice. There you go, there's the bounce.
And once it takes that bounce, it comes up with so much topspin. I saw Jordan Spieth there yesterday blading wedges off that road, and it seemed to work pretty well.
That was pretty well done as well from Xander Schauffele. Back to 1.
Oh my goodness. I'm wondering if maybe the practice putting green was slower than the greens on the course, because they're all blasting it on those early holes.
Morikawa for birdie, the only one that's playing it the easier way after 3 of them. Another one slides by. It's not been the best of days for the defending champion.
You can see why the 17th was the toughest hole on the entire PGA Tour in 2015. Back to 2, Tiger.
Wow. It's coming back, but there's no way he was expected to pitch it quite that far. Looking a little mystified.
Oh, what a scene here on 17. This huge grandstand, packed, and about 10 deep below that as well. Looking down at this brilliant hole that's 17, the road hole. It's the pin position that makes this green, and it's tucked tight to the bank here. Schauffele putting up the green, should be a little right to left. All green slopes towards the 18th tee.
Man, of a 407-yard bullet off the tee. That is so frustrating.
Back on the front 9, Dustin Johnson on 7. Down the hill. And that's very, very good speed control there from the former world number 1.
Oh, this is a devilishly difficult par putt for McIlroy, outside the hole, on the left.
And a great 4 in the end. So he stays alongside Cameron Smith as Cameron Young's best place challengers. And it goes for a 4 for Morikawa, but he heads to the 18th tee over par, not something he's done much in his major career so far.
Seventh tee, Scotty Scheffler. There's a nice big bump out there that you want to try and get over, but then you have to stop it before a big cross bunker. You can go left of it, but they've all been kind of complaining this week that in practice they couldn't pitch it out over the hump and stop it before the bunker, but he succeeded to do that, so that means that it's into the wind. Good position off the tee.
I think it was Nicholas that said the compass has 360 degrees, and so there are that many wind directions at St Andrews. And he said, worse yet, they seem to change quite often. Down the back of the green, Wally's there.
Yeah, Max Homa sort of left himself down the ridge, had no real chip from short left of the bunker, so he's struggling for 4. Now Woods is back up the hill into the breeze. Took a big wince as he walked onto the green. I think there's a bit of discomfort there, to say the least. This is pretty slow, right to left. He just needs to get moving, I think.
That is such a good putt. There's nobody better in bouncing back after a disappointment.
Jordan Spieth down the second. All 3 of this group made a 4 at the opening hole. It's fun watching the spotters as they go along. They kind of, because on all the blind tee shots on the front 9, it's almost like they're lighting the towers down the coastline, passing the message along.
Yeah, it should be. I thought it was Fitzpatrick, but Max Homa's going to go first. This is a straighter putt, completely different line really to Tiger, even though he's just managed to stay up on the ridge. And you just saw how the old course will bite you. Poor tee shot, really bad lie, quite uncharacteristic, but once you're out of position with some of these tight pins on this front 9, you really are struggling. This will be a huge bonus. He could roll this in.
Not this time round. Back to the tee. John Rahm.
Aiming this one down the left-hand side and trying cutting it back. Just a little bit more it needs. Yeah, good bounce. That's perfect.
He would have been worried there for a second. Cheap's bunker, that enormous, cavernous bunker there, just gobbles up golf balls. Perfect now, though.
That's an excellent second shot in here for Fitzpatrick. So this is for birdie. It's interesting that he's putting without the flag in this week. And he obviously thinks that the ball bounces off these flags. Normally he would putt with flags in most weeks.
Poor Casey, yes. Beautifully done. Didn't look like it could miss from 4 feet out.
So he joins the fray at 4 under par. Through his first 8, 4 birdies in his last 6 holes. Casey up to Scheffler though at 7.
Okay, your feel is way more important than what I'm thinking on this type of shot, right? Yeah, I got it. Totally trust your feel. Right? Finishing right on the open. Yeah, there you go.
Try to get the nudge down off the slope. It's fine from there, could only see half of the flag stick from back on the fairway at 7. This is such a lovely scene, isn't it, Jamie? Rory on 18.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Flank both sides, people all the way up the street. It's incredible. McIlroy, 345, got the iron out. You can reach easy. Put this driving iron this week. It's going to be a great club for him. To bound on up there, be aiming at the clock.
It's amazing to watch. It really is amazing. No idea where it's going to end up, and it ended up on the green.
It's a nice little shake of the head from you there, Thomas. Pin high left. What's Morikawa got?
Fairway metal, not as long as Rory, but this is enough. Thought that was heading up the steps, that one.
Little sawn off cut swing.
In through the valley. Up, 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 up. No. Back down. Tricky one coming up.
Thomas, it's one of the widest shots, isn't it, in professional golf, but it doesn't feel like that on the tee sometimes.
I've hit the Russacks a few times.
There's a few people watching out of there today. Packed stands here on the 18th.
Go.
Iron for Schauffele here too. Hoping it keeps chasing.
Yeah, didn't quite get the bounce, the fast bounce, so that's going to end up short of the green. Using a putter from there. Well, Jordan Spieth is having a nice look at this flag on the second. Throw it in 20 feet behind and try and get some stop on it. Well, you can't believe a ball could sit up there. It's difficult to describe how tall that mound is.
It's defying gravity. Trevor Immelman's joined us back in the box. Woods on the third. Interesting start, Trevor.
Yeah, kind of caught me off guard when he mishit that approach into the first, into the burn. Awful start. Can he find a way to get some momentum going?
It was a long way left that on the third, wasn't it? It was almost out of bounds on 15.
Sure was, kind of
16
like
or wherever it is.
like two as well. He pulled it. Let's just take a look here. Look at the crowds behind. Everyone trying to get some video, photograph. See there, just trying to save it on the way through, and overcooked it.
This one is pretty straightforward as well. Just left of the flag in behind. Nice stop there. That's a good chance for Jon Rahm. That's exactly what you're trying to do.
One of the best receptions in golf, this. No matter what the day, no matter what the player. I think I can see your ball up on the balcony on the Russacks up there, Thomas. Is it 2 blue dots? But a great start for Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, it really has been a joy to watch him today. This is what he hoped for. He's a danger in any championship, but when he's off to a good start, watch out.
Hasn't been playing any football in the lead up to this one as well. That might have been a factor. That's what took him out in 2015 for that edition. Good look at birdie here for Scotty Scheffler. He's had a few of those already today. Good looks, hasn't had that many misses. He's 3 under par. That one goes by on the high side.
Back on the 17th green, Shane Lowry for birdie. That's a good putt. He's Been a bit of a messy day. It was a messy start, really. 3 over par. He's got it back to level.
Harold Varner the third for his birdie at 2.
There you go. Always nice to make a long putt early in the round.
Yeah, he was supposed to play the Scottish Open last week. He decided not to and hang out in Ireland. Maybe that was a good decision. Jamie, what's he facing here?
Oh, a long putt, but it's for an eagle. It's not going to break too much, actually. Thought it was going to be a lot of left to right. Not what I see. Might go back the other way at the end of the hole.
That putt was worth every clap.
Been a fantastic round for McIlroy. Just the one little hiccup there at 13 when he missed it to the right of the green and couldn't get it up and down. Other than that, spectacular.
Final birdie in an opening round of 66. Puts him within 2 of the lead. Good day's work. And like you say, nice to see him getting off, jumping out of the gates.
Well, the crowd love him. No doubt about that. Now, this is steep. Up the Valley of Sin, up this big bank. For Schauffele. And it's quite a bit of right to left, going up the bank and the other side. But it's slow. This is very difficult to get the right speed here for the American.
Yeah, just some delightful touch from down there in the valley. It's near on shoulder height in places. This is for bogey at 17, I'm afraid, for Justin Thomas. It's bunkered off the tee. So that's for double coming back.
Morikawa would have got a little bit of a feel for the speed watching Schauffele's putt. Let's see if he can get it inside of 3 or 4 feet. Don't think so.
Back to 17. Chance for 2 in a row for Victor Hovland. No one's giving a 3 back at the penultimate hole here at St Andrews. It's been steady today. 5 birdies, just the 2 dropped shots.
Scheffler for par. Nice positive stroke here. Yeah, there you go. Well, now then. There's a few humps and hollows on the way here.
He's got to tiptoe his way across that ridge, doesn't he? He's done quite well. How about that?
He's done very well. That putt would have been a much different equation if it had rolled down that slope, rewarded with a birdie 3. So we go back to the last.
Well, just to finish with a birdie. Nothing has gone Colin Morikawa's way today. That was a nice stroke. It really was a nice stroke. Not a good round of golf for him. He would have wanted a lot more. 72. It's difficult to be the defending champion of any golf tournament. And And this one is certainly probably the hardest of all, and on this venue. A lot of things going on for the defending champion, but not the start he wanted. But there's another day tomorrow.
The bagpipes are going. They almost always are, if you can believe that, in St Andrews on weeks like this. It's a nice putt up and over the ridge from here, from down in the valley for Xander Schauffele. Has to settle for par in the end, a round of 69 for the winner of last week's Genesis Scottish Open of the Travellers, the JP McManus, the most informed man in golf. But he's inside the top 10. Here's Rory McIlroy. And on opening at 66.
Nice to see the members play.
An ideal way to start his campaign.
Yeah, it's been a busy few weeks for him. He's been a spokesman for the game of golf, and he's done that extremely well. But he's really refocused himself for this week, and it's nice to see him come out and shoot this number. It's a lot more fun when he's right up there at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, sure is. And even though he's had so much on his mind and come to the 150th Open that he desperately wants to win at the home of golf, he seemed so nice and calm and relaxed in the preparation. At ease, comfortable in his own skin, and we all know that's when he plays his best.
Yeah, we saw so much of that when he played with Tiger Woods, Lee Trevino, Georgia Hall in the Celebration of Champions on Monday evening. Here is Tiger Woods, his third at the third.
It's a bit of a messy start, this. It really is. Is that going to hang on?
So work left to do. Back to the wind-guarded 8th tee, nestled into the grandstands.
It's tough when you're in there to get the wind direction right. You've got to trust it. Got to trust what your caddy is telling you.
Yeah, I always found that this is one of the tougher shots to get the right distance control. Never quite sure if that wind is helping or hurting there. That ball bounced through.
Fitzpatrick at the third, around about 50 feet or so.
Yeah, and this one's with the flag in, and the last was with the flag out. Still making up his mind.
What a view here at 18. Hovland set to go.
Oh no. Hang on.
Rory Cantor.
He was nervous about it, wasn't he? He was nervous that it was going too far right, and then he'll be happy with where it is. I'm not going to say excellent shot, because it certainly wasn't a shot he wanted to hit, but it's ended up in a good spot.
Still up and over required for Tiger Woods for his par.
Some work left. Maybe he missed that short one at the first.
Just the iron for Lowry.
Yeah, this would be low on chasing.
That only went about triple overhead in surfing terms.
You got to be an Aussie to understand what you're talking about there, Ali.
If the three of us stood on each other's shoulders, we might work it out. So a little out to the left, but down there at the last for Lowry. He talks about the next phase of his career, Tiger Woods, in the fact that the lead up is going to be so much different. He's going to have to travel to site, and a lot earlier. He might not be able to play as many weeks in and get match fit, Trevor, as he'd like to. It's just the adjustments of the next phase for him, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a really difficult situation because you come into these biggest events where there's the most pressure and the strongest fields, and you feel just a little rusty. Not quite got enough competitive reps under his belt to know exactly what to expect. Now, he's probably the most talented golfer ever to walk on the planet, and certainly one of the most accomplished, but still, it's a tall task.
Yeah, one of the best thinkers too. He's already trying to work out what he can do in his home weeks to try and get himself ready. What does he have to change in the weeks before?
Casey on 9. Just hit the sprinkler head there on the way. It's done well. He has to go out in 5 under par.
This is John Parry for Eagle at 14 to get 2 in the red. And it goes. He's been stringing together a couple of top 10s on the Challenge Tour this year. So a couple of extra names are in the clubhouse now, the likes of Rory McIlroy. After that 66, Xander Schauffele. He's done for the day as well. Just 1 shot worse, but still very good golf from 2 of the best players in the game. They're inside the top 10, which is thrilling for us, as it always is at the Open at St Andrews. Good start from Minwoo Lee. Round of 69 for him today, out in the first group alongside Paul Lowry. We're out at 6:35 today. Here's Jordan Spieth. Some good numbers over there on the left. Cumulative score to par since 2015. Spieth leads the way there by some margin over Koepka and Stenson.
Lovely strike there. Nice and aggressive down and through the firm turf. Compressing that ball, generating a ton of spin.
He loves it, doesn't he? He really does love playing this type of golf. It suits him so well. He works so hard in every golf tournament, but this week everybody has to work hard, so he's more prepared, I think, in his mind.
He's such a great artist, the way he can move the ball around. Great imagination.
This is where the ball of Scotty Scheffler ended up, through the back of 8. I imagine that's going to be a popular spot today as well. Wind still maybe just strengthening a hair out there. Really about meant to get about 10 to 15 miles per hour and over 20 with some of the gusts. So let's take a look at how it is now.
Yeah, even though there is some there, just not quite enough to really be concerning the players just yet.
Yeah, most of it seems to be down around the loop. Around 8, it got up to about 17 miles per hour there just a second ago.
Well, Justin Thomas on 18. It's been a poor tee shot, to be honest, to get all the way over there. But he's got a nice full shot into this flag. What a bounce that is. And that was almost flag high after the bounce.
It's like a bouncer in cricket.
Jon Rahm's second at the third, just off the slide up slope. Dances its way round. A brilliant chance coming for his first birdie of the day.
Oh, that's the right way of playing it. Bouncer through the Valley of Sin, up the hill. Link specialist Shane Lowry. He came up there, he saw the shot straight away.
Oh, this will be some up and down here at the par 3 for Scheffler. Okay, well hold. So he stays at 3 under after 8 holes.
We'll head to the drivable 9th, par 4. Chance to get to 5 under par here for Paul Casey.
You kind of think that that's a little bit of his Achilles heel, is that when he gets going he starts missing a few short ones. Paul can't really get it that low.
Eagle putt down the 18th for Victor Hovland. Much break on this, Trevor?
Well, from what I saw this morning, it actually moves down to the right in the second half of the putt. Here starts working its way back toward the middle of the green. Had the line.
So that left to close his round out with 3 consecutive birdies.
Yeah, they're still waiting for people teeing off, which is quite remarkable here at 5 to 4 in the afternoon.
4:16 the final tee time.
Not a great start. 3 over after 3. Stating the obvious for Tiger, but some tough holes to come. Maybe a par 5 might just give him a bit of a respite. This doesn't get any easier here at 4. The mounds down the left. He can't carry those today into the breeze.
Yeah, probably hoping for a bounce through them if he takes that line. Let's see if he gets it. And he does. So well done there. Could that be the spark that he needs?
Jordan Spieth a birdie. Those pins that are on tops in the afternoon, when it dries out a bit, it gets a little bit more bumpy. Difficult to hold putts.
At the last for birdie, still from length, Justin Thomas. The outward 9-2 under par gave them all back on the 17th. That's going to be for a round of 72.
He's going to be disappointed with that. Would have been looking for something sub 70 today to get this Open started.
This for the par for Paul Casey. Still the second easiest hole on the golf course today, the 9th. Would be thrilled settling with a 4 there. Shane Lowry just let the players down the first tee off, so now he's ready for his birdie. Or so he thought.
Yeah, was on the move quickly there, wasn't he? Hated it from contact. Putter has been a bit bulky for him today. Got off to that poor start with a double at 2 when he drove it in the gorse and had to take an unplayable. So he and Thomas start their tournament with even par 72s.
What's that like mentally, Trevor? Eight shots back in an Open, you know that there's plenty more golf to be played.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, but absolutely will be disappointed. Golf course was still there for the taking, even though there are some tricky hole locations out there with the winds being down. They've had a few days to prepare. They knew exactly how firm it was going to be. Players of that caliber, Lowry and Thomas, they would have been looking for something in the mid to high 60s.
That's where Victor Hovland finds himself. A trio of red to finish out his day. Nice round of 68 for the Norwegian.
I thought he showed tremendous maturity today. Had a few awkward lies and pot bunkers and kept fighting his way through it.
And a good bounce back after the miscut last week at the Renaissance Club.
Little testing putt here for birdie for Jon Rahm. Lovely stroke.
A little bit of a crispy looking lie here for Dustin Johnson at 9. All the way out to the right. As a touch of class.
Did he drive that ball past the green and then wedge it back?
There's a plan. Tactics, different tactics, that.
I dare say Paul Casey and co might have had to wait for him to play before they could tee off. He probably wasn't far out of their line. The way that this course kind of folds back onto itself. Apparently back in the day, a newspaper called The Loop a short, confusing stretch that yields birdies, and if one is not alert, bruises. They've called them up here. So Scheffler back on the tee.
That's a nice shot. It's going to go through the back of the green. But chipping nicely back into the wind.
He's been impressive so far today, Scheffler. Nice little up and down at the 8th. Up and down will serve up his 4th birdie of the day if he can, out just before the turn at the 9th. Currently at 3 under par in a share of a 10th. There's plenty more to come from the world number 1, who says he's going under the radar, if you can believe it, here at the Open. And what a joy it is to be back at St Andrews. Scotland's Robert McIntyre, the best placed from the home nation. Round of 70 for him today. Ernie Els wasn't the finish he wanted in the end. On the stretch coming home after getting it to, what was it, 5 under par, I think. And then the bogey that came at 16, double at 17. Good move there from Lucas Herbert, twice a winner on the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour now. 70 for him. Here's the Gala at the opening hole. He's 1 from 1.
That's a beautiful start. He's had a standout rookie season on the PGA Tour. With his 2nd into the par 4 3rd. Oh, that's a beauty, just like Rahm. Controlling the spin beautifully to keep it near the hole.
Should be good enough for a par bogey birdie start for Pereira.
Good position here for Matt Fitzpatrick off the tee on the 4th. Can he chase it up over these waves of hollows? Not quite. It's a good angle in. Still a long putt coming up.
And Trevor, you were spot on. Beautiful tee shot. 197 for Tiger Woods. Looking right here. Maybe just try and run up this slope a little, but a bit of an upslope, so that's not easy.
Just such a tough hole location because that green slopes from front left to back right. With the hole location in the back left, everything just seems to be repelling away from it.
And the perfect angle, if there is such a thin at 4 with the pin that far on the left side. He's only in the 180, so he can attack this a little bit more. But by no means is this anything easy. You get this pin high, I think you'd be ecstatic with that.
I really don't think that this is a whole location you should be trying to be aggressive with. Anything inside of 30 feet is good. Still very acceptable there.
It is currently playing as the 3rd hardest on the golf course right now, averaging just under 4.4.
Yeah, for me, the 4th and the 13th, those are the 2 toughest hole locations today.
And it's amazing how much the complexion of this golf course changes with the pins and the wind.
Patrick Cantley up and over here, left to right. Yeah, that's good speed there.
Always surprised he hasn't challenged more, given the caliber of his play in the majors. Could say the same of this man. In terms of Paul Casey out at 10.
It's just a difficult pin to get back to on the 10th into the wind. It's 52 paces on. There's a long way back there, isn't it?
It was a near on, I'd say 3/4 wedge shot. Little lob wedge spinner to there and rewarded with a birdie for Dustin Johnson. So he's back in the red. So there's a state of play. The Wake Forest grad in Cameron Young. Still on top and will be for some time to come, you imagine. There's Rory McIlroy, the 66 today. He trails by 2 and he's chatting after his round with Rishi Prasad. Let's hear from them now.
Rory, 66 to start. The last time you shot 66 in the first round of the Open, you went on to win it. So the portents are good.
Yeah, they are. I think anytime you shoot 66 in the first round of any golf tournament, I don't think you're going to be too far away. You know, I've obviously come in here playing nice golf, and it was great to get off to a good start. I hasn't been my strong suit the last few seasons, but the last 3 majors, the PGA, US Open, and now here, you know, I've gotten off to a really, really nice start, and you know, it's all you can ask for.
I think I read you saying that you wanted to play a bit of boring golf around here. So was that boring enough for you today?
Yeah, I'll take boring all day if that's what boring is. Yeah, there was a couple of adventures in there too, but for the most part, it was pretty stress-free.
You've spoken about, you know, starting, following up, so we know how important it is to back up a very good start. What's the mindset to ensure that you keep the pressure on?
Yeah, I think obviously I can't get ahead of myself. I just have to, keep playing the way I know that I'm playing. And if I can do that, this course does give you a lot of opportunities. So, I got to birdie the holes you should birdie here. Try to limit your mistakes on the tough holes, and if I can keep doing that for 3 more days, I should have a great chance.
A lot of people hope that you do, Rory. Thank you. Well played.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot.
Well, he's been there and thereabouts in all 3 of the majors so far this year. Inside the top 10 every time. Back out to the course with Tiger Woods.
There's a slow one up the hill and into the wind. Not quite getting it put together right now, Tiger Woods.
Look how far left arm is aimed here off of the tee at 4. .181 ball speed. It's up there. Beautiful tee shot.
Yeah, it's 271 on top.
Yeah, nice little swing up. All-round good player as well, Jon Rahm. Ball on the way from long range for Max Homa. Very nearly. Don't think he'll be too disappointed with par from there.
Similar line to Rahm, little lower ball flight. Will it skip through? You see, it didn't quite.
It's a decent lie, but just a little bit out of control, the second shot.
Up and over the ridge, left to right, Fitzpatrick. At no point is this ever going to be quick.
Certainly didn't play that way. Work left to do. For both.
It was an impressive win at the US Open for Matt Fitzpatrick, and he's dealing with it extremely well as well. A very well liked player amongst his peers.
Huge putt here for Tiger to try and save his par. It's been an awful start so far.
Everybody's watching, even the players on the other green is watching. This is not a good start after 4 holes.
All right, back to Scotty Scheffler, his second at 9. Shuttle. So that one coming back for a chance at another birdie. Fitzpatrick's par putt.
These first few holes is just a little bit more tricky than they were this morning. The wind's shown straight into the players.
It's something that Fitzpatrick spoke about in his press conference. He says he feels like his links game has gone a little bit, not playing so much in the wind like they get it here on these styles of golf courses since he turned professional. He used to play so much of it in the amateur game. Out at the first, David Carey. He's the only pro golfer ever to shoot 57, and that's a good way to start. The Irishman came through final qualifying at the Fairmont.
Well, here's one of our Belgian friends, Thomas Dietrich, on 15. That's a nice putt. Just changed his caddy over the last few weeks. He's got JP Fitzgerald on the bag. He used to work with Rory McIlroy.
I think, was he on the bag for Victor Perez as well? I think maybe when Perez won around the Alfred Dunhill links. I think, if my memory serves me correctly.
Can't get it to where we're talking about back shot. I think it's just going to keep funneling to the right. Is it if it flies and it goes 20 yards over the green right? Is that okay?
Am I okay to hit it full? Because I don't want to play a jumper and have it spin, because then it's going to be 60 yards there.
I'm talking back over here.
Yeah, over here to the right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I just said 20 yards over the green and to the right.
I don't know where this course is.
We want it to get 20 on, right?
Yeah, that's 200.
Okay, and
or
it's
98.
off the left?
Yeah, into off the
It's
left.
got to stay to the right of the pin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a treat to listen into these two have a conversation during the round, discussing exactly what they think. Anyway, up the right side of the green is going to be good here for Spieth.
I find they very rarely agree.
I just got kissed off the downslope.
Really good though. Anywhere on the green from where he was is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, it looks like you'll have one of the flatter of the putts from that length afforded to him with the next.
I know. Listen, just hit your stop. I just
don't
on the 4.
I don't want to have to go too hard at it.
Yeah, I got you.
I feel like with this one, I can have the luxury of going a little higher.
Gotcha.
Okay.
You got it. See a shot. Finish it right on your line there. Just on it to just right of it.
Still the same draw. Everything.
Yep.
Pin up by that 4 sign in the distance, flapping.
If you ever get to a tour event and you sit on a driving range and watch somebody hit balls, this is the one to watch, I think. It's just an absolute joy, the striking of John Rahm.
Sunday in. Out at 10.
Oh, how good is this shot? Go in there. Just fantastic. Had the blade laid way open. Landed it in the perfect spot.
So this for the birdie. Little right to left on it coming back for Scotty Scheffler to join the group at 4 under par. He's right there, the world #1. It's about time for our final tee time of the day. Why don't we go out to the first and see them off?
This is game number 52. On the tee, from the Netherlands, Lars van Mile.
Matt Corker teeing them off, Lars van Mile. 28-year-old from Eindhoven. He spent some time over in Memphis playing college golf as well. Nice compact golf swing. his major debut here today.
Must have been a tough, long morning waiting for this moment to get your first major started.
On the tee, from England, Jack Floyd.
Turned pro back in 2020, a little bit of support out there for Jack. Played on a lot of mini tours since then. Got through qualifying at Prince's down in Kent. Had to fight for it too, should say, in a 5-man playoff to get here.
On the tee, from Ireland, Ronan Milani.
He got here in style, Milani. He's 26, but last week he went down to Doonbeg, found Bryson DeChambeau there, who offered him a lift to St Andrews, jumped on his plane. He talked through all of their theories on the game, a lot of it aligning. Very much so a game based on course management. Great to have him here. It's always great to get to know the qualifiers coming through, the stories that come along with them as well. So they'll be bringing in the pins today. They'll be soaking in every second as well.
My first Open in 2002, I was in the last group out on Thursday.
How'd you go?
It's a very interesting experience.
Yeah. Full day's work before you even tee off. This for birdie for Paul Casey. Never really had a chance. So it sounds as though there's been a bit of a wait back on 5, Wally.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. There's been a wait there on 20 for 4 holes. Players maybe just struggling a little bit with rhythm. 7 Sisters down the right, the bunkers, that's the issue. Back into the breeze. Anywhere around the stone that's right in the middle of the fairway gives you a chance. Never easy when you just don't quite feel you're getting into any rhythm. Hoping it's going to speed up, Homer.
This is on a perfect line here. Right past the stone that Anthony was talking about.
He nearly hit it, Trevor.
I did nearly hit it. McIlroy hit it earlier today.
He'll never know. Maybe he might. Now, quite a penetrative flight for Fitzpatrick. I think he's playing his game plan. Looking down the left, trying to run this one as far as possible.
He's picked up a ton of speed. That's 182 ball speed right there, Anthony. So also in good position. Huge hole here for Tiger now.
Yeah, he's got to stop the rot. No time like the present for a birdie. First things first. It is a wide fairway, but it needs to be found if he's going to have a pop at this in 2. Front pin, but 2 putts wouldn't do him any harm. Can he find the fairway?
That's quite far left. This is going to catch a piece of fairway. All right, just does. Or does it? Still hasn't stopped. There you go. Still, even though he's had the issues with his leg, the way he jumps off of that lead side coming into ball to allow his arms to flash through impact, impressive.
And Casey has this for par at the 10th. I've joined the box. Jay Townsend also in with Trevor Immelman, and I is Tony Johnstone. Good afternoon again, Tony.
Hello, Jay. Pretty special, this, isn't it? Here we go. Long range for Spieth. Not many long range putters have ever lived, I think, than Spieth. His touch is magnificent. And from where he was, I think that is pretty darn good.
Scheffler, nice tee shot at the 10th. Not sure about the angle though there, Trevor, with the hole cut in the front left.
Now at 4 after the beautiful iron shot in there. Best iron shot I've seen into 4 all day. Can Rahm pay it off and make back-to-back birdies? Just a few rolls short.
Dustin Johnson at 10. Oh, scared the heck out of it. He's never been shy to roll it 3 or 4 feet by. He doesn't fear those in the least.
Nicely hold for Gooch. Fifth birdie of the day. That's a pretty good day.
Let's just keep an eye. Sometimes he looks out towards the target. This one he doesn't. Safely hold.
He was on the short list of a lot of names we've heard about, well, who's going to win? Who do you think is going to win? Who's going to be there? Let's go back to Scheffler at the 10th.
The ideal tee shot. He's left himself further back than his playing partners. Flag way back. Just on the back edge, and that's nicely judged.
Out there around the boot, the loop, the end of the golf course, whatever you want to call it, it's really where some of the best viewing is, because so few people make their way out there. There's actually good refreshments out there and all that kind of stuff. You get a good opportunity to see some of your stars. We go to 5 in Harrington.
Coming off of a big win last week in Akron, Ohio. Out on the Champions Tour. Last man to win back-to-back Opens in 07 and 08.
He's still got the same drive, hasn't he, Trev?
Same work ethic, yes.
Absolutely. Same desire.
Great crowds, fantastic atmosphere at the 150th Open. Cameron Young out this morning with a 64, and Rory McIlroy played about half of his round, did Rory, in fairly benign conditions, but it was, in the end, a 66 for the former champion McIlroy. Danny Willett had that wonderful eagle 2 at the 18th for a 69. Australian Lucas Herbert round in 70, as was the Scotsman Robert McIntyre.
This is going to be an extremely slow putt. Up 2 ridges at 11. did quite well to get that inside of 6 or 7 feet, really.
Yeah, there haven't been too many get that up to the hole. And it's one of those ones, isn't it? You're so determined to give it a hit, you and end up whacking it 12 feet by when you do hit it.
Front pin. This is not a great number, I don't think. At 240 all up, so I think this is just going to be running a good 10 or 15 by, I think, for Fitzpatrick, unless he can float it a little. And that's the thing, I think, when you're sort of out here and you're waiting on every tee shot, every second shot, it's just hard to get any real thing, get anything going, any momentum. It's a professional golfer's pet hate, Jay, huh?
Absolutely, but everyone knows coming to the old course, Trevor, it's a 5 hour. As the day goes on, it reaches into 5.5 hour rounds. These guys know that. They're mentally prepared, but it's still no fun.
Yeah, it's just the way it is around here with so many holes sharing greens. Play does tend to slow down as the day progresses. So these guys would have been ready for that, but still it is a challenge, and you try your best to make sure that you don't get distracted, your mind doesn't wander too far, and that when it's your turn to go, you're back in the zone.
This is one of those interesting times, Anthony. It looks like the green is clear, but they're still waiting.
Yeah, Moronk, I think, actually coming down 14, hit a big snap hook. Or one of his playing partners did, and it's just a little bit of an issue. It's Hao Tong. He's found his ball, he's just played, so he's just waiting for him. Luckily he found it about 100 yards from where he was looking. Now, time to go, ready to go. Fitzpatrick, I think you have to try and float this a little bit. I think it's worth taking it on a little bit, otherwise it will shoot 60, 70 feet long.
He's gone well down the grip here. I wonder if he's trying to land it short.
Oh, we'd love to see that. It's got a bit of floaty look to it.
Did land short and got stuck in the cutter rough there. Saw McIlroy had a brilliant shot from there earlier today and got it up and down.
That was unbelievable for him, landing on the downslope and come up short of the hole. Even though he was going into a little bit of a wind, it was a brilliant shot from McIlroy.
It's interesting you say that. I played with Tom Watson here in practice in 15, and he spent the whole round just trying to get on all these front pins, and he was trying to pitch it on the downslope and scamper it up. 231 for Woods. He's also just watching 14 coming the other way. There's one or two referees. It's Hao Tong again. Looks like he's going back for another go at it, another swipe.
Now, Tiger has the ability to launch it way up in the air. This looks like his most lofted wood here. Maybe he's trying to hit some kind of high fade.
Yeah, he's put the 5-wood back in. He's taken the long iron out, I think, for precisely this, Trevor.
Oh, it just comes up short in the belly. It was on a great line, wasn't it?
Oh man, he's still waiting for the applause. I think, yeah, you can look at the look on his face. He thought that was absolutely perfect.
Sets it in such a nice spot at the top still. Just see that right leg, not as explosive as what it used to be after the injury.
Wind's just picked up a little bit. 198 for Homer. This has got the carry. This looks pretty good.
Yeah, what do? You pitch it short, it feeds down into the valley, you pitch it on there, it zings over the back. Paul Casey, this is for a par at 11. To stay 4 under. Oh.
You always feel like it's that putt that did it, but it was a tee shot that did it. He was out of position off the tee. Such a demanding par 3. Sean Perry made eagle at 14. This is second to 17. Very good angle coming in from the right, playing up the length of the green.
Oh, this has potential here. Fantastic.
Well, he's going to make it 3 at 14 and 17. That's stealing a few from the field.
Sure is.
Wrong. Going to power this one down there. There'll be nothing left behind. If that gets any shorter, he actually won't have a backswing.
His hands don't get higher than shoulder height, do they?
It's unbelievable. How strong do you have to be to do that, Trev? My goodness.
But it's perfectly on plane. There's no timing in that swing.
No.
Into off the left.
110 of those bunkers out on the St Andrews old course. Every one of them torture.
They are. They're all evil.
Yeah, hand off the club, glared at the face, so maybe didn't catch it right at the sweet spot, didn't time it quite right, but absolutely no damage done there.
Still got out there pretty good.
And just on the collar, right on the edge of the cut for Woods. One or two strangly pieces of grass, maybe just causing a little bit of grief. Trying to bounce this one up from close to the top, trying to take the spin off it.
Yeah, just one bounce too few on the fringe and the upslope.
Clearly, Tiger has the ultimate practice facility in his backyard. Only the third tournament he's played, all 3 major championships. Trevor, can you play that little and be sharp around the greens? We know he's swinging well, he's hitting well, but it's always been said that you have to play a lot to be good around the greens.
Well, if anybody can do it, he can. It has been incredibly impressive to me, the fact that he made the cut in those first 2 majors. With as little golf as he's played after what he's had to fight through with the leg surgeries. But he's behind the 8 ball now with this start.
Scheffler pars the 10th. No drop shots, as you can see. 4 under par, in good position.
Downwind sitting pretty poorly, I have to say, for Max Homa here. So no real control on this. This will be left to right, but can he use the breeze to his advantage? Sort of try and chop it into it.
Yeah, just got away from him a little bit. I think he's played that pretty much the way he wanted. Just got the wrong side of a little ridge there. Not an easy shot out here.
Yeah, did get away from him. This is an easy get away from Fitzpatrick. Bit of a crusty sort of lie. And the greens are definitely firming up. They're looking a little bit more patchy around the hole late in the day.
Yeah, it runs it past the hole a bit, but it'll be uphill coming back. Back to the 10th.
Go on, yes, well hold. Newman gets it into red numbers.
A little bit out of shape with the pitch for Tiger. The first chance we've got a chance for a red number on the board today. It's quite a flat bit of green. It sort of slopes from front to back, that first portion. You come over the step and it almost then severely goes away from you even more. Just under 100 yards this green. Takes them a good couple of hours, I'd imagine, to cut it when they hand cut it. But this is not that quick, as I say. Back up the hill. Thousands of people await.
Tiger!
Well left to the hole for Tiger on a hole that, one of the two par fives. You really do feel that if he's going to come back, you need to take advantage of the par fives. Young leads the way. McIlroy chasing two behind after a 66.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw Tiger misread a putt by that much. Of course, he's an incredible putter, and to be that, you've got to be a great reader of greens. Casey. At 12, so many different ways of playing this tricky par 4. Well, pull it left and get a good bounce. That's not a bad way to do it.
That ball looked like it really settled down in what looks like a bird's nest. From 12 back to 5, and Fitzpatrick.
And coming more into the meat of the hill, this is very makeable.
That's 2 putts in a row from inside of 10 feet. A guy that putts as well as what he does, you expect him to make one of those. So does he. He expects it out of himself. You can see he's a little irritable right now. Adam Scott coming up the hill here, Tony. What chances he gets to the hole? He's done pretty well. Oh, he's done very well.
Wow, that was an unexpected pleasure for Adam Scott. Gets him to 2 over par. Doubled 2, or excuse me, bogeyed 2, doubled 4, and bogeyed 6. Has now birdied 9 and 11. Back to Homa at 5.
He's got a lovely simple putting stroke, but he's underread that. The wind is off the left too. Maybe he thought the wind would just hold that up a little more.
First look at Englishman Matt Ford, second to the 16th.
Oh, it's an absolute ripper. What a beautiful shot. He had some good results out on the DP World Tour a few years ago, and then he seems to have just disappeared off the map.
It's a 5 at the 5th for Tiger, but he remains 4 over through 5, and his bid for a 4th claret jug.
Dustin Johnson for a birdie.
You would have got a little read from Adam Scott. He sure did. Both those players making it up the hill. We've seen everybody come up short so far today, but all of a sudden, 2 players find something. Scotty in the background laughing, saying, "'Cause I gave you the line, you made it."
Absolutely. I mean, he's seen how it's done. That you just have to do it. The hard part's over. You don't have to read it. Dustin Johnson gets to 2 under par. And great overhead look. Rahm ready to go with his second at the 5th.
There is another way to play this too. You can pitch it on the downslope of the valley and get it to chase up, and that definitely was not his intention.
How about topping it and running it all the way there? Was that part of the equation?
It's very infrequently you'll see that, Travis. Hiram hit one like that.
At least he's kept his sense of humor for now.
Spieth, hoping to hit this one a little bit higher than Rahm did his second. I think there's a good chance. That's going to be good.
Oh.
Is it?
Nope.
Don't. Just stay. What a clever shot
That went
was.
down into the valley with so much pace. I thought it was going to run up on the green.
Yeah, it's pretty steep, isn't it? But that was a smart play. Really smart play. Neiman after that birdie. At 10. Okay, nicely done. I don't think there's a man in the world whose heart rate doesn't accelerate rapidly when you get on the 11th tee, especially when the flag's on the front later in the week. Oh my goodness.
So a good solid opening round from Fratelli. That's a birdie on 18 and around a 70. Look at those fans squashed in those stands. What a spot this is, Tony.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Just walls of people everywhere you look. Scheffler. Tough flag to get at. There's a very steep ridge short of that hole, and you know where he is? Where those two are? Pretty much what you're trying to do. Anywhere along, you're just having a nightmare.
Taylor Gooch for par at 13. Such a difficult par 4 today, and it's a good one from Gooch.
Just looked like he got a bit of a tuft behind it. It's all about the strike. Can he get the club on it? And can he control it? Yeah, I think from that lie he had, I think that's pretty good. Giving himself a chance, and look at the undulations you've got to negotiate.
Scheffler making a move. He has a birdie putt coming up at the 11th, the Strath hole. Victor Hovland a good 68. Kitayama runner-up last week, a 68 as well, but they're all chasing Cameron Young after a 64 earlier today. Ernie Els was thrilling the crowds, turning back the clock for a long time before a little bit of a troublesome finish. He had a 5 under early on in the back nine, finished with a 70. Cameron Tringale, a 71 today. Webb Simpson on the same score. The wind hasn't blown, but the golf course is so firm. It has been a pretty good test when you consider that these players can reach, most players can reach at least 6 of the 12 holes, 6 of the 18 holes, excuse me, in under regulation. Now, whether they actually go for it or not remains to be seen. Adam Scott on 12T looks to be going for it with the driver.
Coming off with a long putt birdie at 11. Still 2 over. Needs to keep that momentum going. This one up the right side. And there it comes. Will it stay on the right level? No. Just creep over to the back edge, but still pretty good leave there.
Just trying to work out whether Max Homer hit it in one of the coffins. I think he might have just slid by it. Now Fitzpatrick. Always more room right here, I think. Just looking left, Tiger, just checking the par 5 green, which is pretty much about 20 yards behind him, just making sure that they're waiting, which they are, so he's going to go ahead and fire this. Been making plenty of practice swings while he's had a good 10 minutes wait. Just trying to keep himself loose in these cold conditions. It's definitely starting to get a little chilly.
Lovely. They are just urging him on, getting behind him. They're just trying to push him to make a few birdies. We all want to see it. Jon Rahm has a fantastic touch around the greens. I don't want to jinx him, but an unusually poor second shot, which got a great result. Don't put it past Rahm to chip it in for an eagle.
Great view from our plane circling the old course throughout the week. Runs that one by a little bit. Amazing ball follows, especially on the full shots from our cameraman up there, Rob Gunther.
Did I hear correctly when somebody said they're doing 6-hour shifts before having to refuel that plane?
Yeah, you can do 4 hours and comfortably. They're flying very slow, so not burning much fuel, just kind of floating around up there.
Still awesome effort from them.
He's a man who knows what he's talking about, Trev. He's building his own plane.
Oh,
Can
that's
you believe
right.
it?
Oh, that's right. Our ticket's going to be expensive.
There's only one passenger per flight, 2-seater. Let's go back to Spieth and 5. His ball just barely stayed up that bank.
You would have seen how Rahm's ball reacted after it landed on that little chip. This one's probably going to scare the hole.
That hole must be on a little crown, you know, because from behind the hole, Tiger and Fitzpatrick, both of them, their putt broke left. Rahm's chip broke right, which is the same way as the two we've just mentioned. That went the opposite way.
Exactly right.
Must be on her little mound.
Birdie at 12 for Sung Jae Im. And just couldn't get it online there, Trevor, because if you got it online, it would have taken the other side of the ridge and going down to the front edge of the green, maybe even off the green. That's one of those positions. You're on the green, but you're playing defensively.
Well, Anthony mentioned earlier, it's starting to get a little chilly out there.
It could be -8 out there. Not one person would leave, would they? Everybody's looked forward to this 150th Open for too long.
HV3 for birdie. This should have some left to right to it.
I think you're right, Tony. There's something going on around that fifth hole.
I think a little crown or something, isn't there? Just about impossible to predict.
It just seems to be either side of the hole repelling away.
For a birdie, this would be a heck of a 2-putt. No, not going to be. He must have really been pleased when he walked up and saw his ball on the green with his tee shot, and then you get there and realize you actually can't get it within 15 feet.
Right, that's right.
Seeing balls break in every different direction. What does that do for Jon Rahm's read?
straight and firm.
He does generally hit his short putts with quite a lot of speed. He's got a short, brisk stroke.
I noticed that none of the three of us was willing to have a prediction there, Trev.
Well,
God, it's a guess, isn't it?
that should have gone left to right. The high point of that part of the green is the front right corner of the green. It should have gone left to right. Maybe there's some wind up there holding it up.
Well, maybe it's pretty exposed. Casey at 12 for his birdie. He's been shown a line, didn't learn though. Didn't break. Just about didn't break at all.
2 putts in a row on 11 and 12 from around that distance, sneaking past the right edge.
Those are the ones that make the difference, aren't they, Trev? You just sneak a few of those in during the round. What a great angle. What a great camera angle that is from above for Fitzpatrick. You know, when you've watched this chaos here, Trevor, and now you've got that one back and you actually don't have a clue, do you?
So one of two things has happened. They either shrunk the hole,
or they've made the ball bigger,
or there's a goalkeeper.
A lot of frustration in that group and a lot of discussion as to what the heck is going on.
Pretty ugly 3-putt there from Spieth.
Really? Now come on, Mr. Woods. Thousands upon thousands of people out to watch you here. We don't want to put pressure on you. Not that it ever did any harm to him. That's just so un-Tiger-like, isn't it?
Kind of like the shot into the first hole.
Of course, Trevor, if you didn't see it, was alluding to he drove it in a divot, Tiger did, at the first, and actually bounced it once to go into the Swilcombe bird and made a double bogey. Cameron Young, no such problems in his 8 under par 64, who's leading the way. From the amateur Barclay Brown, posted a 68 early in the day. And Willie, a nice 69. Tom Kim as well.
Neiman. Birdie putt at 11. Oh, you know, he had the line. But it is up a very steep tier.
Yeah, talking of steep banks, this is no gimme 2-putt for Tiger. Going to sort of run along the shelf and then just gently move left to right once on top. I think he's actually quite quick from that first third once it's on top. But once more, just out of shape a little after being in the centre of the fairway, not what he was looking for.
Bank into the breeze, comes up well short, and that is not what you want when you're trying to chip away at par, not try to save pars. The old course, the golf course, it just is so subtle. You have to be so on your game. If you're a little bit off, like Tiger seems to be, it can make you look way off.
John Parry, 3 under par for his par. Excellent round. Another man who was on the European Tour for a number of years and then Lost his card. Haven't seen him for a while, so really good to see him at the Open Championship with a 69.
That's why the Open is so special. Enter, shoot the numbers, and you can play.
A couple of good chances for Homer and Fitzpatrick left to right. Very makeable outside 20 feet, this one.
Rahm, no doubt, going with another power fade off of the 6th tee. Driving it beautifully so far.
Should still push it a little right. Yeah, it's into off the left.
Well, this is the second time Fitzpatrick's had a good look at a birdie putt from one in the group. So didn't take that chance. Can he take this one? Didn't break as much, I think, as Homer thought. Maybe just hung on to maybe just go a little bit straighter, more hit with a little bit more oomph. Back into the breeze once more.
Tiger had a good look at that one rolling up to the hole, didn't he, Tony?
Yeah, he sure did. He was Velcro to Fitz's back pocket. Spieth. Another hole where there's just so many options off the tee. I'd say that's not a bad one. Drilled it down there, got a ton of run out of it. Excellent. Just a little spark needed here, Trev. Something like this that can just kickstart you.
Absolutely, because you've still got some opportunities at 7 and 9, 12, 14's the par 5. Got to make this first, though. There you go.
Huge putt there for Tiger. You can hear the crowd support for arguably the greatest golfer of all time. I'm not going to give him the mantle, but he's in the argument. Certainly can't really afford to be dropping anymore.
I like to say he and Jack are 1A and 1B.
Certainly.
You can decide which order you want them.
Absolutely. I think, I love golf, true historian. I think that Tiger probably played a higher level of golf in a short time than anybody else ever did. Jack played a higher level of golf for a long period of time than anyone else did.
Yeah, for the 10 or 12 years that Tiger was at his best before he had issues with injuries, I don't think anybody's ever played better golf than that over a 10-year period in history.
Well, when you think of Tiger, you think of 99, really through 2008. That was his run. Scotty Scheffler, he is chasing the leader as the #1 player in the world, 4 under through 11. He'll be looking to pick up some ground on the 12th. They are all chasing Cameron Young after he shot the 64. Jordan Spieth, 1 under through 5, and we're going to see him all the way through his round. Former Open champion. Always thrills everyone. Dean Burmester, the South African, round in 71. Matt Ford, one more hole to go. He is 1 under, looking to birdie the last 4 round of 70. And let's go out to Scheffler. Tee shot at the 12th.
Well, it didn't take him long, really, did it, to get back on track after last week's disappointment. Oh, oh my goodness. He must have been sweating like... He can't see that from the tee. So he actually doesn't know yet if it's over the gorse or not. Might get a flag from one of the marshals. still don't think he knows.
3-wood for Fitzpatrick, sort of 300-ish really, down the left. It's probably the hardest fairway, this and 15 on this golf course. So he doesn't think he needs to really puff this one up. I think driver he would have to, but this should be fine into the breeze. Beautiful quick rhythm. He's looking good now.
Yeah, he is, and the way that he's doing that by enhancing his natural patterns rather than trying to change them, looking for more yardage. I really like that, TJ.
Yeah, and you know what? We know how Spieth can think his way around a golf course. It's a chess game with him. And he's got the ability to place it in particular areas. Last 5 major champions have been aged 29. Wow.
And same play for Woods, really, just looking down the left, trying to open up this green, the pin on the right-hand side. Just a bit of movement behind the tee. There's so many people out here. Really only the first 2 rows can see much. There's 1 or 2 sitting down. That's probably the pole position. And with this hard fairway, I think the line has changed a little bit. I think they are favouring the left side just a wee more. Anything down the right just seems to keep on running.
Light the candle, Tiger!
We'd like him to light the candle, but he didn't like that one, and there seemed to be a bit of discomfort there. Oh. Bunker.
He's going to need a bonfire from over there.
Oh.
13 of his previous 26 tournaments prior to the 2000 Open at St Andrews. We're just happy to have him here. He said if it's his last, he's not planning for it to be, but if that's the way it goes, then he's glad he was back here for the 150th. Wants to play more. Little change up in the commentary box. Ali Whitaker, Tony Johnston and Thomas Bjorn back in here.
What do you think, Thomas, looking at his face? Looks like a bit of pain there.
I don't know if he's feeling that much pain. I think he's just not really prepared well enough. I don't think he can hit the amount of balls that he wants to. I don't think he can move the way he wants to. I felt like, looking at him, I felt like he moved better earlier on when he came out, that he moved better at the Masters. But at the moment, it just seems like the movement is not quite there.
Good shot in for Jordan Spieth. This for birdie for Dietrich. Just misses on the high side. Shame. The man that's come so close so many times on the DP World Tour, not having the best of seasons, Dietrich. So it should be for a round of 70, so that's a step in the right direction for him.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, that is just about inch perfect. 4 feet shorter. Can go back off the front. Another Tiger fan in the making.
It's interesting kind of winding back the years, isn't it? The likes of Justin Thomas having his pro debut here in the Alfred Dunhill Links back in 2013, and the stories like someone's career is going to start by watching the 150th Open. We're going to hear that story in maybe 15, 20 years' time.
Back on the 5th green, Sam Burns for birdie. Slow up the hill. That'll do.
First of the day, drops for Sam Burns.
Dustin Johnson. The stroke has stood him in such good stead for a number of years now. I mean, it goes back and forth on exactly the same track. Three under. Nice stuff.
And 3 of those have come in the last 4 holes for Dustin Johnson, so he's in the pack at 3 under par. 5 adrift from Cameron Young, who led early on in the Open. round of 64, standing tall and proud today. Scotty Scheffler's chasing though. Bogey free so far, 4 under par.
Yeah, and as suspected, Tiger has caught that bunker. And it's so deep, you just cannot get cute. The temptation is there to get cute, but well, he hasn't won the majors. He's won by being an idiot, has he? He knows what to do and when to do it, but look at that pitch. He's got to come in over that hump. That is not going to be easy.
And that's the picture we didn't see when he won. Was it the year 2000? He went bunkerless for the entire week.
Beautifully held by Spieth. Well done. It's only round one, but that's a nice little move. Most birdies or better. Since 2013, the Open, Spieth way out in front.
He is in a number of categories. So just from that little depression between the two slopes there. Nice lush lie. You don't say that too often. Gets the check.
No choice, just popped it out to here for Woods. Looking just a little left of this, just a 3/4 gap wedge on the cross breeze.
Well, I mean, you could watch Tiger for years and not see him get one that wrong. I mean, it was a tough shot. It was just, probably wasn't that far out, but you can see what he's thinking.
Yeah, this is very much in Fitzpatrick's wheelhouse. Sounded a little bit thinny, so this is loaded with spin. Oh, what a bounce.
You're going to get them.
You are. That you are, Ali.
John Rahm on the 6. Should be a little bit left to right. Couple of birdies there set up, but lovely wedge shots for John Rahm in the first 6 holes.
Here's Siwoo Kim for his eagle.
Even you can read the letters on that sweater, Tony.
Now, Mr. Bjorn. Now, it's a long week, remember. How have we stayed friends? How have we stayed friends for so long? It's a miracle.
I didn't think we were.
Oh, it's just a marvel to the eye, isn't it? This section of the course, the Eden Estuary, up the back. If you stand on the back of that grandstand there, I was talking to John Huggan. I said, "Where's the best view on the course?" He said, "Go to behind 7 and 11 and stand up. You can see the entire loop. It's worth going up there just for a photo if you're on site this week." I'm sure you'll see plenty on social media anyway. So a little bit to work out from down there for Woods. This camera angle really flattens out what's to come.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The main one is the last bit of the slope. It's sort of heavy, thick, wet grass almost where the sprinkler is. That's where it's going to test him the most. He needs to be going over with speed.
That is excellent. And to work that out, to work out the line and to feel the pace of it. I mean, he barely got this off the ground. Look at that back foot with almost no loft, never got above 4 inches high.
He was hitting about 20, 30 of those around, all around the 18th the other day when I was walking the course. He only had a 4-iron out from a good, even further back, 40, 50 yards as well. The types of shots you only seem to play in an Open or in the links game, sometimes maybe in the Melbourne Sandbelt as well every now and then. Something he knows all about.
Should be Fitzpatrick. This one's left to right and pretty much holding the last third of this putt. And this group for me just needs someone to hold a 25-footer. Greens are perfect. They're a little bit slow maybe in the afternoon, but they're a pure surface. But links greens, as we know, can be quite difficult to read. You're very easy to get into a run and miss putts, but this is back into the wind and slow.
Well, threatened. I think he knew that it wasn't going underground, but it looked pretty good from our angle. Not a spare seat in the house in any stand.
Well, he tidies up Fitzpatrick back on the tee. John Rahm. Kind of aiming on the left-hand side of the 11th green there. And that's perfect. That's exactly where he was aiming, exactly where he wants to be.
That is Paul Casey over there, we assure you. There's been a few of those so far today already. From long range, it's a birdie putt, but only in name. Less so in nature, but still inside 6 feet with the next at 13.
Spieth. Same line as Rahm, or no? That's headed towards where Tiger was, but not as good a strike. Complete mishit.
Good luck with the next. In terms of control, it's incredible, isn't it? It's 112 yards wide, this green. It's shared by 7 and 11.
That adds up to 18, Ali, doesn't it? There's a few of those.
First 9 holes at the Open 2015 at St Andrews was 40 with no birdies. That's talking about the score on the front. That's what he's headed towards right now, unless he can roll this one in, find a birdie at 8 and 9 as well. It's going to be his second double of the day. Tiger Woods.
Yeah, the crowd will be behind him. They'll try and lift him. They'll try and carry him all the way in on the back 9. But it's not the start he was looking for.
Long way back from there, Thomas. Long way back from there. Scheffler found some fluff. Strike sounded a little clunky. Asking it to sit and doing the smart thing. I mean, he just avoided the course, so that was a good break, but he had no chance of going at that flag.
And that's the position you so often find yourself in here at St Andrews. So there is Scotty Scheffler with a little bit of work to do. You need to get creative. You get the feeling that every step has a story, and I imagine it would take a lifetime or two to learn all of them here at the Open, especially at St Andrews. But it's still Cameron Young that leads the way at 8 under par. Good day for Min Woo Lee. His sister Minji, now twice a major champion herself, all of which came since his last win at the Genesis Scottish Open in the Rolex Series just a year ago now. Victor Perez is something he likes about St Andrews, and a step in the right direction at least today. Round of 71 for the Frenchman, who's based up in this part of the world, plays out of Ladybank, not far from here, which is kind of like a little tree-lined parkland course. But he knows links golf well. His answer for birdie at the 9th.
Yeah, very well holed. To 7. Head down there and find Jordan Spieth. I mean, Anthony Wall said, you know, there's a few double greens that add up to 18. He knows very well that all the double greens add up to 18.
Well, he should know that. I'm not sure he does know it, but he should.
He knows.
Out with a group of Spieth, Rama and Varner III is Jamie Spence, who's made his way out there.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I've never seen anybody back there on this 7th hole in the rough. Have you, Thomas?
We haven't seen too many from this spot.
120, it's got to get to cover over that bunker and to land on the green. And then there's probably a million more to the hole, right?
I had 55 hole.
Did I just say 120?
Yep.
And it's got to pretty much be over that bunker in order to have any chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Does a...
Who's jumping?
52 get
there? Yeah, off the left and a little bit hurt.
I got 152 from where he is.
I just don't know.
Lies good, but it's on the upslope, so it's going to be digging in this club.
Does like jump. I mean, it just can't be in that bunker, right?
Yeah.
If it's long into the wind, it's long into the wind. What is to the hole?
I got it mostly off the left. I'm 55 hole.
Okay. Just hit it right over John, right?
Yeah.
So he's aiming left. He's going straight over John Rahm's head.
Feed left to right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to carry 120.
Breeze off the left. He's almost got to go over Strath bunker in front of 11 here, Spieth.
Somehow get over that next ridge. Go hard. Oh no. Go, go, go.
Wow, that makes a big difference, the fact that it crept over. If that creeps back down into that valley, it's just horrendous. You'll be able to putt it from there.
He is a commentator's nightmare, isn't he?
He's a commentator.
Well,
that's what I mean. Yeah, we're out of a job.
He does it himself.
It's going to be a light day's work for Jamie Spence out there, covering 2 of 3. Just kidding, Jamie. We'll hear more from them in a moment. There's the 8th tee nestled back into the grandstand.
Yeah, more help, Ali, this afternoon, playing this hole a little bit shorter than the 201 yardage, trying to pitch it under the ridge and maybe just hop it up and right to left it. But there's been a number of front pins and a number of back pins. They're trying their best, the R&A. This is very difficult to get close. So many people miss this left.
When you're ready, wind or not?
Hey, you look at that flag, it should have moved a little bit more right to left perhaps, but the wind is down. You can't really feel it back on that tee, the wind.
If he was to go on to win US Open and Open wins in the same season, 4 players have managed to do that so far. He'd be the 5th, Fitzpatrick.
And just popping something out to the right, probably 6 iron for Woods. As I say, just pitching under the hill. Fitzpatrick's just hung his out a little. Woods does need a little bit of draw on this, I think, to get up that tier. But you risk of missing this left, as I mentioned.
Go, Tiger! Good, Tiger!
find out where that ended up in a moment the other day.
Yeah, missed left, Ali.
Okay.
Long and left.
That was popular with the wind whipping off the right-hand side. Was it Tuesday? Players could barely even hold this green from around about 200 yards. Has been pushed a little bit further back.
You look at that swing, it all looks pretty darn good. Just has to be timing a fraction out there.
Jon Rahm from the perfect position here on 7. Just want to send it in just left of the flag, dancing with some spin. Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely shot from Rahm again with a wedge.
So let's take a look at the loop. As it's known, you really feel like you're way out on the peninsula, though, the way that the 11th, the 12th tees up the top as well. A couple of short par 4s in 9 and 10, then the par 3s to join them at 8 and 11. 7 a scoring chance as well. So we're zooming into game 46 with Spency.
Yeah, we're here on 7 green. There's some rather large grandstands to the left of this green, and they've enveloped the 8th tee as well. So it's a great spot to come watch the golf. And you look out over the 10th green, the 11th as well. You see a lot of holes here. This is very quick for Spieth down the hill. A bit of right to left to start with.
Yeah, he's done well. It was an awful tee shot. He ended up walking off with 4, which is all he was looking for.
Scotty Scheffler, birdie putt, the 12th. I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that. I think he thought his tee shot was in the gorse, so par is a good number.
You take the good breaks when they come your way. He's building a nice day today, Scheffler.
Jon Rahm for the birdie on 7. He's not sure about this one. Just a little bit of left to right. I've got this. He looks like he's aiming down the left. Rahm. It's calming down out here, the breeze, I have to say.
Yeah, just hung it out. Never came back.
Siwoo Kim for birdie at 15. No. On that line at that pace, it just couldn't take the break.
Dustin Johnson for birdie, around 40 feet or so. Up over the ridge on the right. No harm, no foul. So just the par for the former world number 1.
Yeah, Max Homer's playing ready golf. Slightly interfering 10, so trying to just putt this one up and over the slope. Good 4 feet of slope to come up. Right to left once it is on top.
Not a bad effort there from the world number 19. There's lots to like about that game, Thomas.
Yeah, Max Homa for me, I mean, it is just a brilliant guy to, you know, not only watch playing golf and how successful he is on the golf course, but even off the golf course, he's just brilliant, hilarious, great sense of humour.
Yeah, and ball outside the right foot of Woods was a little 6-iron, just bunting it forward, barely getting off the ground. Trying to judge this round from left to right.
Yeah, just gorgeous.
There's a comfort there with the flat face clubs around the greens that you just don't see so often in the repertoire of players from outside of Europe.
No, it's the truth. The thing with Tiger is he could have stood there with a lob wedge and played a parachute shot and got it just as close. Not many guys in the world have the variety he has.
Well, the rest has come off from Scotty Scheffler on 13. I wonder which way he's going here. He's going down the left. Going down the left. We didn't see that this morning. We didn't think they could hold the fairway. This one is going through as well, but it's a good angle to come into this flag.
Fitzpatrick, is it online? Let's see his reaction. I would say it was. Looks highly irritated. Well, as irritated as Fitz ever gets, which is not a lot, really.
No, he's pretty good in that department, isn't he? But I guess it's understandable. Still in search of his first birdie of the day. He actually did really well to contend from the wrong side of the cut last week. Given he wasn't quite sure where the game was going to be after taking some time off after the US Open win.
Tristan Lawrence of South Africa. He's 2 under par. The birdie chance at 16. And it looks to be very good. Well done. A lot of support out here for the young South African lads.
Technically the first winner on the DP World Tour, the newly named one at the Joburg Open. It was shortened due to the COVID pandemic issues.
Well, you feel this is an important one for Max Homa. Not a comfortable distance for any player, this. A lovely stroke. Good putt. That's a good save from over where he was.
Yeah, similar scoring for Homa as Fitzpatrick, which has got such a lovely putting stroke. Nice tempo.
This would be a lovely par. Little steps, just little steps to get it back on the rails. Okay, take a bit of comfort from that, Tiger.
You know, you feel 9, 10 and 12 are quite important right now to play them in a couple under to get himself back on track and feel a little bit of momentum going his way. He needs something to happen.
And then downwind on the way home. You know, great chance at 18, isn't there? A lot of guys knocking on there. Rory on there with an iron.
14th green, Russell Henley. This is for Eagle. This has been 2 wonderful shots in here. Can he take advantage? Yeah, go on. Just in, just in, just in. That helps.
Yeah, doesn't it just? So he joins the other 50 players in the red right now. Back to 8 with Jamie and John Rahm.
Yeah, I wish I was playing. Not with John Rahm.
I was about to say you wouldn't be playing with him, Jamie.
I know that, thank you. Very cruel. 201 this hole.
That's kind of what my first thought was. Got it. 3-4-1. Got it.
it definitely died down, the breeze. It's behind him off the right. It's his A-time, 178. I think this will be the club. Hold one up. Hard to get all the way to the back of this green where the flag is. You're always a bit wary of going over here. There's some bushes at the back.
It's got to get down. It's got to get down. Oh. How did that skirt around there? And that won't be much fun.
Gosh, there haven't been many, have there? That's St Andrews, just the 3 since '84. Holes in 1.
Well, you want to chase it up the green here for Spieth. Pitch it sort of midway up there and hope you get a bit of grab.
Let's go, Jordan! Any wind, like just a breath?
Pretty much a blueprint of what Matt Fitzpatrick experienced.
So on the putting green for Jordan Spieth, but a little ways from the flag out at the par 3/8.
And Varner. As I say, it's died down out here now. They can't feel it back there. They're enclosed in that tee that they've surrounded them here on 8.
Oh boy.
It's got to be long left. And there's not much to stop it over there. We'll see if it can. Just in that kind of hard-packed dirt. It's mixed with sand and little bits of shell as well. Just a couple of wisps of rough. He's been at the top of the game and just inside the top 100, got all the way out to 92nd in the world. It's great to have Jordan Spieth back in contention, back here at the Open.
Right, 9th tee, Fitzpatrick. Just a driver, so this should be getting there. He needs to sit down. It's going to roll over the back of the green. A fairly easy chip straight back into the wind.
The only thing missing from his breakout year is a win in the major. Already 3 wins this season for Burns on the PGA Tour. That on the way from 103 yards at 7. And a little razzle-dazzle on it as well. So chance there to join the group at 2 under par inside the top 25.
Settle. We need a 2.
Into the section of the course where we'll see a couple of call-up holes. I've been doing that since early on today.
Yeah, as you said, Thomas, not as dynamic with that right knee as he in the right leg. You just can't be with the damage that was done to it, but it was a beautiful strike.
And this is what he was talking about. He said that the uneven terrain is what is getting him. It's different to the Masters where that was the hills, but it's the unexpected footing around St Andrews that he's been most concerned about.
Terrific second from Sam Burns. It's a flag that is very difficult to get this close to Petty. Siwoo Kim, wearing the optometrist's chart.
How's your vision?
No, even I can read that. Thomas was right. He mentioned that earlier.
You're both 20/20, surely. Chance coming there for Siwoo Kim at 16. Back to Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, tricky one to control, this one. Can't really see where he's going either. Just trying to pop that into the middle of the green. Still in search for the ball.
Almost need a panoramic lens on some of these cameras by the greens. Not the easiest of follows up over that hill. Even he's not sure yet. You have on the left the records of a couple of the world number ones in their opening rounds. Scheffler 4 under par.
Beautifully hold for a birdie at 7 by Patrick Cantlay. Back to even, just one birdie, one bogey.
It's a high calibre of golf course that keeps the like of Patrick Cantlay, Tommy Fleetwood, Colin Morikawa at level par. That's where we are at St Andrews. And it tests the best time and time again. Some good golf being played by Siwoo Kim, who's come in off the back of a couple of missed cuts and is yet to really contend in an Open. He's made 3 appearances before. Good move today as well by Jordan Spieth. Seems to be back in the hunt. He's bogey-free today, 2 under par. Go down live with John Rahm.
Yeah, and he's 20 yards through the green here. Never seen anybody here before. Just on the edge of the 10th fairway. Gonna try and bump it into the bank. Hopefully get a bit of grab on it. Rahm.
Well, Jose Maria Olazábal always said when you put yourself in positions like that, give yourself a 10-12 foot putt for par instead of taking on too much and leave yourself with a double bogey.
Padraig Harrington. Yes, nicely done. To 1 under at the turn.
This is difficult. That shoulder is very big on the short of the flag, so he's got to go right almost to the edge of the green for it to come down to the hole. And that's gone too far, too speedy. And then there's another hump there.
That absolutely flew off the face, didn't it? You could see it. Grass between club and ball.
41 feet 10 inches for Spieth, and as is the norm, beautifully judged for pace.
Says he's not going to venture into town too much this week. Sentiment shared by John Rahm, although he went in with a curry earlier on. But Thomas, speak to us a little bit about what it's like in St Andrews, where there's such notoriety of players these days.
It's you come to St Andrews, and I think a lot of the players try and get the feel for the town early in the week, and then they kind of leave the town to the fans after that. It's tough, being up in town and being stopped by everyone. So they tend to just kind of escape to their houses and spend time with their families and their teams around them.
Jamie has to do the same thing, as I understand it.
Don't we all, Ali? Bit of right to left for Rahm I've got for the par. It's very quiet by this 8th green.
Because the slope's from right to left, John.
Do you want to go tell him that, TJ?
I'd rather do it by text.
Yeah, okay.
It's quite a large unit, isn't he?
So from just off the edge for his birdie, Siwoo Kim. Out at 16, relatively flat from here.
Also looking slightly confused, as was Rahm. Very subtle slopes on these greens, Ali. There are lots of big mounds, sharp mounds, but even the flat areas, there's always something there.
And this will only be the 4th green today in regulation for Woods. This one's feeding left to right, using more of a straight face club, which I think is the plate. Ex-home has come up well short, trying to chip it with more like a wedge. This is more like 8-iron.
Go. Go.
Keep tracking. Over the little mound, down the other side. Okay, good chance.
It's so easy to respect the way that Tiger Woods leans into links golf. He adapts. He doesn't just fall into the trap of reaching for loft.
So right. So right. He could easily have played that with a lob wedge if it felt like it, but he sees the variety of shots, the options, and 99 times out of 100, Tiger chooses the right one.
Interesting play, got a good metre and a half of fringe to go through, then up onto the first cut. This is going through the ground all the way. I quite like that play. It's a long way though.
And a very good effort at that. Dave Stockton used to say, if you're going to putt from really long range, try and keep your putt ahead low after impact, and that kind of guarantees the strike. Something to keep an eye on out there this week, because you putt from range more often than not at St Andrews.
Spieth to tap in for par.
Little up over the ridge, double breaker here. Going in all the way. Nice work from Joaquin Neiman. What a brilliant par save that was. It's going to feel like the 2 birdies that came his way early on the back nine. So the tee on the 9th over on the right, where Spieth, Rahm and Varner are up ahead at the green, is where we find Max Homa.
Tricky one to read, Ali, this for me. It's a well-used pin at the Dunhill, never easy. There you go, told you.
Max Homa read it like a book.
I couldn't read it, that's why I'm doing this.
And patience paid off, his first birdie of the day coming just before the turn. Wally, talk us through the atmosphere that's been out following this group today.
Well, it was, anticipation early on, then a bit of disappointment. They're just willing this man to make some birdies. This is the first hole we've actually seen some birdies, and we need another one here, I'd say. Just, I don't know, he's just walking a little slow, a little bit more gingerly. So he just needs something to pick me up, and this is the loop. 2 or 3 good chances around here now, just to pump this crowd up, because they are itching to go mad for Woods.
Well, the moment they and he have been waiting for all day. There we go, 1 in a row for Tiger Woods.
Left to right for Fitzpatrick. Oh, it's been that kind of day. I don't know. He putted for so long with the flags in, and he's choosing them out this week, and I don't know if that's just changing his eyesight a little bit on it.
He did quite a bit last week as well, which was, like you are, very surprised I was last week and this week. Maybe it's the flag sticks that they're using last week and this week.
Well, they are very heavy on links golf courses, obviously, because of when you get strong winds, and you know the flags have to stay in. So they do use very heavy flag sticks, and maybe he thinks that the ball bounces off the flag a little bit easier. I'm just wondering if it changes his eyesight a little bit and his way of thought, you know, because he sometimes, I feel like he slams it almost against the flag stick and to get the ball in, and that's in his mind, that's what he wants to do.
Scheffler downhill left to right for par at 13. We saw the chip shot run well past the hole, and oh, that was nearly a great save. I liked where he hit his tee shot up the left, gave himself an angle in, but then didn't hit the second shot.
And it costs him 1, first bogey for Scotty Scheffler. So back to 3 under.
342 this ninth, easily reachable for Spieth. A little bit of a draw required.
Amazing. Absolutely no turn. Sit down.
Well, a lot right and long at 9 is better than a little left at 9.
Still up and down for birdie, up for grabs, nonetheless.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Jordan's went pretty far over.
Yeah, I just think it's a little bit of a straighter one, you know. So telling you,
It's right to left here on this 9th hole now. It's just a breeze now coming down off his right-hand side for Rahm. The way he shapes the ball should be good here. I think the straighter ball flight, just hold it off into that wind.
Well, this is a 3-wood from Rahm. The crowds like it, so that means it's left of the bunkers. Oh yeah, oh yeah. No wonder they liked it. That's good.
And that is an eagle putt to come for Jon Rahm at the short par 4. And Aaron Wise for birdie at 16. It's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy day for Wise. 3 bogeys, 4 birdies now.
To Gallop, second at the 7th. Tricky little shot in there, trying to cut it up, ride it on the wind, use the slope. That's the key, using the slope, and he does. Phenomenal shot.
That was like the good old days with Bellata golf balls, that.
Yeah, it had some action on it, didn't it? I like that. Tiger, driver at the 10th.
Yeah, Matt's Homer, sneaky long. He's got it pretty close. Set of Kruger bunkers down the right. You just want to stay out of those. Looking down the left, just trying to ease this back. Looking for back-to-back birdies. Go on, the Tiger.
Chases up and over the ridge onto the flat.
They're like London buses, aren't they, birdies? 2 in a row. First 2 in the group today at 9. I reckon we might see a couple more here. It's a sweet swing, sweet move, Fitzpatrick. He's got a great game for here, I think. Control the ball flight, he runs it, putts great. Just still trying to find his game a little. That was close.
Yeah, he's got away with that one, he really has. There's some Ghostbusters down there you could see.
Yeah, he's okay, Thomas. He's got away with one.
It is his bad shot. Fitzpatrick, the one to the left. Sometimes you feel like that quick swing of his just gets a little bit too quick and then he can't control the club head.
Interesting, just had a look at the scores between morning and afternoon. Of course, the scoring 2 1/4 shots more difficult this afternoon. Patton, a good birdie at 13, one of the rare ones.
Back to level. That's just the second birdie of the day on 13.
Can't wait for birdie at 8, putting up the slope. Hole's located up in that back tier. Wonderful putt. Did everything but go in.
Keita Nakajima trying to work his way back towards par. That'll do. On the Asia Pacific Amateur last year, he was the Mark McCormick medal winner as well as the top-ranked amateur in the world. Promising future. Got one back there.
Well, Paul Casey's found himself a little bit out of position here on 14. He's just going to sit down. There's a bunker over there. Yeah, that's going in there. That could be a tricky one. Difficult to stand to this. Harrington on 10, down the hill. He's playing some good golf at the moment.
I think it was Matt Fitzpatrick who was asked about what Harrington's strength was, and he said he could hit it 100 yards offline. He'd never know it would happen. He just doesn't acknowledge any of his bad shots. Is probably what suits him so much about links, that short memory.
Siwoo Kim coming out of the left rough at 17. And that is going nowhere but the road hole bunker. And geez, you know, there was a time, Thomas, when they redo the face in the road hole bunker, and it had a pretty good angle to it. It wasn't nearly as vertical. It's back pretty vertical now.
Here's another little bit of fun. At 14, Paul Casey.
Oh, is it going to get up there? No, it's coming back. A little bit of, well, too many things going on for Paul Casey there on 14. Struggling to make par.
Spieth threw it high. That's chasing. It's a big error to make on a scoreable hole.
It's an un-Spieth-like mistake. Normally he's pretty tidy around the greens.
I think driver was maybe too much club for him there. He kind of should have probably gone with the 3-wood. If you're going down the right-hand side and it still goes that far by, what if he turned it over? You can only imagine the pace it would have come with.
Just looks like such a benign green when you get there, but sometimes the subtlety can get to you as well. When you're on greens with so much slope for so much of the day and the round. You can see just to the right of the path there is Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, he's lying okay. Got a good line in. We just had to move everyone off the 11th tee. That's unusual. But it's, yeah, he's got sort of 50 yards of green to play with coming across the slope. Not too bad, actually. He's got away with one. Ball a little bit below his feet, but apart from that, he might get away from him a little bit. But really, overall, he's been incredibly fortunate.
Casey for par 14 after his ball rolled back down to the bottom of the slope. Right at the midpoint, it was a pretty good step he had to go up, and that's a wonderful putt. Anytime you make a putt when you have to change levels, it is very difficult.
Well, Spieth with his third shot now at the 9th, and he's not got much of a backswing. That was an error. It was a jumpy old lie, though, he had through the green there. So back foot, so he's well outside his right foot here. He's playing this very short backswing, just pop it.
Wow, Jamie, that was a really good shot. We saw all the grass growing against the direction of his stroke there. So difficult to get a solid strike.
Well, Fitzpatrick. Sutherland is just on the green. There's 52 on the flag here. So he's got plenty of green to work with. Oh, he's got a wonderful strike on that. Even got a little bit of check on it. That's a superb shot from Fitzpatrick.
So perhaps a chance to capitalise on the good break off the tee. This is down at 17 in the road hole bunker. Siwoo Kim playing backwards, playing again.
I don't think his next shot's going to be any easier.
So we'll leave him there for a moment. Hopefully it's just a moment for Siwoo Kim. This for eagle down the hill for Tristan Lawrence. Been playing some lovely golf of late. Top 3 at the Horizon Irish Open, peaking at the right time in the European summer.
Tiger second at the 10th. The part of the golf course we could potentially get something going, coming off a birdie at 9. Another good birdie opportunity at 10, and he really does need it. 5 over 41 in the opening 9, the outward 9 as they call it here.
So the last man out today at 4:16, Ronan Milani for eagle at 5. There you go. He's brought some mates along with him, or made some.
Great opportunity here for Homa. He can see everything in front of him. And well controlled.
Controlled blanket over those 3. All excellent chances.
Can't lay. Does he have too much club? Certainly if he turns it a little right to left, you would think this would be too much based on what we saw Spieth do.
Do you think they can chase 3 up through the bunkers?
Absolutely. You just turn that 3-wood down a little bit, kind of turns into a 2-wood, 2.5 wood. They can get it there.
Yeah, you don't need any carry, do you? You can just scamper it all the way through. Thread the needle.
This is what I thought. I didn't think he improved his position. Siwoo Kim, he'll be lucky to get this one out. Oh, he did. What a shot. Are you kidding me? That always looked like a 4. Oh my goodness, that will be one of the shots of the day. Compromise address position. Hole out, 4 on the card. Thank you very much.
Well, they always ask you, what's your most memorable shot? This will be up there for him, that's for sure.
Well, you don't normally play the ball out of the back of your stance. He didn't have a choice. Oops, the hole got in the way. Club toss.
To be fair, I think it was worth a bow as well, Siwoo.
It was such an awkward thing. Look at that follow through. He just throws the club in. Soft hands. Everything was awkward about it. Apart from the result.
No kidding. Fitzpatrick, let's see if he can make a birdie at 10. Did he get it there? He did. First birdie of the day for the U.S. Open champion.
It was a long time coming. The other two still with chances of their own at the 10th. Go back to 9. And Jon Rahm's eagle putt.
It's tricky from this kind of length. I saw an interesting thing in practice. You know, there's not really a practice putting green here where you can practice your long putts. And I was out walking the course early, and Phil Mickelson was on the 8th and 10th green. You know, standing far over on the 10th green and hitting putts to the flag on the 8th. You know, that was a place where he could he could get the pace for real long putts.
Yeah, just looking back, just to double check 11T, but they're going to hang on for him. Everyone likes watching Woods making birdies. Just slightly under the hole. Not a lot in this.
Back to back. Being 6 over after 7. He's 4 over after 10, moving in the right direction.
Just taking a little moment there for the reset sinking in. Birdie putt on the way, birdie putt short for Jon Rahm. That's a shame at the 9th.
Robert Dinwiddie, second to the 6th. Going well, couple under through 5. Ooh, he's going to be 3 under through 6. Beautiful shot.
It's good to see him back playing golf. He's been working in construction since the COVID pandemic hit. Lives in Wandsworth, just outside of London. Just in London, really. That's a par for Jordan Spieth. It was adventurous. The old up and down. But he knows it's an opportunity gone begging that.
Green, Tristan Lawrence to finish off. And that's a very nice round of golf. Birdie, bogey, birdie finish for 69.
So nice time of evening, around just after 6 o'clock local time here at St Andrews. There's the state of play. Scotty Scheffler, the best place player out on course as it stands. A couple of big names in the top 3. And Rory McIlroy, Cameron Smith, both inside the world's top 10. They're chasing Cameron Young. Wasn't it a great little par in the end for Siwoo Kim? He's in that group at 3 under par. Chile's Joaquin Neiman at 2 under the card. There's Robert Dinwiddie, who we were just talking about, former English #1, who's playing in his 3rd Open, as I understand it. One of the guys that got through final qualifying at Fairmont St Andrews. He was expecting a late tee time as well, and that's what he got. Porrick Harrington, there and thereabouts, through 10, 1 under, just in the red. John Rahm just making his way down to the 10th after parring 9.
Back into the breeze on 10. We're into the back 9. 150th Open here at the home of golf. Spieth smacks one away, but it's heading left.
For left!
See if he's as lucky as Fitzpatrick. Can guarantee he's not. That's halfway up the bush. Someone's in there taking a picture of it in the gorse.
Yeah, that's a poor shot. That you got pretty much all of Scotland to the right.
And where are the holes located? There was no reason to take it up the left side. You're not gaining anything.
Yes, sir. I am.
Mind you, Joe, I don't think he was trying to hit it in the bush.
No, but I just meant up the left side, Jamie.
I know. I'm teasing you.
I know. I got that. I got that sarcasm.
Not
Even
sure
though I'm American, I got the sarcasm.
You caught that, did you?
I did.
Okay. Has Rahm got a driver back there? I can't quite see.
He does.
Does he? Not sure it's a driver really for him, but I suppose he can't reach the bunker out there at 286 into the breeze. Might do.
Yeah, and came to rest right on the upslope in the first cut of rough.
Well, after that, I like to call it ridiculous 4 on the last. This is off the 18th tee. With a 3-wood. Siwoo Kim. It's going to chase into the valley. Is it going to make it up the top? Not quite.
More often than not, players greenside have been down there today. Well, zooming across all the way over to Porrick Harrington.
Well, green in regulation at the Strath hole, the 11th.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one working out this week, won't it?
Up a big hill, left to right. Wind coming off the left. There's nothing easy about this.
It's just such an unnatural thing, isn't it, Thomas, to take the putter back that far?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, and you know, you get putts on these greens that are just you don't see anywhere on any other golf course, not even any other links golf course, and you just gotta try and commit to it and accept. Acceptance is so important that, well, you know, it's not that easy to two-putt all the time around here.
Dustin Johnson for birdie at 14, and he's just quietly going along now in a tie for fourth at 4 under par. Nothing flash so far today for the former world number one.
Tricky pin position here on 15. It's difficult to get close to it. And that's a good putt from Paul Casey.
Question to both of you, how did you spend your mornings before late tee times and things like Opens?
Well, I think I had later tee times except for the weekend than Thomas did. I teed off the Open in 1997 at 4:20. It wasn't fun. I'm an early riser. It was a long day. Gooch holds one at 17.
Yeah, they're long days, you know. But you kind of expect it, and you kind of just try and make the most of it, and sit and watch a bit of golf, and you know, hang in the players' lounge and get yourself ready, and just kind of hours just kind of ticking away for you, and it's something you get used to, I guess. But it can be difficult. Certainly on the weekend, it can be difficult if you've got late tee times, in the sense that, you know, adrenaline is going. You might not be sleeping as much as you want to when you're playing well.
Jordan Spieth said he might watch a little bit of the golf in the morning today before his tee time. Not sure he would have seen this. However, Jamie?
Well, he's thinking about it. He's got about 140 yards. He's going to allow Harold Varner to go first while he makes his mind up. He does a lot of things left-handed, Spieth. That's the angle in, really. I don't know whether he'd want to do that. Varner, 125 for him. Back into the breeze, which is dying as we speak. Flag right at the very back here at 10.
Didn't look overly enamoured by the strike, perhaps got caught up in the breeze as well.
We saw the first putt from distance for Harrington. Can he make the par putt at 11? That is just a brilliant two-putt. Highly unlikely to get down in two, but well, Harrington over the years in the Open Championship has done a few unlikely things.
.176 as the roar begins. Back pin, unusual this. You only see one of these.
Popular spot. Taking all the trouble over the green out of play, Anthony.
Yeah, I just wonder, Jay, how many birdies you've had today. I mean, the wind dying off a little bit before they turned for home was probably a little bit unlucky, even though this hole plays a little easier, because they would like to have had a little bit more help coming home.
Surprisingly, there's been 6 birdies with that tough hole location. It's the fourth most difficult hole today.
Yeah, they softened the left side in 2014, so they tend to put 3 pins or 2 pins on there, and then one behind the bunker, one on top. Can Fitzpatrick get one and keep it up there? That's the challenge. So easy to go long, being greedy.
That's just a good conservative shot, like Tiger, knowing, okay, this is not the one. You need to be greedy, as Anthony just said. Take your medicine. Maybe you'll hole it. We saw Adam Scott and Dustin Johnson hole a similar putt.
So we have our own referee in with us, Jim Woo Kim. Can you talk us through what's going on here with Jordan Spieth?
Well, it looks like Jordan Spieth over here is taking back on the line relief
okay?
after calling an unplayable ball. Dropping a ball directly on the line from the hole through the where the original ball was standing, and that ball is in play.
It's forward of where it landed. No, it's forward of where you were looking. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. So I redrop.
So it seems like the ball that was dropped just bounced forward, which Jordan Spieth may play the ball as it lies. However, Jordan Spieth, as it is outside the relief area, decided to make a redrop.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jinwoo. Good to have you over from Singapore for this week. Got a very international rules committee all around.
What?
It's just 5 plus whatever you had.
Okay, it's
added
43
before.
front. I'm sorry, it's 91 front.
We had 138 from there.
Yes.
So we have 143 hole.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And 2 off the left.
The wind would be 1 off the left, 43, and that's playing.
He was so tempted to play that ball off that top of that bush.
Northwest, so it's west northwest.
But to be fair, it could have gone anywhere. Still make 4 from here, 143.
Yeah. Is that jumping at all? Where are you trying to land this?
40? 40, you said 43 hole?
Yeah.
Try and pitch it 40.
I'd say 38.
It's spinning, monkey.
Okay, it's 38 point.
Made a mistake off the tee. There's no point making another one. So he could make 4 here. Worst should be 5. Although it's not an easy shot as a breeze freshens in off his left.
Yeah, I would.
Huh?
Yes.
So there and thereabouts, but it is after the drive, the unplayable. That's going to be a putt for par for Jordan Spieth, trying to evade his first bogey of his opening round.
And John Rahm with his second shot on 10, and this isn't a good lie either. He's sitting in a old seeded divot, the sand, very sandy lies with his back foot. Make sure he hits the ball first, goes quite steep, 107, and the wind is picking up again. Needs to be aggressive with this one.
So Jim, can you just talk us, go back with the Jordan Spieth drop, why he was able to redrop?
So basically, under the rules of golf, if you drop your ball under the unplayable rule or back on the line for whatever rule it is, your ball has to stay inside the relief area, which is a club length from your reference point, not near the hole. We do have a model local rule that allows you to play from outside the relief area if it is within 1 club length, which means there's no penalty for playing the ball that was first dropped. However, as the ball is not inside the relief area, the player does have the option to redrop the ball as it did roll forward, not staying inside the relief area.
Right, interesting. Good further explanation there. This is where the wind's coming in from. Around the loop, 3 greens, all very tightly placed. 2 of them linked, 11 and 7. There's where the birdies have come from, not much from long range. But long doesn't look like much fun, I should say, neither does Strath Bunker.
Fitzpatrick first to go. Tiger will be watching closely. He's not the exact same line, but he's going to get an idea of the way the ball rolls and approaches the hole. It'll be a similar line. Slow putt, breaking left to right. Well, that did not help Tiger at all. Not that he was trying to. Matt Fitzpatrick was trying to, do the best he could for himself. But, when you want to get a read off of your playing companion, you want him to get it to the hole.
Any teacher's a good teacher around St Andrews. This from below the hole for a final birdie for Siwoo Kim. Used all of his luck up on the last. It was some 4 he made at the road hole.
11th up the hill. Coming off 2 birdies, Tiger Woods. This is an outside chance, you have to say. Oh, he hasn't hit that at all. It's even coming back towards him a little bit.
And I think that, Thomas, that's just rust. You can practice all you want, but it's different when it's a tournament. It's even more different when it's a championship, a major. Tiger was so good at those field shots throughout his career. Kim holes out for par. Amazing he made the same score at 18 that he did at 17, where he holed out of the road hole bunker. But, going back to Tiger, I mean, it was almost assumed he was going to hit it dead weight every time. He was so good. Rahm at the 10th from long range.
Down that hill. It's an excellent distance putt from Jon Rahm.
Really is a sight to behold out by 11 green, 12 tee. Fitzpatrick staring down this for par.
He was looking for that to break left to right and had just a bit too much pace. I did feel like, if you hit it, he hit it a little too hard for that putt, in my opinion, because it was uphill. A little less pace, it would have broken in. Slightly different line for Tiger. I think this one's going to have less break than what Fitzpatrick was playing for. This is definitely has to play it inside the hole, if not dead straight. The coldest part of the golf course, I always found, out there around the boot, you're surrounded by water, or wet sand in the case here, with mostly low tide. Huge putt for Tiger, 4 over par. This to remain at 4 over par. Getting ready to go to a drivable par 4, 12th. The ball actually turned to the left.
Yeah, go figure. So he gives back one of the shots he gained on the previous 2 holes. Back to 5 over par, Tiger Woods now.
Jordan Spieth, par putt at 10 after having taken the unplayable lie. And Thomas, when you look at Tiger, you've had a lot of aches and pains over the years. It's cold. It's late in the day. You're 5 over after 11 holes. Those aches start to get worse.
Well, you certainly think about them more than you do when you're playing well.
It was a drop shot for Jordan Spieth, and another there for Dustin Johnson, we're hearing. That was for par. Chipped up to there. Puts a little bit of an end to the run he was on, with birdies at 11, 12 and 14.
Scotty Scheffler for birdie. Be confident on this one. Yeah, that's a lovely stroke. Well, number 1. Moving along nicely. 4 under par.
Mito Pereira for birdie. Nicely done right there.
Some pronunciation there.
Pereira, that is the correct pronunciation, team.
Hey, there you go.
There you go.
Hey.
Oh, that was for birdie for Robert Dinwiddie. That one's easy to get. Shame, but he's still having a lot of fun out there. As he should be.
I noticed you reacted to that a little bit, didn't you, Thomas?
Yeah, but that's because you normally get most wrong.
Well, every once in a while, blind squirrel, you know.
So it's a birdie, which brings Scotty Scheffler back onto the front page of the leaderboard at 14. He's there at 4 under par. And the aforementioned Robert Dinwiddie, 3 times a Challenge Tour victor, but the last of which came back in 2010. He's in the mix. He too, rolling back the years. John Rahm, 11th tee. So out to the right, almost equidistant between 11 and 7 there.
Yeah, it would be easier if we could just choose.
Varner now. There's a bit of a crossover here. The last group are pitching into 7. So we need a traffic light system here. But Varner's going to have a crack. 176 into off the left. Difficult to get it all the way back here on 11.
Little step through with his right leg. Is that going to hang on?
Well, now Spieth, they are sheltered by the huge grandstand to the left of this 11th tee. So they can't feel that wind.
Is that wind starting getting a bit colder, Jamie?
It is. Yeah, it was. I was just thinking we're going to in for a lovely evening. We're walking down 9. It was dying. It was warmer, and now it's not. It's definitely cooler, Thomas. So he needs to aim this good 10 yards left of the pin here, Spieth.
It's just when it gets cold, all of a sudden at links courses, you just get a little bit cooler, and it costs you half a club of distance, and the ball starts moving more in the air as well when there's a little bit of wind. Just makes it tricky, and you've got to adjust.
Everyone says that it's a heavier wind as well, even though the clubs might seem like it's only one club wind. It just seems to hit it a little bit differently. Pereira.
Well, Jay has left us, so we can stay with Pereira.
You can only do that when you're out of arm's length. What a great shot it is as well.
Three wood for Scheffler, down 15. Just trying to chase it down there. It's going a little bit left, so going to the hill. And it's all about the lie now.
This is a chance for Taylor Gooch to bookend his round nicely here at the last eagle putt. It's going to be short in the jaws, but it should be good enough for 2 birdies to finish after the 2 birdies to start as well. Go back there in a moment out with Patrick Cantley.
In off the left, he won't be able to feel this much either for that big grandstand by 11. Oh, excellent shot. great control from Patrick Cantley.
This is at the 9th. So Heath Theegala, chance to get to 3 under. Hates it. He's going to love that though. 3 birdies in the last 5. Just got pipped at the post a couple of weeks back by Xander Schauffele. All for a fairway bunker shot that stayed in there. He's an exciting young rookie to watch as well.
16th tee. Dustin with driver. Heading down the left into the rough. And that's all part of the plan, and then you just hope you get a good lie. Sam Burns for birdie. Don't see many putts hold on this green.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an enigma, isn't it?
Spieth, he's going to have a putt first, 70 feet. Up the slope, such a difficult pin to get to, off the tee. Quite a big swing as well, left to right. Take 2 putts and then you start playing downwind the last 7 holes. Big swinger.
We've just seen this from Tiger Woods and Matt Fitzpatrick. He's a lot slower than the players think. That's left for par.
Seen a lot leave it short, haven't we, from that angle?
Patrick Cantley for birdie at 10. It looks very, very good. Nicely holed. Red numbers. Happy days.
So this to finish things off at the last for Taylor Gooch. And it is a final 4 under par, I should say. In the end, a couple of birdies to finish off his day. So Taylor Gooch is inside the top 10. And he's got company with some of the biggest names of the game there on the front page here of the Open, the 150th coming your way from St Andrews. Rory McIlroy in with a round of 66. And they're all chasing Cameron Young, who was out at 8:25 a.m. earlier today. Hovland's there too at 4 under par. So the players just finishing out down there on the 7th. And those on 11 waiting by.
Well, Rahm, got a long putt here. Another 70-footer. The last group are very close to Jon Rahm. Just about to finish out on the 7th green, but it's Rahm going to play. And there is a little bunker to the right of him, but he won't have to go over that or round it. Just putt through the fringe. Very slow putt, this up the hill for Rahm. Really is. He's got to smash this.
So hard to judge the pace, and look what a job he's made of it. That is one fantastic effort.
Well, here's a look at Sergio Garcia. And this is his 5th shot on 17. Been that kind of day for Sergio.
Yeah, started the 17th, 1 over par. We'll see what he finishes up. Back to the 12th tee.
Yeah, and after a massive wait, Homer just trying to power this one up there. Miss one of those 5 bunkers and somehow get maybe up to the top tier.
Gosh, there was just nothing stopping that down there, was there?
Yeah, I think it's the lesser of two evils though, Ellie, isn't it? You lay up and just leave yourself that again, even though you have wood in your hand. You're better off just to get it past the pin and take your chances. Same play for Woods. And when it's such extreme conditions as these fairways are so firm, I think you just have to take these drives on, even if you don't fancy them, I think. Just take it on and have a go. It is the play.
Give me back my son! Oh, what a shot! Oh, go hard.
Get lucky, missed the gorse. Oh my goodness. Carry that miles. Get a lie, same story, needs a lie.
Yeah, you can see why they take the gamble though. This is Filippo Celli, European amateur champion. And that was for a birdie.
Same sort of thing for Fitzpatrick. I think he might take this one down the right just a little bit more, use the slope and try and hook this one in. That's his natural shape.
Yeah, Fitzgerald.
And through the green, you are getting quite an accurate representation of what it's like to be Tiger Woods out on a golf course as well, out there with the fans, with how much they're kind of yelling out at him. It's a lot to deal with, Thomas.
Well, it certainly is. Matt Fitzpatrick has to get used to it. He's a US Open champion. There's going to be a lot of people following him around over the next year or so. And hopefully he'll go on to win more major championships. But one of the great things in golf I always felt like in my time was to play with Tiger. I always felt like, well, I got the best seat in the house to watch the best player play. So got to enjoy that when you can.
Yeah, Jordan Spieth said it was like playing in a final group even on a Thursday, that kind of atmosphere. It's back-to-back birdies for Mito Pereira as well as this one's on the way. It looks nice from Dustin Johnson if it settles.
Yeah, that was well played. Just a little unlucky that it caught that slope. It was I think it was a better shot than the result he got.
Well, we saw Fitzpatrick miss it. We saw Tiger Woods miss this. So can Jordan Spieth go better? He can. Of course he can. We saw Scotty Scheffler in the rough off the tee, so he's hit his second shot to here. He's up the hill and then it's going to go over a little bit quick here after the hole. That's not a gimme.
This is for an eagle at 12 for Nakajima. This would be a marvelous turnaround. Okay, good try. Well, it runs on a little bit, but you've got to presume he'll make that and get back to even par.
Yeah, he started with 3 bogeys and fighting his way back. Scheffler for par. Just on the hanging out on the right lip. There you go. He does that very, very well, Scotty Scheffler. Might just run them a little bit by sometimes, but he holds the ones coming back.
Where's Shawnee?
Ronan Milani. He's to 2 under par. courtesy of an eagle at 5, the birdie at 7. It's one of the special parts of this championship. Players like Milani, the qualifiers coming through. What a couple of weeks it's been for him. Got to meet Bryson DeChambeau, ask him every question in the book, and then get on the plane with him here. He's playing nicely. Danny Willits off to a good start. Round of 69 for the former Masters champion today. Sahith Theegala, incredibly promising young American. He's, you could say, in the mix with the likes of someone like Cameron Young, our leader for Rookie of the Year honours over on the PGA Tour, perhaps this season. Ryan Fox, the Kiwi, got to speak to Sir Bob Charles earlier this week, said he's done so much for the game back home. He played in a celebration of champions on Monday at 86 years of age.
Well, Padraig, how are you doing out there on the 12th? This is for birdie. Yeah, you knew it was quick. Lovely putt. Nice birdie.
Just in case you needed to understand where it was, out between the grandstand and the 11th tower at the back. It's so far right today. So Pereira's on a little bit of a run.
Dustin Johnson played that second shot well. Oh. Blasted it up that tier. Does not want to be walking off with a bogey.
Ball placements, the short par for 12th. The bunker, no good, but plenty of red around the green. Just the two eagles, both came after driving the green. But all three of these players through the back in the rough.
Well, you've got three completely different lies. Woods is pretty good. Pretty wispy, coming straight back into the breeze, so I think he can give this some air. He might just opt to pitch it up the one step. But Fitzpatrick and Homer's not a great lie, and they've got 2 steps. So left was the mist. He looks like he's going to run this, even though the breeze is strong into him. How about that?
Yeah, not many do it better.
It's just fascinating to see 3 different lies and see if 3 of the world's best play them differently. And by far the worst lie is Homer's. Fitzpatrick has a reasonably good chance to do some damage with that one, but Homer's got the hardest one coming across the slope. Grain very much into him. He's going to have to go digging for this. He's got to make sure the head really just keeps popping through the grass. It'd be so easy to stop on this. He just seems to have turned around, just hanging on possibly for 13.
So while they wait,
Ulrich Potgieter, young South African amateur who won the British Amateur just a little while ago. Only the third South African ever to win the British Amateur Championship.
And as I say, you've got to go digging for this. Real little stabby little shot. I think that was the play, just laying back a fraction.
It's just
so
so
easy
much,
to run that over the green.
and there's so much up for interpretation on a course like this as well. Great example there.
Well, I always feel like the first shot you see is the one you got to go with.
Cantley's got the wedge out.
This is a shot where, I mean, you've got the option of just about every club in the bag except maybe the driver. He's going to pitch it way up there into the upslope.
I got to say, Tony, I like that play.
Me too. I think that was a brilliant shot.
I like that, you know, you kind of know what you're going to get into these hills, into the wind. Fitzpatrick on 12, up and over. He's made this look easy. Beautiful. You knew it wasn't the greatest of lies. Dealt with it very, very well.
DJ. Well done. I think he deserved a par there, really. He played the hole quite nicely. 5 would have been pretty depressing.
.346 this 12th have been called up. Wind straight across from the right-hand side for Rahm with the driver. Should be perfect. The only bunker you can see is the one just short of the green at the 319 mark. It's a very active teeing area here with the shadows. Just stepped away. I think with a good one, he'll go through the green here with this club. It's all about the bounce.
Is there a way to keep it on the green? Probably like that. I still think it's going to be a little too hot. Even pitching in that rough, it's going to just catch that slope, run off the edge. But it won't reach the rough, which is huge. That makes a big difference.
Well, here we are. Road hole bunker. 17, Paul Casey.
Success. Getting it out of that is successful.
Spieth with the driver. Is it a few left? Wind off the right on this 12, 346.
Beautiful swing there, Jordan. Hold it.
Yeah, no, that's not going to stay on the short range. That's going to charge over into the rough, as we've seen. Oh, my goodness. Lone little clump of gorse, but he has avoided it, sort of.
He's had a couple of dodgy lies recently. Spieth. Back to 11, though, for Mito Pereira from long range. Just not seeing that many players get it past the hole from down there. Quite a hefty slope.
Scheffler at 16. Beautiful angle. Just land it over the bunker on the bottom tier. Chase it up the slope. Pretty much like that. Well done. Clever shot.
This is for par for Paul Casey. This would be a good save. Not quite. We're playing Open Championship here, and 2 4s and 2 5s on 17, and you're kind of happy.
He spent a lot of this year sidelined with his back injury, a couple of bulging discs.
Homer away first for birdie. Having a good long look at it. Looks like that wind's just got up again. Not enough really to affect line, maybe a tiny bit on pace, but this should be a positive effort. And it wasn't short. Oh, you're going to hate yourself for that.
It's just a little bit of a holding pattern, isn't he? I have always really liked his putting stroke. Got the kind of equal parts athleticism and softness to it. Could have used a little more on that. There he is, practicing with his eyes shut. Some people putt that way.
Well, birdie on 9, birdie on 10, 3 putt on 11. So you feel like Tiger Woods would really love to get this one. Get a little bit of good momentum going after a poor 3 putt up there on 11. This should be inside right.
Not often you'll see Tiger hit a putt like that and immediately stand up knowing he's missed it. Because from that range, for a long time, he's been a genius.
Yeah, it was out of character. Maybe a little bit of frustration coming through there.
Yeah, because through all his travails of injuries and things, if whatever has gone wrong, his putting has always been of a genius standard.
Let's see if Milani can get another at the 8th. He can. He is a walking highlights reel today on this front 9, Ronan Milani.
Pereira. Oh, slides it by for his par. Don't do that. Can get so frustrating though.
Let's see if Sahith Theegala can add another here at 10.
All but.
So 4 birdies, just the 1 drop shot to Theegala's name. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when he gets his first win. Wouldn't it be lovely if it came here at the 150th Open? What an announcement that would be. He trails by 5. It's incredible to think that when Sam Snead first saw this piece of land, he thought it was an abandoned golf course. When his train car arrived for the 1946 Open. He went on to win by 4 that year. Mind you, grew to love it, grew to understand it as well.
Spieth, a bit like the shot he had on 9. It's up against the bush, but he's got a swing, but it's going to have to be quite steep. Pick it up steep, top the ball, club on the ball. Not a lot in front of him, he can run it down there, no problem. Up the first slope.
Brilliant. Brilliantly played. The ball was about 6 inches outside his right foot. Just had to hinge the wrist, pick the club straight up at the air, just drop it on the back of the ball. Great imagination.
Just seen Harrington play from the top of the ridge. I assume that was his driver. Interesting play that. Such a difficult pin. Driver for Fitzpatrick. This might run on top also. And the wind has just tripled in the last 15 minutes.
That's a 4 right. Maybe in the right-hand rough, maybe on the upslope of the ridge.
Rahm on 12 here for an eagle. He had the wedge out. He's going to try and chip it over the bank in front of him, but he's elected for the putter. That's the play, really. Keep the ball on the ground when you're playing links golf, especially when it's a runway like it is today. It's a beautiful light this time of the evening. The sun's starting to set, and it's a gorgeous evening. So this is down into the little valley in front of him, and then up the other side. Not an awful lot in terms of break for Rahm.
Keep coming, keep coming. Not bad, little bit of work to be done. He does not get sweaty palms over 4-footers though, Jon Rahm.
Homer made the same play. He's got it up on top of the ridge, so all about the lie. And here we see links golf at its finest. Coffin's down the left, iron for Woods, so probably not in play, but if he pulls it, he might pitch him one. He's trying to play underneath the ridge with his playing partner's gone up and over into the wispy grass. Many ways to get it done.
Skirted 1, skirted 2, skirted 3. Get a lie. It's enough to scare the daylights out of you, isn't it? The name, the Coffins. Cantlay. All of these guys just trying to picture a way to keep it on the green, stop it from charging through the back. But unless you picture that rough left, just about impossible to do, and that is bad news.
So up to 16 for birdie for Scheffler. Just never had enough on it, that one. Might sting a little. He would have liked his chances. Little right to lefter, yeah. You don't get many better looks for birdie from that range than that. Sam Burns got for us here.
Well, he's got a lot more height on it, but downwind, it's still gonna chase through, stay away. Okay, half decent lie. And I wonder if any of these guys have even pondered those two little clumps of gorse over the back in the practice rounds. Two holes to go for Dustin Johnson. He's come up short right, which is quite a sensible play and a gorgeous little pitch.
As I understand it, when this course was played as 22 holes with all of the double greens, it was actually played from behind 17, from 1 to 17 green.
Reload. You won't be finding that, and you won't be playing it. That is just... That's just terminal.
I'm not sure he wants to find what's over there either. For par, right to lefter for Dustin Johnson, no trouble. Good in the end. Take 4.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas Bjorn said, you know, 2 4s, 2 5s, and it's absolutely right. It's playing at 4.40 for the day, so it really is a par 4.5. Ooh. Munoz at 11. Cool. I got quite a fright there, Ali. I wasn't expecting that.
Was that from Hill or Strath? The two bunkers on 11. Hill's the left.
Hill's left, Strath, the little one at the front, named after David Strath, who actually finished runner-up 3 times in the Open. In 1876, he tied and refused to have a playoff. Just said, no, I'm second. I like his style.
I believe he spent a little bit of time in that bunker.
Yes.
That's why it was named after him as well. Sounds like he had a good sense of humour and might have needed it. I think it certainly helps in links golf every now and then. So there's our feature groups out on 12 and 13. The Eden Estuary up on the right.
A hare. Very tame, all these people out here. Multiple thousands of people out here, and I'll just sit here and have my late dinner.
I think there's a rabbit chapter in St Andrews history as well, isn't there?
Absolutely. There were it was declared a rabbit breeding. It was legal to breed rabbits, wasn't it? They had rabbit breeders out here. Then they changed their mind, and it took about 20 years to get rid of them.
This piece of land has seen some things. That's a good birdie there from Jordan Spieth. So he's back to 2 under par where he started the back 9.
Rabbit or hare? I'm not that sure now. He's not worried, is he? Oh, just go top of the hill, check out a bit of golf. Right. Back to the golf. Rahm, birdie putt. He normally just blasts these in. He's got no fear of going 2 or 3 feet by. Back of the hole. Oh. He won't be happy. It's one of his great strengths.
So we've just ticked over 7 p.m. local time here at St Andrews, and it's Scotty Scheffler, the best placed out on the course, the world #1, trailing by 4. What a great day it was for Barclay Brown, the Stanford University player. A man from Sheffield, much like Matt Fitzpatrick up on the top right of screen. That's where the coffins are. Gone past those, aptly named.
Goodness me, look where Homer's hit it down, right over the top.
Oh, we've got further than that to come, Tony.
What?
Fitzpatrick's done him by 25.
Has he
on
really?
12 the front for Woods. Completely blind, just popping this in the air, hoping it might spin.
Downwind out of that stuff, it's a vain hope. What a putt he's going to have. It's sort of down the borderline between 13 and 5. Could be longer, mind you. The 2 greens are exactly 100 yards long. Can you believe it?
It is quite striking when you come here. Nicholas always said it was the most distinctive part of St Andrews. Homer next to play.
It's a great time of day, Ali. The colours are amazing. The crowds are huge. They're all hanging out to see some of the best. This is not so good. I think he'll take, again, 30 or 40 feet. But I like the play. You just take it on and see. I don't see from the fairway you get inside 20 feet from that right-hand pin. So you never know. You might get lucky, as Fitzpatrick has done. Again, just up in the air for Homer, trying to get something here, but everything's just kicking down.
Also, a bit of a monster putt. That's such a tough pin. My goodness, I don't know how you get it close to that.
In the jaws. Good 3 for Sahith Theegala. Out at 11, so that'll keep his pace up. He's at 3 under par.
Birdie chance at the last hole for Paul Casey. Oh, very easy to get a little shy on that. It's pretty quick down there, and you can see the sheen on the greens now at the end of the day. I think the sun and the wind have just sucked all the moisture out of them, what tiny bit there was.
Yeah, 4 under for the front, 3 over, coming back round of 71 for Casey today. Billy Foster's pacing this one out.
Yeah, he's pacing to a point, really. He's not interested in this pin at all, even though he's, well, I haven't actually got a number, but if I eyeball it, it looks about 80 yards max.
Wally, I mean, to that pin, he can't go at that pin, can he?
No, no chance. You're pitching on a downslope. The best he would do would be 40 feet. And it's just sort of down grain and a bit of a dusty area. If ever you were going to get any spin, it would be here, but down breeze as well. It's just not happening. So he'll be happy with maybe 10 or 15 feet past the pin of pin high. First things first, just get it past the pin and you're putting back into the wind. That's all you can do here. That's all the whole field can do on 13 today.
Yeah, what a flag. Wally, it's sort of semi-innocuous looking shot, but you can get this wrong very quickly, can't you?
Well, you start feeling the pin, Tony, don't you? You've almost got to ignore that and just look at his playing partners that are sort of 50, 60 feet left and almost use those as a guide more than the flag, bizarrely. That's links golf, isn't it?
Sure is.
You're constantly playing shots that you'd never practice, which I think is pretty cool.
Oh, it's the last thing he needed was a flyer. A little bit of grass between club and ball takes all the grip of the grooves off, and well, it's going to be interesting viewing in the next 10 minutes watching those 3 putts.
Yeah, needed all the spin he could get from that. So a little stymied, as you can so often be in this part of the world, this golf course in particular, right on the coast. And Scotland has just under 10,000 kilometres of coastline. A lot of it's used for research, for monitoring as a source of energy as well, actually. They produce about I think about a quarter of the tidal and offshore wind for all of Europe. But boy, there's some pretty spots around it as well. And it's worth exploring. Great country to drive your way around. Stumble on some pretty good golf courses too while you're at it. And the way that St Andrews just juts out into the estuary never gets old. Mark Rose joined Tony Johnson and myself, and it's a pretty picture from overhead, isn't it?
It is. The home of golf, fashioned by time and history. And not a single player in the entire field is not having a ball being here. What a stroke from Laurie Cantor, long range. Perfect pace, perfect line.
Perfect result, 2 on the bounce as well for Cantor after a tough start. Bogeyed the opening 2 holes.
Wow. 107 feet, we're told, Wally.
Yeah, a little chip and run with a putter, Tony. Little Bronte chip master back into the breeze. Bit of slope involved towards the end for the great man. He'll take 5 feet, that's for sure.
Yeah, there you go. As Anthony said, bit of break at the end of this. If he's to get the pace right. You see, look at that swinging. Now, he could be 10 or 12 feet further to his right, and that putt would be so much straighter where that flag position is. Tucked in between 2 ridges there on the right-hand side.
It is a game of angles. Looks like Joaquin Niemann might have at least a decent one of getting around the road hole bunker.
Niemann trying to negotiate an exceedingly difficult putt.
It is incredible, Rowie, isn't it? How much a pace or two to either direction can dictate the shot you need to play.
I mean, that is just that's the glory and the beauty of what I consider the best links golf course in the world. It's just it's a test from start to finish, but it's a challenge that everybody wants to take on.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it? And Woods' ball got a bit of a gust, I felt, towards halfway. Is Fitzpatrick going to learn from that? It's always a slow putt. Whenever we play here, you always hit it a bit harder.
And a bit higher and a bit good. Wow. Great long-range effort.
Playing in the 150th anniversary Open Championship with Tiger Woods, does it get any better? No, it doesn't. It's the stuff he dreamed of growing up at the Hallamshire Golf Club in Sheffield. Yes, he's a major champion and all he's done, but this is still goosebump stuff for him. It has to be.
He wasn't even in the field, was he? The last time that the Open came here, I think he only turned pro about 12 months earlier. Matt Fitzpatrick has come a long way since then.
Scheffler just hanging this out to the right-hand side, and it's putting down the breeze, and that's what's fooled him slightly on the pace. Thought that the breeze might carry it a fraction more.
Same gig for Homer. Give it an extra 6 or 8 feet and you think you might just get it there. How about that?
Only at St Andrews could you have an 83-foot putt and have the shortest putt in the group.
Like it.
It's all about placement, isn't it? Not so much proximity. One of the golf courses that works against that theory, I think.
Superbly played. It really wasn't. You know, if you looked at his wedge there, there was almost zero bounce on the sole. The leading edge was almost flush with the ground. And a lot of these guys will change their wedges for these conditions. Get the sole ground off so it digs in a little more. What a shot.
Yeah, it's a good 5 paces short. May even be 6 for Woods. One thing's for sure, we've got to hit this pretty hard. Just a slight rise back into the breeze. It'd be a terrible shame. He's been working hard the last hour or so just to try and get a score that he can have a go at tomorrow.
Another one slides by. And there are those days where you just have to smile and grin and bear it, and it's great to see Tiger there. He's added a lightning bolt of electricity to this championship just being here.
That is a pretty serious fall from Joaquin Niemann at the penultimate hole. So that keeps him in the group at 3 under par. 3 of those he's gained since the turn as well.
So just this left for the par for Fitzpatrick. He's grinding out there as well.
Yeah, well done. Terrific 2-putt. Dustin Johnson Nice little pitch off a really tight lie. This would be some birdie. There you go. There you go.
And with that, he posts a round of 68, making birdie from what looked to be over by the first tee there. So he's inside the top 5. Around about half of St Andrews still in the sunlight. It's home to one of the oldest universities in the world as well. Dates back to 1413 here.
I think you were there, Tony, weren't you, those years?
I did the opening. Amazing history, though, isn't it, really? Amazing.
168 for Rahm. He's in the rough on the right of the 6th hole here. Can't see anything from where he is. You can see the 13th camera tower, and that's exactly where the flag is, so that's really giving him a hand. Wind off the right and mostly down. I've got to think it's a wedge, but how you get close to this pin, I don't know, you need a miracle somehow. Got to pitch it just on the front edge. Got to play smart, got to play left of the pin here. Have there been any birdies on this hole today? Come on. Get those computers working.
Hang on, Jamie, I'm rummaging.
I don't think there will be.
2.
2? Must have chipped in. Oh, he smashed that one up in the air.
Hopefully he doesn't get a jumper out of the rough. Yeah, it has come out. He was trying to give it, I think he was trying to give it the very high floaty cut, but it's just about impossible.
You're talking about a jumper or a flyer, and actually that was quite a soft bounce by St Andrews standards.
Yep.
I reckon they should swap the flags over here. 135 for Spieth. Good lie in the rough on the upslope.
Well, it's certainly allowed him to get the height. He's hoisted it into the heavens, and there you go. Once again, it's landing on the downslope there. Well, it's definitely over 100 feet. I keep calculating as it rolls, trying to figure it out. I'm going to go for near 150 there.
Unfortunately, Pereira has made a triple bogey. Sam Burns rolling it right in the jaws.
A nice birdie at 12 for Burns. Up to the 18th tee. It's an unusual swing, Neiman. Had quite a dip through impact, but he's very strong and very long. Now, Twizzler, the club's normally a good sign. Surely can't get through the Valley of Sin at that pace.
Cantlay, good chip to here at 12 for a par. Must have taken a drop from the little clump of gorse that he was in. So that's a good 4.
Yeah, very important. Par saves, sometimes it feels like a birdie. We keep saying that, but it's great for momentum. Scheffler, once again, so impressive. Now he's leaked this to the right. That was squirting straight right with a driving iron. Oh, no, he's okay.
Anytime you hit it down that channel, it's panic stations.
He was definitely a little nervous when it set off, wasn't he?
From 18 to 9, Jack Floyd in the last game of the day, game 52. That reaches the turn at even par for the Englishman. Around 3 hours to the turn. St Andrews is always slow play just because of the nature of the golf course. Double fairways, double greens. Scotty Scheffler with that driving iron up the right side will have an opportunity to get up and down at his final hole of the day and tie Cameron Smith, potentially to get within 3 shots of Cameron Young, our leader, after a 64 in this opening round of the historic 150th Open Championship at the Old Course at St. Andrews. Tristan Lawrence, good round of 69 for the South African. Ronan Mullarney also playing in that final game. He's 3 under par to the turn. The Irishman having a really good day. Those guys waited a long time to tee off, and they're making it all worth it. Let's go to 13 and just under 99 feet, Jamie.
199 feet.
I said just under 99.
Oh, 99, I was going to say. That's a long way. Yeah, it's miles away for Spieth. A lot of left to right in this putt. It's got to get up the bank on the left. Can he hit it hard enough?
And an inch perfect for speed. He sure has some touch.
Now Scheffler's driving iron down the right side, as Jay said, has just peeled a little bit further to the left. So what's his choice of shot here? Is he going to bump this short, let it hop up once and check, or is he going to put some real spin on it? Address position suggests a little low bunt. That's a cracker. How about this? Please go in. He was thinking about the Eagle 2 at one point there for certain.
Didn't play the American shot. The old Scots, they'd be proud of him with that one. That little low bouncer. Nicely done. As an uphill putt coming.
This is Robert Dinwiddie. He's 3 under par. Chance to get another 1 under par at 10. Oh, and he does. Beautifully done. 4 under. Don't look that calm. You're excited. You know you are. Excellent stuff.
Rahm eyeing this one up at 13.
Yeah, he is, but it's a long way away. Bit of left to right, not too much for Rahm. Gentle left to right. The good thing is it's been consistent wind, I'd say, all day long for all the players from start to finish. Looked like it was going to die down about an hour ago, but it hasn't. Still there. You think McIlroy hit driving a wedge into 14 this morning when I was following him. They won't be doing that quite now, but we shall see. Maybe they will. But left to right for Rahm.
See the length of the backswing there. And it's not quite enough for Jon Rahm. And quite unusual, Tony, by links standards, that you do get that pretty much the same from morning to afternoon, as Jamie Spence was saying there. That's not usual. Normally you get a big increase with the turn of tide.
Absolutely. Highly unusual.
Well, the challenge here, guys, is to hit it as far right as you possibly can. A little bit like 17 on this breeze.
This one started left. Luckily he carried the Beardies, but that's headed down towards 5 fairway.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's got enough to get all the way, Jay.
It didn't. No, that's in a nasty spot. Homa will be thinking a different line than that one. There you can see Homa driving distance today, 331. Tiger a little bit longer than Fitzpatrick, Anthony.
Yeah, I think he'll nudge that up. Coming down breeze. He likes to turn the ball over. It was beautiful on the range. He was flushing it, Homa. Like I say, the challenge is not to miss this left. So easy to run out of room.
That's APBs and J's, baby. Well done, man.
Well, you can see there there's some thin areas and some thicker areas, and that's got a thicker area of fescue, so that's a problem for Homer.
It's never a tee shot you want to try and cut into this breeze, Mark, is it? But it almost does require the Tiger Woods customary fade nowadays.
Let it big doggy!
Just like that.
Well, you called it, Anthony, and he produced it. He just kind of held that up, didn't he, against that right to left breeze. And look at that, still running.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's just run out of the end of the fairway.
It's like down a runway.
Right. Scheffler. 5 under par would be a heck of a round. Oh, what a pity. Lovely try, but 68. You know what? He set himself up for the week.
He's on such a roll, isn't he, as well? Scheffler's the world #1. Major champion. He looks like he's going to hold everything, Scheffler. It's hard to see a week where he's not on the leaderboard, Jay.
Just, yeah, exactly. I mean, he does everything so well. Just to put a number on Tiger's drive, it looks like it was a neighborhood of 420 yards at 14.
If you told old Tom Morris that somebody who was going to hit a drive and a wedge on 14, he would have said, I'm going to come back and haunt you for the rest of your life.
Slightly different equipment nowadays, Tony, to the featheries and the long-nosed clubs that they use, though.
You collected those too. Remember what a collector you were. Neiman. Hold up, hold up. Oh no, dived on him.
The greens are a mix of fescue and bent predominantly, but you see all the different colours. There's so many different grasses have grown in. There are almost too many to mention, and yet it's amazing year after year when you come here how well they putt.
John Rahm for his par after that wickedly long putt. First putt.
Apologies for any language you might have heard. Rutherford at the 11th. Jamie is from England. And nearly a 1 at the Strath hole.
Well, I thought the line was good when it set off, the top tracer line, but now he's produced, for me, the best shot today. I haven't seen anyone closer all day.
It should lead to his 3rd birdie in 6 holes.
For a par. God, he's caught so much of the hole. Could fall in for the same money, and he knows it. He's put a good stroke on it. He's hit it where he wanted. Sometimes even an excellent putt doesn't go in.
So Heath Thigala for birdie. He's been impressive today. He's got all sorts of shots and he putts well. He's got a great short game. There's a potential star of the future you're seeing here.
1 drop shot, 5 birdies on the card, 4 under par. They're all chasing, as they have been most of the day. Cameron Young, a 64 this morning. Rory McIlroy was a pretty stress-free 66, if that's possible, in an Open Championship. Rory really does look like the man to beat. Barclay Brown, the amateur, played a wonderful round. Hold a big putt at the road hole for birdie 3, and then closed out with a 68. Minwoo Lee, 2-time winner of DP World Tour. He opened his 150th Open Championship with a 69. Ernie Els was thrilling the crowds early. He had it 5 under in the back 9, limped home a little bit. Still a good round of 70 for the 52-year-old two-time champion. Ryan Fox, the long-hitting Kiwi, he was rounded in a 71. And he thought that he would play well here this week on a links golf course. Typically, links golf courses suit the Kiwis' game. Victor Perez lives just up the road. He was rounded in 71 as well. It's tied for 35th. And there is Patrick Cantlay on 13.
Nothing really going for this one. Side hill lie, wrong angle, no chance to get anywhere near the flag. And now he's hit the little downslope at the front of the green, and that's scampering on and on and on and on, and probably close to the length of a football pitch coming back.
Yeah, I was looking for the little, there's a little red dot there somewhere between the two greens. That's about 100 feet. And I think he's way beyond that.
Well, he's definitely closer to the flag on the adjoining green, that's for certain.
No question.
Even if it's that one, then that's where it's going to go.
Now another player down the right side, Sam Burns. Equally no shot at all to where that flag position is. And
55 to 60, yes.
40 feet would be remarkable, Tony, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from this angle, as you said, there is just nothing going for you here. And the flag's in a nasty pin position.
Not really made to be approached from the right today, is it?
No, I think I think you've actually got to go down the other fairway here, Jay.
Absolutely, down the 6th fairway.
Yeah.
Even if you hit it through the 6th fairway, because it kind of crowns and goes downhill, the angle is going to help you out. I mean, coming in from the right, Mark, you said 40 feet. I thought 80 feet was going to be a good shot.
Yeah. I mean, it's really anything, isn't it? And you see what he tried to do there. He didn't look at the flag yardage. He didn't even look at the front edge yardage. He took 15 off front edge yardage and tried to land it in the gap there and feed it through. And he's caught that little grass bunker that sits just short left of the green there. So the chip from there is also not fun.
No, you can get a lot of mind benders at St Andrews.
Larney for par at 10 in the final game. Rolls it right in there. Stays 3 under. That's great stuff when you've had to wait around all day to tee off at 4:16. There you can see 3 games on the 14th. Some pretty good players in those groups. Some Open champions, U.S. Open champion. Maybe future major champions. Certainly Thomas Peters playing alongside Harrington would be high on that list of players yet to win a major that has the game.
Quite a weight back on the tee there, the par 5. Tiger seems to be uncomfortable every step of the way. Every pace is painful.
The boys enjoying it? The boys enjoying it?
Gingerly walking towards the end of the fairway, where he's hit his drive 420 yards, by the way.
Anthony, have you ever seen a ball driven down to this point?
No, we just had a little bit of chat about the weight, actually, and we both decided he needs a chair to come out the side of the bag so he can sit and rest. I've never seen a ball go that far, but there's nothing to stop it. The fairways are running at about 11 on the stimp. There's a hospitality to the right at 14. They're having a great time. Everyone's taking pictures of Woods for 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, that's actually the group in front of Tiger. They're just heading towards the front edge of the green. And I'm guessing that Tiger's tee shot wouldn't have been too far from catching them up.
It must have been. Look at the tee shot and look at the run. 100 yards of run. 188 to the hole. We saw Rory coming out of the rough. Hit a wedge for his second shot here, went through the green. Certainly shouldn't be much more than a wedge for Tiger, one would think. Having a chat with his buddy from college days and tour days. Noted Big Gay, working for American television.
While they all stack up on 14, we'll go up to the green. Thomas Pieters. 3 over par. Just short of the green. Man, we've seen some long putts today. This flag is 28 yards on, so this is another 90-footer.
Remarkably so far, Peters hasn't made a birdie. And that needs just to go a little bit more down the breeze, getting ever closer, so may just be the first red figure of the day for the Belgian.
Cantley on the 13th green, Tony. This is a long one, and we've seen everyone come up short here.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and there's quite a lot of break from left to right. And this might be the longest one we've seen here so far. This is, I think, well over 100 feet. I don't think that's far enough left either. Although he's not going to complain, is he?
It's a terrible putt. It's right, Tony.
He pushed it, though. He pushed it. Isn't it brilliant?
Crazy.
Brilliant touch.
Crazy good, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Really is. It's about a 5-minute walk.
You know, to be over 100 feet away and to get it exactly, and I mean exactly, the pace was millimetre perfect to the whole side, wasn't it? It's incredible.
Pereira coming over off of the triple bogey at the 12th where he drove it in the gorse bush. And that was really a tough putt. Had to come up and over a mound down to where the hole's located in a swale.
Great ball striker Pereira should have won the PGA Championship. Double bogeyed the 72nd hole. That was hard to watch.
Especially hard to watch when you think you only needed a bogey on a par 4 in order to get in a playoff.
Waiting patiently, Tiger Woods after that monumental drive. And we think nothing more than a 3/4 9 or even a firm wedge to get to the green. Ronan down on his knees, Podrick down on his knees, trying to get a good perspective of what's a very tricky putt here. That flag is only, say, 6 feet or so over the top of the ridge, and you've got a couple of breaks before you get there. And a slight change of pace from the fringe grass onto the green.
Flag out. I think I may have been tempted to leave it in, Rory, because you've got to give this a hit and it might work as a backstop. putting right along the crest of that ridge. He knows what he's doing.
It's a good putt. That's a really good putt from where he was. It's hard to express unless you're actually down there on the ground how tricky that putt was.
Sam Burns. Par putt at 13. Nope. Yeah, and a lot of these putts, Rory, you know, that we're seeing on the TV, you think, oh, he's missed that a foot left. How did he do that? But a putt of that length, you can have 2 or 3 distinct breaks, can't you?
Darren Clark, former Open champion down at Royal St. George's. This for a par at his final hole of the day. Disappointing day for Darren. It has been a great opening day here at the 150th Open at St. Andrews. Low scores were mostly in the morning. Cameron Young leads the way as he has all day with a 64. Dustin Johnson, one of the few players late in the day alongside Scotty Scheffler, both carding 68s in the afternoon. And let's go to Peters. Let's see if he can pick up his first birdie of the day.
Well, St. Andrews sometimes gives you something special, and on other occasions it frustrates you. And right now, that's a very frustrated Thomas Peters. 11 pars, 3 bogeys, not a single birdie through 14 holes. With his length and his power and his great short game and his improved putting stroke, almost unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm with you. You just can't see how he can go around there without a birdie.
It's almost a rejuvenated Padraig Harrington since that win at the US Seniors Open. He genuinely will have come here believing that he could win this. There's no doubt. And this is an excellent start. And he's got another one.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's absolutely no doubt Harrington won't see himself as a potential winner.
Well, he's in his element here, isn't he, at St. Andrews, because he's got every shot. He's got every single short game shot you can imagine. He's putting better. He's driving it long enough still for an over 50-year-old. He's driving it a long way.
Matthew Griffin for eagle. The Australian slides that by on the high side. Should tap that in to pick up his first birdie of the day. Well hold for Dinwiddie at the 11th. Remains 4 under par. No bogeys on the day. Birdied 1, 5, 6, and 10. Nice evening to be out on the water. A little breeze to push you along.
Yeah, interesting, Jay. The last sort of 20 minutes we've been waiting here, I think the wind feels like it's pretty much gone right now. Which won't please the players one bit. The breeze coming home would just give them an extra push. A really thick lie for Fitzpatrick. I think Max Home was playing ready golf and has decided to go. He can certainly get there, but he's bouncing it up. Lie is a little thickish, but it will come out pretty hot.
Well, that one looks to have nestled down as well.
Got a couple of bunkers to negotiate there. Testing shot.
Doesn't look like much of a lie for Fitzpatrick.
No, absolutely not. I'm amazed that he's wasted, but I think he's just going to have a thrash at it and try and get it over the bunkers and hope.
Is Hell bunker in line from that line?
No, it should be fine.
Coming back down off the slope, down in the low area where there are always so many divots. You have to get a little bit lucky. Now, what about Tiger after that massive tee shot?
Yeah, 188. I've got him about 420 off the tee. I would imagine at least 120 of that is run. That just puts it in perspective how hard it is out here. So this might even be 7. It might have just changed to a 6, owing that the wind has dropped completely. Everyone's hung around to see Tiger Woods.
118 feet, the apex. Oh, he's landed straight in the upslope there and killed it stone dead. Not a single ounce of forward momentum, which that's what he was playing for. Try and land it just on the front.
You surprised that Tiger didn't play that kind of a little low cutting shot, land it short and run it up the bank?
I think he was so close down there. The tee shot was so long. I think if it'd been 40 yards back, he would have played that shot, but I think he thought he could get that on the flat and stop it.
Spieth on the tee on 14. When they got on this tee, it was downwind. It is not downwind anymore. If anything, there's a bit of hurt for him. So he's aiming this left, Spieth. Coming down the 5th fairway.
I never even saw where it was.
Oh no, that's a super shot.
Played a huge cut shot, just barely missed the birdies.
They're in play now, Jay, just about.
That's unreal, the way the wind has died and then possibly switched a little bit.
Yeah, 180 degrees.
That's bad luck when you play out into the wind and then play some of your inward half into the wind
listen,
as well.
Yeah, it's only a little bit of breeze into them, really, but the flags are fluttering that way now. So they'll be aiming a bit further left with these tee shots, which brings in the birdies.
Slice. Slice!
This needs to cut more. Oh, he's okay. Well, really run out of fairway. Or will he just hang on to that first cut? Oh my goodness me. That last 6 inches has just made it 50% harder.
Fitzpatrick walking after it very quickly. Don't just no, it's not going to cling on. Severe drop off, slow putt going back up, but 2 putts, get your par and just get out of there.
They say it's a game of millimetres, don't they? But even more so at St Andrews, you can just fall off these little slopes and end up 20 yards away, 30 yards away.
If this guy gets us on the green from here, I mean, that is ridiculous, Rory. Those little bunkers down there, the coffins, they are just impossible to get out of. He's just knocked it pin high.
Yeah, he was down the left side of the 6 there, and it's a slightly better angle from down there. And you know what? He struck that so perfectly. That is the closest I've seen all day on 13.
By miles.
And Max Homa just to the left of the 15th tee. He's got a really sort of tough thicket sort of lie, ball above his feet. Everything's against him here. Yes, the pin is at the back, but I don't think that really makes a lot of difference. The greens are so firm. This is just going to go hooky on him. He might just play this down the right and just play for 5. Oh, there's a golf shot.
He won't have played a better shot than that all day, in all honesty. I mean, that was hoisted it sky high, and he got to land it in a little square about 4 feet wide on the right side, and he did it. So great shot from Homer.
birdie putt at 16 for David Law. Oh, nice. Oh, you think they're not looking after their local lad. Flying the Scottish flag, beautifully done.
The rarest of birdies. Can Thigala make only the third birdie of the day? He kind of ambles round. He looks very cool and calm, does Sohit Thigala. He could have won in Phoenix. And he's got plenty of game, and the short game is well worth taking a look at. He's got some special little shots.
Tiger's second shot hit into the bank on the upslope, guys.
Absolutely, it just pitched straight into the sharpest part of the slope, Wally.
Amazing. That's so unlucky after the perfect tee shot. It's about 4 feet below the level of the green. It's slow, quick, slow. After an awesome tee shot, he deserves a 2-putt, but this is not easy. Easy to get this wrong and just go through the green. He's only got about 8 feet behind before it will run off the back. So he needs to guard against that.
That is just Tiger at his best, isn't it? That judgment of distance down there. Down the breeze, downhill, up and over a massive tier. That was bordering on genius, wasn't it?
Sure was. Louis Oosthuizen. Oh, nice. Back-to-back birdies for the South African. He had a bogey on the 6th, and then all of the rest were pars until those 2 birdies. Nice little move.
Unlucky just to go through Fitzpatrick. And there's an eerie silence out here. People are desperate to see some birdies, but with the wind dropping off, the course is, I think, playing a little tougher coming home, which is a shame for these guys going out into such a strong breeze. This is slow, uphill, left to right, pretty much all the way for Fitzpatrick.
It's required a lot of patience out there, I think, this afternoon, Anthony, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been painful for them. I feel sorry for them. All day, probably since the second tee, they're trying to get some rhythm. It's been so difficult to get any sort of rhythm and just move forward, really. Every time they take one step forward, they have a 10-minute wait. It's been tough for them. But that's golf sometimes. That's the cards they've been dealt. You just get on, and tomorrow they have fresh greens, early morning, they'll be away.
There you go, 14 and the 4th. That's the double green here. They always add up to 18, the twin greens.
It's a little bit of pace in this late in the day, but not really too much. After an amazing pitch up and over, I think he deserves this. Get the crowd moving again. They're all hanging around, want to see some greatness.
Shame, real shame for Homer, because the pitch shot required it landing in the perfect spot, and he couldn't really have done better. He's missed a couple of very makeable birdie putts on the back 9. That's why he's just a little sign of frustration there.
Fitzpatrick giving this one the whole lay down to read this putt. Came up well short. Par attempt after driving left off the tee. You would hate to drop a shot on one of the only 2 par 5s.
No, he's a very competent putter, Fitzpatrick. Doesn't miss too many of those. And it's a professional round of golf so far. He's just hoping for one somewhere, isn't he? Get to the clubhouse in rev figures, anything under par.
Tiger, much needed birdie. Be a heck of a 2-putt from the front edge of the green here at the 14th. Well done. Third birdie of the day, but only gets him back to a 5 over par, which is currently in a tie for 145th. Certainly looks like even par will be the cut under similar conditions tomorrow.
He's here, though. It's just so wonderful to have him here.
We're back on the 14th fairway. John Rahm had just a terrible lie. Ball way above his feet. He's had to go down the left of the 5th hole. Corresponding par 5 on the front 9. Meanwhile, Harold Varner. This is how much longer this hole's playing now. Longest of irons, little sort of fairway metal thing. He's got to hit it as well. There's a marshal just wandering across the front, wondering what the, just wondering what she'll have for tea tonight.
It's behind you. No idea, has he?
No idea.
Texting his wife.
Oblivious. I'll be home in an hour, love. Have dinner ready. They do wonderful work, though, let's be fair. Volunteers, give up their time, do a great job.
Spieth's got 251 to the front. 279 all up. He's got that long driving iron out. Chase it up there. Touch a breeze into him.
Now, how far can it scramble? It can't surely get up that bank. It's too steep. He's going to be in Tiger Woods country down there on the front portion of the green, putting up the ridge. It is amazing how quickly the wind can switch on a links golf course, isn't it? You saw Tiger hit it 412 yards down there, and by the time they were waiting on the tee, which is about 10 or 15 minutes, the wind completely switched to slightly in, as Jamie was telling us. But this was a good strike. Look how low the ball comes off. And that's what they're wanting with these driving irons on these ice-like links fairways. You can get so much roll, can't you, Tony?
Yeah, we might just see one here too, even without the wind.
Love that Tiger.
Slidey fade. How much run does he get? All depends on what the slope it lands on. There she comes, there she comes. Perfect.
What a day so far for Robert Dinwiddie. It might just get better. No, that's not going to come back from there. We've seen every single player hang it out to the right there, thinking it's going to turn more.
But going along nicely, 4 under par, late in the day. Had a long wait to tee off. All the anticipation. Fitzpatrick ready with the driver at 15.
And just a yard or so past Tiger.
Up ahead. Harrington for a birdie. Directly behind the hole. Decent try.
Rahm had to pitch out. This is his third. The rough is pretty benign here this week, but there is the odd spot. Will that climb up? No, it's not going to. It's going to go back down to the front part of the green. So Rahm, who's even par on the day, struggling on a beautiful evening here at St. Andrews for the 150th Open Championship. A couple of good rounds in the afternoon in the more difficult scoring conditions from Dustin Johnson and Scotty Scheffler, both in with 68. That's 4 behind the lead of American Cameron Young, who posted the 64 early in the day. Last week's winner, Xander Schauffele, a nice round of 69. Same for Danny Willett, who finished with a long eagle 2 at the par 4 18th. That was an exciting putt to watch. Aaron Rai, who was an alternate, Eric Van Rooyen, the South African, had to pull out, and Aaron Rai was a birdie attempt at his final hole of the day. Happy to be playing in the 150th Open, but he'll be disappointed. He's had such a good year playing on the PGA Tour this year. Currently well inside the cut line for the playoffs, which are coming up quickly.
What a beautiful evening it is out here on the 14th. Shadows are lengthening. And Rahm. He's got the wedge out. He's not sure. Putter, putter. Yes. Very difficult to stop it down the hill. Adam Hayes chatting away. Vital to get up and down here. It is still Thursday, isn't it?
It's been a long day for you out there, Jamie, hasn't it?
Oh, just the last few holes, it's just been a backlog on this hole. Harold Varner just said to me, can you believe the wind? It's definitely into them now for the last 4 holes. So this up over the hill and down the other side pretty quick once it gets over.
Well, this has got plenty of pace to get to the hole side. That's a great touch from there. You just got out of position off the tee, and then you're almost chopping your way down the hole, really, trying to find a different route. There's no doubt that he struck this beautifully. There you go, look at that. And we didn't know, did we, until we had the Exmo cameras, that the ball skidded for the first 12 to 15 inches before it started to roll. We always assumed, Tony, it rolled straight off the butterface, didn't we?
Yeah, hit it on the upswing and get it rolling. Absolute nonsense.
Of course, Jay knew, because he's shaking his head, because he is a scientist, isn't he?
So he tells me.
What a buzz. You can hear it's like static electricity in the crowds anytime Tiger Woods is nearby.
And to be fair, Mark, he's found the fairway, and probably is the tightest fairway out here at 15. Max Homer just chased one through the green, a terrible lie, real fly little one. This needs to float per Woods. He's going to get this close. Just some sort of 9-iron back in the day. With a magic still in there somewhere.
Still a lot of people out there to support this man. I mean, who knows? Who knows how many times we'll get the chance to see him playing St Andrews again, and everybody out there is thinking the same thing.
Yeah, they're going nowhere, are they? And you're absolutely spot on. I don't think we'll see Tiger at St Andrews again because of the way it's rotated.
And just a couple of yards nearer, I totally agree that Fitzpatrick needs to have a fast finish, couple of birdies. He's been slightly off today, but he can still make this round his own.
Okay, birdie chance.
Group behind Spieth from the front edge at 14, Mark.
He'll be very happy to get the ball as close as Rahm just did a few moments ago, up and over the ridge. Now this one definitely not making it.
Final game of the day. Ronan Mullarney from Ireland. This for par. Really going along nicely. Now he's going to drop a shot. Go to 2 under par.
Spieth for his birdie, just a left half putt. Oh.
It's exactly how he saw it as well. Jamie saw it left half, he saw it left half, and it stayed exactly there. It might have fallen if it was absolutely dead weight. He cannot believe he's missed that. In all honesty, first putt to blame. He could have got the first putt just a little closer.
Only 2 par 5s here at St Andrews. Spieth failed to birdie either one, and that really does hurt your chances of making headway on the leaders.
So not much in this either for Harold Varner. There you go, just catches enough of the right edge. Liking the combination out there, Tony. The black and white shoes are matching the outfit beautifully, looking sharp, isn't he?
Very dapper. Fine golfer, fine golfer. Let's go to 16. Louis Oosthuizen going to trundle one up the hill. Quite nicely done. Played it with a little 3-wood there.
So side view there shows just about 3 feet for Jon Rahm. Out of position down the hole, so par's a good score for him from the places he's been.
That was a very good par 5 for Rahm, but he, like Spieth, pars both the 5th and the 14th, the 2 par 5s.
Little surprise, Max Homer. Pretty simple bunker shot, but he's left it well, a good 10 feet short. From the back edge, Fitzpatrick coming across a little bit of a ledge, but I think overall it's not a huge amount of break in this. Said it once or twice today, but it will be pretty slow late in the day. Tiger's about pin high, he's got a chance. From my memory, I've not seen anything hold over 15 feet today in this group. It's pretty unusual on links greens. They are pretty pure out here.
Yeah, only 6 birdies between the 3 of them on the course so far today.
Pity the amateur Nakajima.
Just to give you an idea, morning and afternoon scoring averages, it was just barely under par, 71.99 in the morning. Afternoon scoring average 73.33, so a stroke and a third higher in the afternoon. Woods for birdie.
Yeah, and I see that. And with the wind changes, we had a sort of gust for a couple of minutes coming out of the east, which seems to have disappeared again. It can't quite make up its mind, but it is a beautiful evening. The sun is setting. This is right to left at the end for Tiger, but this needs a bit of pace. This is one he should hole and could hole.
He turned round the back of the hole. It's finished behind the hole.
You know, when you get a feeling, Mark, sometimes I just thought, you know what, he's going to hold that.
Yeah, it would have suited his eye, wouldn't it? And it was a nice pace putt as well. And he got the pace to perfection. It did everything but go in.
Cantlay. Good drive down 14. But 275 to go. What a difference from half an hour ago. Distance-wise, how long the 14th playing. Oh, that's a nice friendly bounce. Out of the rough. Going to run down to just about the front edge. Maybe puttable.
I think we've seen 5 players in the last couple of groups in exactly that spot.
Homa for par, and that one slides by left to right. Max Homa drops to 1 over par. Playing so well on the PGA Tour this year, just can't get things going today on, well, what you have to say has been a bit of a frustrating afternoon.
And Fitzpatrick tidies up for par. And stays at par. I think he'd be disappointed, I think. I think Fitzpatrick would have been expecting better. Didn't have his A game with him last week, but still finished 6th.
Tiger's a different player now. He actually acknowledged the fans there. Most of the time in the height of his career, as we watch Spieth tee off at 15, Tiger was so focused, it was almost like he didn't recognize anything outside of his little window.
What's over there?
89 feet the apex, quite a low ball flight there for Spieth. He says, what's over there? Well, it's just fescue grass, and it's tangly when you go in there. You mentioned Tiger Woods, but I think when you have a car crash like he did and you survive a crash that you maybe should not have survived, I think it changes your perspective forever. He's now, it's almost like he's happy to be here. We know he's so competitive, we know he thinks he can win still, but he's clearly a very different person now.
Birdie at the final hole for South African Justin Harding with a disappointing opening round. Tee shot for Rahm at 15.
I think with the 3-wood he's going to lay this up just short of the bottleneck, but he's so long. I might be, oh no, he was going to go out the left wing. I think he was trying to get that down the right wing and just pulled it.
Oh, and down the left for Woods. Zipping one down here. This one will open up the green.
That certainly will. Hole's cut 24 paces on, 6 from the right edge, so has the entire green to work with. But that's just going through into the wispy stuff.
Cool, that club's tight. Cut off his blood supply, that.
Fitzpatrick's play was to whip it over the out of bounds and bring it back, take it on. Has he taken it on, or has he gone left?
Gone left. He wasn't particularly overjoyed about it either.
Yeah, his play was to go up the right and bring it back. That was what we discussed on Tuesday.
Maloney at the 12th. A little left to right in this one.
Well, that's a shame. Had a great putt, didn't he? And it's amazing when you're out in the final groups of the Open Championship, it's almost ghostly quiet back out there where he is on the golf course. Very few people left out there. But he won't be worried because he's having the day of his life right now.
Many on 68. They're chasing Cameron Smith at 67. McIlroy 66. And Cameron Young with that phenomenal 64. A two-shot lead in the first round of the 150th Open at St. Andrews. John Perry, good round of 69. Good to see him playing in the Open again. Hasn't been on tour for a couple of years now.
Well, this is where Patrick Cantlay's second shot at the par 5 14th has ended up. That ridge is probably about 4.5, 5 feet high just in front of him. And then it's running slightly downhill once it gets over the ridge.
He knew, didn't he? As it got to the slope, he was trying to urge it along.
Spieth on 15. 171. Not a bad lie, but you must get past this pin. It's a really tough pin over the bunker on the left-hand side here on 15. Long is fine.
He's asking it to sit.
He shouldn't have.
No, it's the wrong information, Jordan. Should be asking. He's laughing now. He's laughing because he's now realised he should have shouted go.
Former champion David Duval trying to finish up on the 18th green. Not a regular competitive player anymore. Does most of his time around golf events commentating for American television, but always nice to see the former champions come back in a disappointing 82 for Duval.
Well, hopefully John Rahm's learnt from that from Spieth. Ball just never came out for Spieth. 167 for Rahm, 9-iron. That's got to go as well. That is no good. There. From a few yards closer, Harold Varner. Awkward lie this one though, steep on the upslope for Varner. This would go right up into the air. Can he get it there?
Well, the best of the three, but all three are more in three-putt territory than birdie country.
Harrington, slow up the ridge, double breaker, should start coming back, and it is, and it's not bad at all.
Jack Floyd for birdie at the 12th, playing in the final game. Gets the Englishman back to even par on the day.
There's still some spectators out there, Jay. I remember playing here in the 90s. I was out last. Took us over 6 hours. The only people left on the course were the guys clearing the bins. Podrag, that was a shove, just a flat-out push, unfortunately.
You almost feel, Tony, if that was just a rare lapse of concentration at the end of quite a long day physically.
Yeah, and mentally. You know, because you wake up at 8 o'clock, it's a long time till you tee off. You've got the adrenaline fizzing all day.
Good look here at where the Woods, Fitzpatrick, and Homa group have driven the ball at 16. Tiger will be first to play.
Got to be a little bit careful with this. It's wispy, but you could get some grass between club face and ball, and that would give you a flyer. It would go too far.
Come on, Tiger. 62 tomorrow.
And that's exactly what he's done. Just a mini flyer.
Another awkward one. Awkward up and down. To a sneaky flag. And the crowd are still trying to exhort him. I like that thinking. 62 tomorrow. Oh dear. Club's just stuck in the rough. And let's hope the wrist is okay. It's not going to hang on.
Well, it was very steep on the ball, wasn't it? It was nearly a tremendous shot. Now, hopefully, no damage. Yeah, you go. Just a little flex of the fingers. It did sting.
Yeah, he's still stretching it even now. Yeah, that's just a little gap wedge. Quite a jumpy little one. I think you're trying to pitch this on top. Yeah, it didn't come out. That's the trouble. You missed the fairways.
Yeah, of course, the principal penalty off the tee at 16, if you don't go right out of bounds, is the principal's nose. No pun intended. No play on words. But just past that is deep inside, another little bunker if you do clear principal's nose. It's a very demanding tee shot at 16.
Cantley came up short with the first putt, so this for the birdie at the par 5. Yes. Great second putt from Cantley. And the FedEx Cup champion moves to 2 under par.
Dinwiddie, this would be a rare birdie at 13. Had it on line. 13 has only seen 2 birdies so far today. Dinwiddie in the second to last pairing.
Very sort of loose and limber golf swing from Thigala. I don't think he likes this too much.
Pretty popular spot down there, just short of the green.
Curious to see what he does there, because I've talked about his short game skills, Thigala. I think he could flip that up on top and spin it. I'd like to see that. Everybody else has been putting it.
What a tough putt this is for John Rahm. I mean, multiple humps and hollows. It's like putting over a rumpled duvet.
He's played a couple of gorgeous little chip and runs with 6 irons. Needs one here.
Superb for pace, amazing, Rory. I mean, that he chipped it, but it actually didn't even get off the ground, did it? Hugged the surface as if he was putting it. It's a little further than it looked from the other camera angle, but needs to pop that in.
Youngest to complete the career Grand Slam over 2 of the all-time greats, 24 to 26 and 29 against Nicklaus and Palmer. Of course, Tiger did the Tiger Slam, held all 4 major championship trophies at the same time over a 2-year period. Nakajima coming out of the road hole bunker.
Made famous by another Nakajima. Tony Nakajima, years ago, was in contention, took 4 to get out of there, and it locally is known as the Sands of Nakajima now.
Slightly concerned about his wrist, but he's okay. Fitzpatrick, he gave me the nod. He's all right. A little bit left to right, never moves as much as you think. 16 always tends to hang on a little bit more. Quite a flat tier to this green, really.
Generally speaking, he's underhit his putts today, Rory. Not like him, because he's normally dead weight to slightly positive.
Yeah, there will be a fraction slower this afternoon, and you're not going to get fast greens at St Andrews just because of the winds that can pick up very quickly with a turn of tides, and anything over 10 on the stimp meter, much over 10, and you're going to struggle.
Yep, exactly right. This for the par for Rahm. Oh, he hasn't left it short. He has. The read was spot on too.
And a similar line to Fitzpatrick. One thing you will learn is how slow this is. It feels downhill, but it never really is that much.
Drifting off a fraction to the right at the end of the putt, but the pace was great. He must have learnt a little bit from Fitzpatrick's putt there, coming up short. It's always a rare birdie at 17. This for one for Louis Oosthuizen from the right. Just a fraction on the high side.
That feels like an eagle putt, doesn't it, when you're putting for 3 on 17?
Of course, Louis, the last Open champion at St Andrews in 2015. Just give an idea where everyone is. Look at all the tents sold out down on the right. Color-coded number. They all have their little solar panels. They have electricity. Fantastic.
So this for the par. Oh, skirting by the right side. Met a family last night actually in the pizzeria staying in those tents. They said it's just fabulous fun. I mean, they're so close to the golf. They've got the 3 young children with them, just having the time of their lives, camping out there by the Old Course Hotel. I think we could do that next year, Tony. You fancy sharing a tent with me?
No. It's not him sharing with you.
What, with Tony?
He would keep the whole tented village area awake with his snoring.
Oh yes, I forgot.
Bit of a buzzsaw.
Oh, you are a snorer, yes. No, I'll take that back.
Yeah, this is huge, Jay. For the par. Come on, Tiger. Oh. Just nothing has worked. Hit those back-to-back birdies on 9 and 10. But yeah, 2 double bogeys, a host of single bogeys, and it's back to 6 over. We're going to need a miracle tomorrow to have him here on the weekend. We'll all hope for it.
It's such a crazy game, isn't it? Because on the range, before he teed off, he never missed a shot. He was absolutely flushing it.
Do you know what the longest 180 yards in golf are? The distance from the range to the first tee. Maybe a little further than 180 here. But it's so different, isn't it? Practice, even for a guy like Woods, to actually go out when it means something. Spieth for par at 15. It's just apples and oranges, so different. Oh, we've seen that a few times, haven't we? Spieth just feeds one in from the right.
Such an asset to be a wonderful putter like Spieth, is it? Just it gives you the ability, and the short game as well, and the scrambling ability, just to hang around when you're not quite on your game. You're still hanging around.
Harris English, he hasn't had a great day either. He's 5 over, now 4. Oh, you never know. Grab 1 or 2 in the last 3 holes. Make it a lot easier for tomorrow.
English is nowhere near the top of the leaderboard. That has been held pretty much all day by Cameron Young, who in the end, it was at 8 under par 64. Leads McIlroy by 2. It is an amazing evening here in St. Andrews as play continues. But besides having some of the most historic and beautiful golf courses in the world, Scotland provides other sources of outdoor entertainment and activities. Scotland is a great place to explore on 2 wheels with over 25 biking centers. And with awesome rivers, drops, and rapids, Scotland is where it's at if you want to try some of the most thrilling whitewater rafting in Britain. Rafting can be enjoyed all year round in Scotland and has ideal opportunities for both first-timers and adrenaline junkies. And there is the tented village. And if you're in a white tent and Tony's in a white tent, you're in trouble if you're in the yellow tents at the top. You'd hear them. Tim Barter, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Tim Barter was next door to Tony and didn't get any sleep the whole week. Not often you feel sorry for Tim.
And he was actually in a different hotel. He was next door in a different hotel.
We are not lying to you, folks. As Spieth hits his tee shot at 16, it's an aggressive line.
Isn't that beautiful? Straight at the rainbow in the distance.
Now, if I knew that Tony's wife wasn't listening, I would talk about all the sweets he's been eating the last month, but I won't because she might be.
Now you are absolutely getting into deep stuff. Look at that. What a sight that is. This is heaven, folks.
If it wasn't beautiful enough.
No. That's it.
No, why? Oh, it's come out hot. Oh my goodness. Oh. Cartgate bunker. It's a beast.
Well, there's your target. And there's a pot of gold somewhere there, where that ball's landing.
Those are 2 superb tee shots, you know. If you keep it down the centre to right half, the hole is so much easier, but it takes some courage to do it.
Only one Open Championship that I can remember seeing faster fairways, in my memory, faster fairways, and that was Hoylake. And I think these are getting to a point where they're almost comparable.
Harrington. Perfect lie at 17. A little bit of fancy footwork as he does. Oh. Going to be so annoyed by that.
And he would have thought on that line he was trying to fly it just over the rough and run it up on the right side of the green. Tagala going with the putter.
Yeah, he sees things all the time differently. He had the shot. He could have played this onto the top and checked it, but he's gone with a typical Scottish run-up. A bit wide. You know, I think he could have chipped that closer. I love watching him chip.
Driver for Homer, a complete 180 switcher breeze. This is now down out of the right. Hard to keep up with this. It was in out the left for 20 minutes. Amazing, really, how it's changing the conditions.
The tee on this hole used to be in front of the road. I don't know, Anthony, you've played several Opens here. Did you play that back tee yourself?
Yes, I had a 15. I had a good week here. I played the back tee. It was pretty scary on Sunday in the last few groups. Let me tell you, there's thousands remaining, and there was there as well. It's pretty daunting hitting over the sheds. As always, there's so much more room right than you think.
Mashed potato!
That'll do. Those sheds used to be the old railway sheds before there was ever an old course hotel there. And the perfect line is over the H in hotel, if you can get yourself to do it.
I still can't get my head around there's a railway. There used to be a railway line to here. Tony, it's incredible, isn't it? The history of this place is just sensational.
The history, Wally, is it's just amazing.
Awesome, awesome. Fitzpatrick looking down the right.
Right over the H, but playing a pretty good sized draw. Likely headed to the left rough. All three in a similar position, but doesn't look like similar lies. Great Tiger Woods really struggling. Started his day with a double bogey at the first hole, driving in a divot. And is currently 6 over par on 17. Let's go to Cantley out of Carthgate.
Cool. He's slightly on the upslope, but he's done well. Done really well. Honestly, it's one of those bunkers you want to wait till there's nobody watching and bend down and throw it out. You feel like it's the only way you can get it beyond the wall.
Now, what can Padraig Harrington do for us? Can he come up with something really special? Use the contours.
Here we go. Here we go. The magician. It was worth coming today just to watch that.
Phenomenal touch and imagination to come up with the shot and the courage to play it. Rainbow stays, so there's a little bit of shower somewhere off into the distance, but it's a beautiful evening here in St. Andrews. Tagala for his birdie at 14.
Crikey. A little over-ambitious, to say the least. And now thinking, what was I thinking there?
Good tee shot from Jordan Spieth, right down the middle of the fairway. He's taking a drop off the walkway, which crosses this fairway. Just under 100 yards for Spieth. To a pin that's tight right. He's done well this afternoon, Jordan Spieth. 1 under. It's pretty cold out here now. He just nick one more. It'd be a really good afternoon for him. Chance here as the wind freshens into his face off the right.
Beautiful sound.
Oh, the only place you don't want to go miss it right, goes down into the hollow. It's not disastrous, but it just makes it so much easier. And his ability with the wedges, he was expecting that absolutely within 10 feet.
Yes, furious with himself, isn't he? He got the distance correct, he got the spin, he just leaked it a fraction right, and that's an angry Jordan Spieth.
Terrific tee shot from Rahm. Right, he needs a finish. He's got 66 yards. He's going to pitch it on top and try and spin it, I think. Should be able to get some grab from here. Good lie.
Very good, and just took the little bit of risk out of that right-hand hollow out of the equation. Nice birdie chance.
Regalup, second shot at the 18th. U2 with a beautiful shot. And that will lead to a 71 for U2 Katsuragawa.
What a lovely way to finish. We all love birdie putts on the 18th at St Andrews that length.
Tagala left himself. Oh, it doesn't matter now. But he would not have been feeling great over that one.
Milani wants to game for a par at 13, but 13 is a good par should he make it.
Second bogey of the back nine, unfortunately. Still remains 1 under par. Pretty good effort, Rowie.
It is. It's a great effort for Ronan there, because it's not easy when you play the front nine. You're going away along really smoothly, and then all of a sudden the cameras start turning on you, and it's very different when the cameras are looking at you.
Cantley for par at 15 to remain 2 under. Slightly uphill, never going to get there. Cantley's going to drop a shot back to 1 under.
Just got a flyer, Jay, didn't he, with the second shot? Just a little bit of a flyer, awkward bunker lie to contend with. So second bogey of the day for Cantley, still under par though.
Back on the tee. Wow. Carla has absolutely jumped on that. Gonna run through the fairway, get a lie. Oh, and he does.
I can't see that.
Well, that little bit of spin on the second shot there, Jamie's left him a really awkward putt.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's not that far away, Roy, but yeah, coming up this bank, he knew it as soon as he hit his shot. Sneaky pins today. No one's really got it going this afternoon, have they?
No, they haven't. It has been a difficult day in the afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cold out here now, Jay, to be honest. But Spieth grinding it out. Take 2 putts, you never know, might be one. Up the slope it goes.
Just to give you an idea, Jamie, the 2 best rounds at the moment on the golf course are Dinwiddie and Tagala, both 4 under par, and Harrington 2 under par.
I thought he'd got that. I couldn't see any way as it climbed up and over the ridge that was going to miss for Spieth.
Well, it's amazing. They stand to the right of this green. It's about a half full, which at this time of the evening is pretty impressive. They're hanging on, watching their heroes. Frustrating day for Jon Rahm. It's just not gone his way, this back nine. Missed a few putts and got a few bad breaks. Can happen around here. But he needs a 3-4-3 finish. Chance here then. 15 feet down the hill. Touch of right to left, just right edge of the hole for Rahm.
Got a couple of birdies on the front nine, but none on the back nine so far, Jon Rahm.
Frustration, much like what we saw last week. He's actually hitting the ball pretty good, just not holding the putts, which then brings your long game more into a flow.
Oh, 2 in a row is left short for Jon Rahm.
Whew. Tough angle here for Fitzpatrick. If you could just get this short right, but he's tugged it slightly. It's going to feed left. Oh, and it's gone into the road bunker. Whew.
Well, he's not under the lip, and I don't like the look of that ball that is.
Kita Nakajima for Eagle, last year's winner of the Asian Amateur. Feeding in nicely. It's not going to be an eagle, but it's a good birdie too.
Similar story for Tiger. Just short right of the green. Give it a chance of creeping up the little hump at the front, the little upslope. If it makes it, it does. If it doesn't, it's okay. And that's superb. That is 10 out of 10, exactly what he had in mind.
Yeah, always in your mind when you're in that wispy fescue grass. There is the flyer and onto the road or under the wall. So as you say, Tony, beautifully done by Tiger Woods.
Oosthuizen drove it on the 18th green for an eagle down the hill. At that angle, it's almost a dead straight putt. We're just being told now that was actually for a birdie. That's okay though, it's a par. Still 1 under. He knows how to shoot low scores around here. The year he won, his driving was the best driving exhibition in history, the final day. Fitz, making that look like a piece of cake.
Yes, makes such a difference between the flat part in the centre of the bunker. That it's not actually that difficult a bunker shot from the centre of the bunker.
And it has changed over the years, Rory. The lip used to be higher, and the bunker used to slope down towards the lip. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think he's just checking whether he can rake the bunker. And that's Fitzpatrick. I think he will be sort of almost putting this sideways just with the top of one of the blades.
How does he get any kind of backswing there, Wally?
Yeah, I don't. Well, I almost want him to go backwards, but even then, I don't think he can get out of the bunker. So he's just going to pop it, I think, into the middle of the bunker and give himself a fourth.
You guys were just talking about the difficulty of the road hole bunker. If you're in the middle, it's not too bad. Let's not forget, going back in history when Tommy Nakajima was in there and had a hard time getting out, they didn't have 60 and 62 degree wedges. Back then, the most lofted wedge was often a 56.
Also, I think years ago the sand wasn't shaped slightly up like that as well. I think the sand was flatter, and I think now it's just got that little upslope in the bunker which helps you get the height to get up. But this is all he could do. Oh, well, I tell you what, hang on. Oh, he's just got enough room. It was very close to a double hit as well.
Yeah.
It sounded like a double hit. Now, has he got enough room to get in and go? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. So he can do this now.
Yeah, this is not a given. He's standing closer to the ball than he wants to be, really picking it up quick. This is not a given he gets this out. You have to hit this pretty hard.
Superb. If you can get out of here with a bogey 5, it is a huge bonus.
Yeah, club face wide open there. And he did have to get it up pretty sharply, as Anthony said. He played that great, didn't he?
And Tiger just stood and watched, didn't even flinch. He's seen all those things before. Doesn't panic. Right to left, 50 feet. Just imagine if this drops.
Just imagine. Is it getting there? He had the line.
We're all sitting here waiting for the roof to come off the house when he holds it.
Oh, it would have, wouldn't it? Not too far away, just about 15 or 20 yards or so from the flagstick is the 18th tee. Harrington 3-wood.
Clock tower on the clubhouse, I wonder. That's always been a great line. That's pretty much where he's gone, and it's far enough up. It's not easy, but not to be a ridiculous problem.
I don't think anybody left that 17th stand absolutely full.
And slightly disappointed, Fitzpatrick, with his bunker shot. I think he thought it was stone dead. It just pulled up a little bit quickly. This one's up the hill, just a shade of movement in this.
Yeah, that'll feel like a birdie from that bunker. Well done.
It's a cliche to say, isn't it, that they all matter, because at the end of the week, who knows which putt you make that could be the determining factor.
Cantley. Smart shot is probably just left of the bunker. Has he pushed it a little? It'll just feed back a touch. Up the steep slope. 2 putts will be good. Had the line. Touch more pace required.
I'm enjoying watching Spieth Theegala. Looks like he's playing a practice round. He's so relaxed.
Tiger hit a pretty good approach putt, but still a couple feet, maybe 2.5 feet left for par. To remain 6 over par. It's just great to see him here competing, thrilling the crowds. Such a historic Open Championship, the 150th this week.
Well done, well done. Yeah, Jay, we'll be describing to our grandkids how he played. We've had the honor to have watched it.
Tiger's played 17, heads to 18, where we find Harrington off the left fringe.
Yes, you were right there, Tony. That extra yard or so roll at the end allowed him to get the putter in hand and got the pace to perfection. He's under the hole, and that's a super lag putt from Harrington. And hopefully just the one more, and it's been a superb opening day.
Spieth. Is that a 3-wood?
Hook 'em horns!
It was a driver, but he's looking for a lot of cut. I mean, that was never the line off the tee at all, unless he got another 20 yards of cut.
No, he must have pulled the daylights out of that, Rory. Here we go. Everybody wants this to go in. And it does. Excellent stuff from the Irishman. Brilliant 69.
A couple of good rounds from former champions over the age of 52. Ernie Els this morning with a 70, and now Harrington with a 69. Theegala for par at 15. Can he make it? Here we go. So many have stayed late in the day. Tiger with a 3-wood.
Yeah, looking down the right, that's the way 3-wood gets up there, isn't it, Jay? Just take it on, get that forward bounce. It will just camber around beautifully. Let's press that right side for Woods.
Looks like it started right on line with the hole. Is it going to run?
Come on. Keep coming. Keep coming. Oh, you little devil.
It will take the old Woods, something superhuman to be around for the weekend, but it's been great to see, and it will be again tomorrow. Fitzpatrick with the 3-wood.
Yeah, same play. 20,000 people willing Woods' ball up the Valley of Sin there. This is pretty hot from Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling with the lefties, isn't he? But you know what? If you're going to miss the green, there is no better place to be.
No, he's just that little bit further than Harrington, so that's a very straightforward pitch up the green. He could even putt if he wants to.
Spieth from quite a long way out. Fluffy lie going left. Uh-oh. Well, that, you know, is not that bad. He's chipping down the green, no bunker in his way. It's worked out okay.
Can't lay at 16 from the lower level mark.
Yeah, that ridge is just in front of him there. Look how steep that is. It's about 3 feet or so. And a decent lag putt from where he was.
Just isn't walking quite as smoothly as when he teed off, and we understand that. Horrific damage to his right leg. And the fact that he's here, he's still in rehab for that leg.
Now, left or right of the road hole bunker. 3/4 backswing, driving it forward. Oh, very unlucky. He got a little upslope there and somehow the ball checked. He could have got another foot over the top of it, would have kicked forward. And there lies the beauty of this golf course. You never quite know, do you?
No, you just don't.
What an amazing scene this is, watching Tiger walk up the 18th. Likely won't be around for the next Open at St. Andrews. He said he wanted to come and give it a go when he was still competitive. Didn't feel like he would be the next time. Two-time winner here at St. Andrews when he won easily. No one else was even in the equation. He was so great at the time in 2000. Of course, that was part of the Tiger Slam, when Tiger became the only person to ever hold all 4 major championship trophies at the same time. 2005, both times essentially on Sunday after the 12th hole. It was a processional walk. The outcome was never in doubt in the last 6 holes. Dominated golf from 99 through 2008 like no one has ever done before. And now it just seems to be a struggle. So many health problems, back surgeries, knee surgeries, and then of course the car crash, which really damaged his right leg. But just having him here for such a special event is really what we all wanted to see.
Well, it's 9 o'clock in the evening and the light is starting to fade, yet look at the amount of fans that have stayed to see Tiger finish. As you say, Jay, it may well be his final Open Championship at St. Andrews, and they all want to be able to say, I was there, I saw Tiger. Little low skipping check shot. A Spieth speciality. And pretty well done, left himself under the hole, and that's an easier putt from there than if he was on line long or short. So good opportunity to scramble a par 4 for Spieth.
Well, pretty much 2/3 of the width of this green at 18. for Fitzpatrick. Just gently left to right all the way, really, back into the breeze. And yes, you're right, Mark, thousands have stayed to say they remember Tiger Woods coming up the 18th in 2022. It's a nice touch. You could almost chip and run this with a 7-iron. This is a long way, left to right, all the way.
Well, they'll have that for an opening round of level par, Matt Fitzpatrick.
And here it is, out of the Valley of Sin for the great one.
I've got a feeling it's Homer to go first. From a very similar line to Fitzpatrick, so he's had a first serve at it. So this one's a little bit easier for the American.
We've had a rainbow, we've got the bagpipes faintly in the distance, and big backswing from Homer. Wonderful try.
Very good putt from Homer, well judged, gave it a chance to go in. Hasn't been the day that Homer was looking for. Had such a good year to this point on the PGA Tour, but as it is right now, stands at 2 over par.
And every visitor that comes to the old course at St Andrews plays at least one from here. I wonder how many Tiger Woods has done from here over these years and all the visits he's had right to left. Everyone's holding their breath. Apart from the seagulls, nothing at all. It is deathly silence.
Good line, just lacked the pace. Just rusty, not surprising, only his 3rd championship of the year, all 3 major championships. Back to Rahm at 17 from the lower level.
So unlucky with the second shot. As you said, Rory, another foot, and that would have crept way up the green, but that is lovely touch.
Fitzpatrick lining things up on the 18th, hoping this will be his last putt of the day. This for an even par 72.
Never anywhere else, was it? Birdie 3 for Fitzpatrick to finish. Level par round of 72 to open his Open Championship. But he will always remember the day he played with Tiger, and he's got another go tomorrow.
Yeah, so special. Now Tiger ready to go. Can he close off with a birdie?
Wouldn't it be nice? Get it back to 5 over. We know he's capable of miracles. Come out tomorrow early and do his thing. Get this in the hole first, though, Mr. Woods.
Watch if he makes this. The crowd at the top of the screen. Oh, they were poised. Just hit that through the break. It's just from the second shot of the day. It's been a tough day for Tiger. Drove it in a divot off the first. Hit it in the Swoke and Burn. Made a double bogey, and from that point, it's really been just a disappointment. Certainly Tiger has been over here for a couple of weeks, prepared, tried to get ready.
Yeah, disappointment for him, but not for us. We're happy to see him here. So final stroke of the day for Woods.
The par 4, 3 putts from the Valley of Sin. The crowd shows their appreciation for one of the all-time greats in the history of the game. They've all played here at St. Andrews. And he, once again, even with a 78, has thrilled the galleries. It's been a fantastic day. Birdie 3 at the final hole for Max Homa, round of 73. These guys had difficult conditions playing in the afternoon. Played over a shot more difficult than the morning half of the field. A little bit more wind. And then in the end, the wind changed directions back and forth, which we heard from both Anthony Wall and Jamie Spence, who brought us all the action from the golf course. I'm sure it was a thrill for Anthony to be able to go around and watch Tiger Woods today, even though it wasn't a great day for Tiger.
It's just a remarkable achievement for him to be here. So much work, so much effort and energy into the rehab after his accident, and you could see that every step of the way was painful for Tiger today.
Spieth for par. We saw him pitch to this point from in front of the 18th. Played left of the road hole bunker. So it's a bogey 5 at 17 for Spieth. That's a long walk to the scoring area for Tiger Woods. You just wonder what he's thinking at the moment. Certainly disappointing. Had hoped to be competitive. Doesn't look like that's the case. The mere fact that he's here, he's thrilling the crowds. Youngsters are being able to see Tiger Woods up close and personal. Ron with the 3-wood at 18 off the tee.
They look to set off down the left side. It's been a popular spot to go now. Steady on. He's going to be up by the steps there. It's still a good angle to play from, to pitch from. It could be a long putt for Rahm. Now everybody with this shot over on this side is scared of the fly, but this is going at the road hole bunker. Oh, a nice little hop right on the first bounce, and he's okay.
It's a classic Open Championship leaderboard on the 18th. And there is Spieth. He's ready to go, Jamie.
Yeah, he's ready to go. Last shot of the day. Well, hopefully. Varner's just hit a cracker, actually. He's up there on the green, I think. Can't quite see, but big round of applause for him. Spieth with a 3-wood. Slightly down breeze now on 18. 345 yards to that flag.
Enough to climb out of the Valley of Sin. It's going to be a similar position, maybe a little left of where we saw Tiger. Right in between clubs, Mark. Driver's too much, and 3 was not quite enough for many of these players.
Yes, a low ball flight, you might get enough scamper to get a 3-wood up and over the Valley of Sin, but we've not seen too many do it. Second shot for Burns. How about that? That's one of the best of the day. Set up by a wonderful tee shot.
Tagala putting out of the low swale at the 16th, similar to what Spieth putted out of. And good pace. Still a good round going. Theegala is 3 under par. One of the leading rounds this afternoon. Scheffler and Dustin Johnson both played in the afternoon with 68. They'll be looking forward to playing tomorrow morning in hopefully easier conditions. Will it be the similar conditions to today where the morning guys had the better of it? Cameron Young and Rory McIlroy, 1 and 2, they took advantage of the morning conditions. Daniel Willett hold that long eagle putt for a 2 at the 18th for his 69. You see low score on the golf course at the moment. Sahith Theegala, 2 holes to play in his opening round of the 150th Open at St. Andrews. Thomas Dietrich, nice 70 for the Belgian.
Well, we saw the second shot of Cantley there, just on the front edge of the green at 17, so up and over the little ridge, and it will peel gently right to left as it goes up the green.
We often talk about how TV flattens things out. The severity of that slope you can see on your 2-dimensional screen. The slopes here at the old course are really amazing. It's a pretty good effort from Cantley.
Yeah, once again, he's left it on the right side of the hole there. He'll have an uphill putt, fraction of right to left in it.
Theegala on 17 tee. How brave will he be?
That's pretty good. Got some left to right fade on it, and he could not place that better. Absolute cracking tee shot. Now just missed the divots, because there's always going to be divots in the hollows. That's very much a feature of playing golf at St. Andrews, but the lie looks okay. And he continues to impress. An afternoon that was maybe a shot and a half, nearly 2 shots harder than the morning. He's the best of the bunch.
We just spoke about the contours at 17. Look at the contours at 18. Spieth putting up and out of the Valley of Sin. John Rahm putting across the slope, and Harold Varner down and left to right. At one of the most iconic greens in the world. Rahm just over there by the steps. Lead up to the RNA clubhouse. Got a pretty good lie. I'm not sure he wants to take a drop off of that lie. Waiting on a ruling. Adam Hayes has the driver out like they want to take a drop.
Yeah, just verifying. Thank you.
Scoring average at the Open, first 3 starts, and he's certainly matured as a player, as you can see in that graphic.
So just confirming there to make sure he's clear of the hazard, the steps there. Temporary immovable obstruction.
I don't think those steps are temporary. They've been there a while.
It's late in the day, Jay.
Just helping you out, Mark.
Thank you. So there you go. He takes his stance anyway, gets his feet clear of it, because he can't leave his feet on the steps. And then he's dropping within the next club length. And the lie is, well, it's almost identical anyway. He's not being disadvantaged in the slightest. Cantley for the par at 17. Inside right and firm, gets it done. Beautifully struck. He's a wonderful putter. So 1 to go. He'll board the 18th tee and he'll be thinking about making a birdie 3 for a round of 70.
There you go, the old course at St. Andrews first hosted the Open in 1873. Of course, the first Open was in 1860. Do you know why the winner is called the champion golfer of the year?
I'll let you have the glory of telling me that one.
In 1859, a golfer by the name of Allen Robertson passed away. And because he was the undisputed best player, they decided they needed to have an Open championship to decide the champion golfer of the year, because it's all because of the death of Allen Robertson in 1859. Hence, the winner is classified as the champion golfer of the year.
He used to play for a belt, you know. First 10 years. Young Tom got to keep it because he won 3 times.
A little pitch and run here off a tight line for Rahm. Uphill and left to right.
Sounded gorgeous, didn't it, when he hit it? Right in the centre of the club. So uphill, a little left to right for the birdie.
Of course, the old course plays pretty much right back into the middle of town here at St. Andrews. It's just a feature replicated at very few places. But there is no atmosphere like the atmosphere you get here.
The town's as stunning as the golf course as well. The architecture is sublime. Lots of little alleyways, coffee shops, restaurants.
Eagle attempt from the Valley of Sin for Spieth. This for a round of 70. With the changing conditions, especially on the back 9, playing out into a left to right wind, it was difficult. Coming back, the wind switched around a little bit. They didn't have a consistent direction or strength. I think anything the players that teed off this time of the day in red numbers will be pretty good, and Spieth needs that one for a 71.
So they'll just step to one side and they're going to call up the group behind. It's been done on 3 holes today just to try to get play finished.
Sam Burns, plenty of firepower. Starts it right of the hole. Pretty tight line. Didn't get the best of first bounces.
No, he was unlucky there, wasn't he? That was a typical St Andrews bounce there. If he got a forward bounce, that was on the green. In fact, it might have run to the back of the green, actually.
And he's in a difficult spot in the far left side of the Valley of Sin. It's not like Spieth coming straight up the hill. He's some diagonal to it.
This is quite a long way left setting off, but it's going to gather a little bit more towards the side of the green, and well, he wasn't happy with it, but it's okay.
Pereira's in good position there. Beyond the Valley of Sin, straightforward shot coming up. And the driver for Cantley. Are you surprised by this, Mark?
Well, I mean, he's got plenty of power on board, Cantley, but I think he's going to hit, try and hit a cut. He's going to try and hit a soft shot. He's certainly not going to hit it flat out. Setting it off down on the left edge of the green and just trying to peel it back the other way. Going to roll all the way to the back edge. Not quite up as far as Jon Rahm by the steps there, but both of those in very good position to make the birdies. When you look back from the green there, you look at the humps and the hollows and the bumps there, no wonder they don't get a straight bounce on any of them.
Tagala, his second shot. Had a little hollow at 17.
Okay, he's up onto the flat. That was a great shot, wasn't it? 44 feet was the high point of that shot. That was a proper links punch shot.
He's creative, isn't he? He's got a lot of talent to play different shots. Fun to watch.
And he looks like he's enjoying himself, and that is a massive key to playing golf at St Andrews. Well, Varner's tee shot did make it onto the surface, so this for the eagle.
Good pace down the hill. Calls Charlotte, North Carolina home. He plays when he's away from the tour at Quail Hollow, where the President's Cup's going to be this year. Lowry Cantor second to the 16th. Putting together a decent round. Even par, and a good chance to get to 1 under par for the Englishman. Great crowd here beside the 18th. Such a great atmosphere. No one really wants to leave. No one wants the day to end. Rahm hold this left to righter for a birdie to get to even par and shoot 72 on the day.
He stood over that for an age, didn't he? It almost looked like he'd frozen at one point, Jon Rahm. It looked like he overthought that one. So it is not a closing birdie for Rahm. It is a round of 73. And the slump of the shoulders. Oh, yeah, there you go. Lucky to survive that putter.
A little unlucky with the draw. Certainly scores were lower in the morning. He'll be playing in the morning, mid-morning, around about 10 o'clock tomorrow. It'll be a quick turnaround. Late dinner. It's 25 past 9 local time.
So he'll have learnt a little bit on the line there. He'll hit this much straighter. Yeah, lovely birdie from Jordan Spieth to finish. Patience personified. Could have made quite a few more putts out there, but it is a round of 71. A lot of people's favourite starting the week, Jordan Spieth.
He's got some going to do. The winner at Birkdale knows how to win the Open. Cameron Young, as you can see on the mini leaderboard on the right, 8 under par, 64 in the morning. Rory McIlroy played it in the morning, shot a 66. McIlroy looks to have it in overdrive. Varner for a birdie in a round of 73. Well done for the man from Gastonia, North Carolina. Great day. Playing alongside a couple of great champions in Spieth and Rahm. Been a long, hard day for these guys. Spieth 1 under. Rahm and Varner both 1 over par. Clearly played in the more difficult conditions today in the afternoon. And if you're happy to listen, most of the time Jordan's happy to talk to you. Sun is setting, getting a little cloudy, but it's been a really exciting first round here in the 150th Open Championship at St. Andrews. Leaderboard has not changed at the top for many hours. Young, McIlroy, and Smith all played in the morning. They've been the top three all day long. This is the chasing pack. Bryson DeChambeau with a nice 69, coming back from that wrist injury. Only recently started playing full-time again. Dimitrios Papadopoulos. A fourth shot at the 16th, having a tough day, and Papadopoulos holds that one. That was an unlikely par 4. The Australian happy to have that one. It's been a tough afternoon. Let's have another look.
It's been a horrible day, hasn't it? But the game of golf always gives you something. It gives you a little bright point to focus on that brings you back.
It just teases you, doesn't it?
Of course it does. It teases you. Now, how much would Tigala like to hold this? No, not quite the pace to get there. But an excellent par 4. Superb drive down the right side over the railway sheds. Took the brave line. A low punch, iron shot, heart of the green. Superb par 4. Textbook how to play the road hole.
To Lowry Canter at 16, beautiful approach into the green and a super putt to follow. Nice birdie. Gets him in the red numbers.
Nobody better from the late afternoon starters than Robert Dinwiddie. And there's another one. And there he is, into a tie for third. And this is a special late afternoon, early evening round of golf. And so we're moving more towards late evening now. Well done to Dinwiddie.
Cantlay from left to the 18th.
Well, we've seen this one many times today. That big long backswing doesn't actually turn that much. There's a bit of break in it, but not as much as a lot of people read into it, and it is slow. Leaves himself a little uphill, not bad.
I remember the first time coming here and looking at the 18th green, standing out in the fairway. The amount of slope from the back right to the top of the Valley of Sin, not even the Valley of Sin, it's a tremendous slope from back right to front left. Tigala actually looks like he's got a hybrid club in his hands, waiting back on the tee.
Well, if you thought Cantlay's putt was slow, this is a shoulder turn for Sam Burns. That is not the worst sight we're ever going to see, is it? It's just stunning. Quite fitting, actually, for this event, I'd say, that sunset.
Group on the green. Call the following group to hit up on the 18th, and Tigala should be ready to go.
They look like they're waiting.
Yeah.
Gravy with this.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Well, debut appearance at the Open Championship. What a thrill for it to be the anniversary 150th Open at St Andrews, to be your first one, and he's making the most of it. He's entertained us all afternoon, so one more good swing for Sir Heath and he can find the surface.
Well, the first bounce was straight. We haven't seen one of those in a while. With the hybrid club, I don't think that's enough to get up there.
Yeah, the problem was it was straight, but I think it was just into the top of that hump, into the upslope, and it took a lot of sting out of it.
So much a tougher shot from there than it was from pin high left, where you're going straight up the slope. That's a huge break and slow.
Sebastian Munoz, couple over par, going with the driver, high cut shot.
Pica derecho, por favor. No, no más.
Munoz from Colombia. Hasn't been a tremendous number of top level players from Colombia, but he certainly is one, and that is a well placed tee shot, a brave one up the right.
Yes, he said be kind. The first bounce was a little unkind, actually. It was a strong one to the right, and again that took just a little pace out of it. A straight bounce and he would have come all the way around the camber and onto the green.
Familiar pre-shot routine of Keegan Bradley. He's going to stalk it.
He looks like he's trying to hypnotise the hole, doesn't he?
But when he hits it, it's normally worth waiting for. It's scuttling, it's chasing.
Played a big cut in there and got it, landed it to the left of those mounds that have been kicking balls left and right, mostly left, and he got a very favorable bounce in and through the Valley of Sin. Good drive.
Yeah, fabulous result for Bradley. Now let's hope that Robert Dinwiddie can finish this day off. He's 2 shots better than anybody else of the late starters. Harrington was 69. Thigala's 3 under, playing 18.
Three-time winner in the DP World Tour, John Catlin, for a birdie. Having a disappointing day as the American, but that gets him back to 3 over par. Puffy vest is out. The sun is getting low, as we saw from that beautiful shot a few moments ago. Temperatures dropping. Not a bad spot up on the balcony to take things in on the 18th.
Yeah, there's certainly lots of places to spend your money in town. There's lots of golf shops and some beautiful attire to buy with the Open Championship logo on.
Pereira had that one online, just comes up short. A round of 75, 2 double bogeys, actually a triple bogey at 12 and a double bogey at 13. Inward 9 of 40.
Not too many better views of the 18th green than that.
Uphill for Sam Burns, almost dead straight. Beautifully done, good 2-putt. Nice way to round a day off.
Round in 72, which is a tie for 57th place. Late in the day here on Thursday, and many players will wake up the next morning and on a score like 1-2 over. I think, what's the cut line right now? It's even par.
Probably the straightest putt on the green, this one for Cantley. It's wonderful. Really good two-putt from long range. Round of 70 for Patrick Cantley.
And 200 par 70, tied for 27th. As we come towards the close of this opening round of the 150th Open Championship. Rightly so, such a iconic championship being played at the old course. Dinwiddie second to the 16th.
Yeah, asking it to go, it's come out a little bit soft and dead out of the straw-like fescue.
Oh, look at the colors in that sky. You can't paint something like that. You can't imagine something like that, but you certainly can see it here in St. Andrews. Young, McIlroy, and Smith. Smith has been joined by Dinwiddie, who has a difficult one at the 16th. Taylor Gooch, a good 68, as it was for Victor Hovland, who had some serious bunker problems, and one bunker had to take an unplayable lie, which you don't drop it out of the bunker, just dropped it in a better position. Go down to Munoz, short and right of the 18th green.
Huge break from right to left. You've got to hit it much higher than that and much harder. Not easy to judge from down there. You know, these guys would have all hit putts from down there in the practice rounds. And you try and lock it in to the memory banks, how hard to hit it. And then when you get there in the tournament, you just can't do it. It would have helped Tegala, though. He would have been watching that very closely. Look how far right he's aiming now. And watch what a clout he gives it. And even that's not enough.
These guys spent so much time in practice putting. Look at those clouds, putting from different places, but it's always difficult. Such brilliant colors.
It's amazing how that almost perfectly matches the colours of the 150th anniversary logo.
Well done, Mark.
You're definitely still with us, aren't you, Rory? You're still awake. You've been going since 7 o'clock this morning.
I'm just warming up, Tony.
That's worrisome. Keegan Bradley hit the wonderful tee shot at 18 on the left half of the green. This for an eagle 2. Disappointing day to this point for the former US PGA champion.
You know, golf's a crazy game, isn't it? It's unlikely, but if he could somehow find the eagle, find the bottom of the cup, comes out tomorrow, he remembers the way he finished, it gives him that little bit of a boost. And all of these players capable of coming out tomorrow and shooting 68, 67. This is a good try. No, just ran out of steam. Green's a little slower, obviously, in the afternoon. They get that little bit of growth, and well, they were 10-2 at the start of the day. They're probably down to around 10 feet on the stimp meter now. The atmosphere, though, around the town, Open Championship week, it is just electric.
Dinwiddie facing similar issues. Big upslope. Oh, wow. that there gives you an indication of just how hard it is to negotiate these humps and hollows.
Munoz right to lefter for birdie. Did he hit it? He did. A nice way to finish the day for Sebastian Munoz. Around a 73. But just the way you finish it off, that nice birdie at the most iconic green in the world. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty special. Playing in his third Open Championship. Here is a big putt right here for Tagala. That's for a round of 68.
68, even 69. If it wasn't to go in, it's still a superb effort for one of the very late finishes. But 68 would be sweeter.
Just a bit too much pace for the line he chose. It was a good, brave putt, though. Gave it every effort. It's been a really fun time watching Sahith Theegala. Super talented. Doesn't in the least bit look like the occasion has overcome him.
So straddling where the ball is, trying to feel the slope. Aim point system, one finger, so I'm going to say just outside left edge. Actually left edge, Tony, I'm going for. Yeah, outside left was too much.
Definitely. His finger must be too fat.
That's a good point.
Disappointing though. That drive, really. 76. Something special needed tomorrow, something very special. And it can happen. Come out tomorrow morning, it can be flat calm, put in a low one. Wind picks up, you never know. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, been a lot of fun, hasn't it? To watch Sahith Theegala, round of 69.
And he'll be looking forward to a quick turnaround, playing mid-late morning tomorrow. Build on his good opening round of 69. And the colors in the sky are just getting more and more spectacular. Here is the par putt for Dinwiddie at 16.
Oh, good effort. Really good try. It is a drop shot. But he's still 4 under par, Dinwiddie. And considering he's 1,779th in the world rankings, and, well, he plies his trade on the Challenge Tour, Dinwiddie. He's 39 years old now. This is an exceptional performance to date. Let's just hope he can finish this off.
And it has been a phenomenal opening round of the 150th Open Championship. We've all been waiting. It all began here. Cameron Young holds a 2-shot lead playing in the morning when he shot 64, a bogey-free round of 8 under par. Rory McIlroy, he wasn't bogey-free, but he was near perfect. McIlroy 2 behind the lead of Young. Cameron Smith nipping at McIlroy's heels. Some of the best rounds of the day. You have to look at the afternoon. Scotty Scheffler and Dustin Johnson both with 68s. They'll be looking to play in the easier conditions in the morning. Danny Willett had such a brilliant finish to his 69 when he holed a long curling putt on the final green for an eagle 2. Min Woo Lee Two-time winner of DP World Tour. He was around in '69. The Australian Open, his 150th Open Championship in style. Siwoo Kim showed us some special stuff out of bunkers for his 69. Robert McIntyre, good round for the Scot, a 70. Spieth, Oosthuizen, a couple of former champions with 71s. Masters champion Hideki Matsuyama with a 71 as well. The Frenchman Victor Perez lives just up the road. He was round in 71. Former U.S. Open champion Webb Simpson on that number as well. The most recent U.S. Open champion Matthew Fitzpatrick was there. Former champion Phil Mickelson with a 72. Former Open champion Zach Johnson with a 72. So much great history. So many wonderful players. So many great stories have been told today. Will Zalatoris playing so well in all the majors to this point. Disappointing 73 today. I would be remiss to not mention our entire production team that brought you these pictures all day long. All the support staff, over 600 people were part of putting on this show today, and wherever you are in the world, we certainly hope you have enjoyed it. We will bring you all the coverage once again tomorrow morning from St. Andrews. Good night.